talking.
Okay, I will. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, traders, family, friends, and everyone else. So glad you could make it. You're at the right place at the right time. And of course, we're always going to be saving you that front row seat. Welcome to Topstep TV. The only and biggest and best names in the trading world are in this program. You're not going to find any other stream or prop firm, for that matter, that's connected with so many big names as Topstep. Yes, this is Opening Call. He's JD. I'm EH. We have an informative and educational programming for you today, each and every day. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading newscaster, your mentor, fellow trader, good friend, your neighbor, your biggest fan, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you, now listen up, don't settle for average. Bring your best to the moment. Then, well, whether it fails or succeeds, at least you know you gave it your all. So let's get ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how with our good friend JD, aka Old Blue Eyes. Good morning, JD. How are you, buddy?
Doing good, Eddie. Glad to be here. Last day here. Hogue is back tomorrow. The legend, John the Hulk Hoagland, will be back tomorrow for everybody. I hope he enjoyed his vacation. I know he's been in the chat watching and everything. Good morning to risk manager Mick, who just walked in the door. But we got some action overnight. Crude oil's moving, gold's moving. Stocks aren't doing much, but we are getting some action right now. We are seeing some action.
Oh my goodness, head fake to the max. A lot of people didn't play that number the wrong way. But yes, last night, lots of tornado sirens, thunderstorm sirens kept me up most of the night. But we are here safe and sound and ready to go. Let's hit some news here, JD. Talk about confidence. Federal Reserve is going to agree to interest rate cuts in September. That was after Jerome Powell reasonably and dovishly said this yesterday. And what could be the latest public comments before the Fed goes into the blackout ahead of the July 31st policy meeting, which was also Moody's said that maybe they might do it that July 31st meeting. But I tell you, it's been a tease all around. Powell remained cautious, but suggested that the recent inflation data that has been in the right direction for inflation rate to return to the Fed's 2% target. He also did say that, Powell also did say that he does not see the U.S. economy hitting major economic turbulence or outright recessions. Now, the comments were enough for the markets to once again shift rate expectations, with traders anticipating 68 basis points of easing this year. Rate cut in September is now fully priced. And this is coming from our good friends at the CME and the tool they have called the Fed Watch. We did see that the Dow's earlier today contract was about 40 points lower. We do see that once again, that big head fake to the downside in the Nasdaq. I hope a lot of us didn't get sort of done for the day trying to catch that number. S&P dropped about 9, Nasdaq fell about 22. The main indices closed higher yesterday, with the blue chip Dow Jones Industrial Average closing at a new record high. Investors were buoyed by the perceived increased likelihood of Republican president that could pave the way for a favorable tax and fiscal policies for investors. More news yesterday, with Trump officially nominated to be the party's 2024 presidential candidate and announced U.S. Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate. Banking sector. Some banking sector, we're going to be remaining in focus today with the likes of Bank America, Morgan Stanley, Charles Schwab. And speaking of Schwab, I got a text from Schwab, from Chuck. And I was like wondering, how did that happen? How did they get my phone number? But they got it. They text me, and it was weird. Never got that before. Goldman Sachs stated yesterday that its profit more than doubled in the second quarter. Congratulations. Resilience of the U.S. economy has given corporate executives confidence to pursue acquisitions, debt sales, and stock offerings. How about Bitcoin? Rose 0.3% to 63, a little over 63K, gaining almost 9% this week, and almost 50% year to date. Speculation over Trump helped the token rise past concerns for selling pressure that the defunct crypto exchange Mt. Gox, which had been Bitcoin's crash as low as 54,000 earlier in July. JD, what else do we have here for today?
We had a couple economic reports out early this morning, retail sales and import-export prices. Retail sales, month over month, flat, 0.0. Prior revised to up 0.3% from 0.1%. So we had a nice revision in retail sales, up just a little bit, but month over month, flat. And import-export prices. Import prices, month over month, flat also. Consensus range was for minus 0.3 to positive 0.2%, came in flat, dead center range. Year over year, up 1.6%. Export prices month over month down 0.5% compared to prior revised of down 0.7%. So just a little bit better there. Year over year, export prices came in at 0.7%. Later on this morning, business inventories coming out at 9 o'clock Central Time. Housing market index also at 9 o'clock Central Time. And we have a talking Fed to close out the day. Adriana Kugler at 1:45 Central Time. Tomorrow, a couple more talking Feds. Thomas Barkin, Christopher Waller. We've also got the NBA mortgage applications, as always, on Wednesday, and EIA petroleum status report. Thursday, jobless claims, Philly Fed manufacturing index, leading indicators, EIA natural gas report, and then another handful of talking Feds to close out the day. Lori Logan, Mary Daly, and Michelle Bowman. We close out the week with a handful. And then we close out the week on Friday with nothing but the Baker Hughes rig count and two more talking Feds, John Williams and Raphael Bostic will speak.
Yeah, they all got to get in there, JD.
Next week, I believe Saturday starts the next Fed blackout period before the FOMC meeting on July 31st.
31st, right. Yeah.
30th to the 31st, yeah. So they all got to get their piece in before the blackout period starts for sure.
Right,
looking at what happened overnight, stocks in Asia closed a little bit mixed. Shanghai Composite up 0.8%, Nikkei up 0.2%, Hang Seng down 1.6%. Stocks in Europe all trading lower this morning. The FTSE is down 0.5%, DAX also down 0.5%, and the CAC is down 0.8%. The VIX, little pop in the VIX, trading 1313 right now, up 0.08%. The U.S. dollar index, 104.48, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note is sitting at 4.197%. Eddie, what's making the crude oil move this morning? What's happening over there?
Crude, baby. You said the VIX was 1313?
1313. Is that a lucky number or an unlucky number?
Well, you know what? If you're a Munsters fan, that was their address. 1313 Mockingbird Lane. Lucky 13, I guess. But anyway, dude, where's my crude? I'm going to sort of try to help you out here. Oil prices declined more than 1% today. That was because the Chinese economy, crimping demand, and despite growing consensus, having some issues over in Asia. U.S. Federal Reserve could begin cutting its interest rate soon in September. That also played a part in what we're seeing here in crude. Now, crude right now, sort of flirting with that 80s, the $80 a barrel. But Brent futures were down 1.73%. We had the WTI down about 1.98. Now, oil losing ground once again, threatening to fall below that $80 per barrel, despite the weaker dollar and strong gains in gold and equities. So, yes, gold does have a factor when we're talking about crude, back and forth. And if you watch it, keep an eye on those markets. We may be seeing market participants trying to stay within the established pattern. What is that pattern? We're going to try to find that out. But there's a good chance that oil is reflecting a turn in the economy to a slowdown. So oil's giving up ground. This is going to be the second week having reserves reversed to the downside, 83.80. Now, this development is in the sequence of lower local highs and all the way going back to the beginning of 2022. So there you have it. That is your crude. Now let's follow up with tips of the week. James, what do you got for us? Excuse me. Tips of the
There it is.
week. There it is. Follow your trading plan. My goodness. God, man. Once you veer off that path of your trading plan, you know you're going to be in trouble. Now you're just rolling the dice, you're flipping the coin, you're hoping things go right. Stick to that trading plan. That's what discipline is all about. Trading plans help maintain discipline by providing structure to approaching trading. This is going to prevent impulsive decisions, recklessness, driven by emotions, fear, greed, and it's only going to lead to bad things. JD, what do you got for the trading plan?
Yeah, if you're looking to find consistency in the markets over a longer period of time, then you need to have a trading plan and display a little bit of discipline in following it. It's the only real way you're going to know whether or not your plan is working or not. Once you have a large enough data set, you can kind of go back and start making adjustments and making improvements. But make sure you give your plan a chance. Don't give up on it after just a few bad trades or bad days. You took the time to develop the plan, give it a fair shot, and then
Yeah,
proceed to iterate on it.
I like that. Give your plans a chance, please. You did it for some reason, but hey, let's stay positive today. Do the best we can. Keep respect and honor by your side. JD, what do you got here for our charts today, my friend?
Let's do it. We got 13 minutes. We can burn through all these. First up, you are staring at the daily chart of the September S&P 500 contract. Yesterday, Monday, we didn't really get a chance to talk yesterday, but ES traded in a 53 handle range yesterday, exceeding both the 1 month and 5-day average daily ranges for the fourth consecutive day. Edgefield has the 1 month ADR at 44.30 and the 5-day at 50.5 points. Settled the day at 57.46 quarter, up 18 points on the day. Total volume was 1.7 million contracts, and we gained about 6,000 in open interest on a sort of banger of a day. So now we're entering our fifth day of consolidation here. Let me just draw this little box in real quick. Fifth day of consolidation right here, right up, button up against new highs. We didn't get to go over this yesterday, but our early call in the weekly kickoff was for some sideways price action to start the week, and that's pretty much what we got yesterday. We're seeing a nice boost in volatility too. Daily ranges are visibly expanding, getting wider, and we're getting a nice boost in volume also. Our new weekly kickoff high is at 57.40, just 40 points above last week's weekly kickoff high, which was at 5,700. And our new weekly kickoff low is at 55.76. Same, just about 40 points higher above last week's weekly kickoff low at 55.36. Upside structure still intact. We continue to make higher highs, higher lows, and we printed a new all-time high yesterday. So right now we're just going sideways a little bit, hovering around the highs. Let's take a look at our 30-minute chart. All right, so here's our price action from yesterday. Open regular trading hours, inside range, inside value from Friday. We had this failed upside auction after the initial balance was established, meaning we took out the high of the initial balance and then rotated back to trade back inside value from Friday. Special situation trade that Hogan Deanna like to talk about quite a bit didn't fully play out. We would have needed to retest Friday's value area low at 56.56 to complete that. Didn't quite make it down there though. We only got as low as 56.66, about 10 points away, before balancing out and closing the day mid-range. This morning, overnight inventory is fairly flat, pretty balanced. We're trading inside range, inside value from yesterday. So our first move, as Hogue would tell you, is to sit tight, stay patient, and wait for better trade locations and opportunities. We are drifting sideways right now at the moment, so wait for those shorter time frame ranges to establish themselves. Maybe take a shot at fading those extremes. Looks like we're setting up for another choppy trading session right now. All right, let's move over to our Nasdaq. Here's the daily of the September contract. So yesterday traded in a 290 point range, exceeding the 1 month and exceeding the 1 month daily range, average daily range, and respecting the 5-day average daily range. The 1 month ADR is at 262 points, and the 5-day is at 300 points. I get all these average daily ranges straight from Edgefold. Great resource right there. We settled the day at 20,583, up 60 points on the day. Total volume 703,000 contracts traded, and we lost 3,600 in open interest on the small move higher. Again, just like the ES, upside structure is still intact. We continue to make higher highs and higher lows. Volume is healthy. We're hovering just below new all-time highs right now, and we have a nice little bull flag forming here, actually. Let me put this in. So starting at our all-time high back here from last week, nice cute little bull flag forming. We're at the upper channel line of that pattern right now. As far as our weekly kickoff levels go, there was no change to the Nasdaq weekly kickoff levels this week. 20,900 held steady after two tests last week, and then we backed off. I don't expect it to hold as well as it did last week if we make it up there again, but it should be a good breakout level to keep an eye on if we do continue higher this week. To the downside, we never got a real test of 20,100, our weekly kickoff low last week, so that remains a target area in the event that we start rotating a little bit lower this week. Here is our 30-minute chart. Okay, so very similar pattern to the ES yesterday. We opened inside range, inside value from Friday. We took out the high of the initial balance to print this high up here at 797. Traded back into value from Friday, creating that failed upside auction and completing that special situation play, which the ES did not. That special situation trade, like I said, Hogan Deanna like to talk quite a bit. It starts off with a failed auction, followed by a rotation back into value from the previous day and a test of the opposite end of the area, value area, I should say. So we traded back inside value from Friday, came all the way back to test Friday's value area low at 20,511, completing that move, then balancing out to close the day mid-range. This morning, overnight inventory, pretty flat, pretty balanced. We're trading inside range, inside value from yesterday. So just like I said with the ES, our first move is to stay patient and wait for those better trade locations, wait for those early ranges to develop. When markets are trading sideways, you have better probabilities of fading the range extremes with limited risk than diddling in the middle, as Hogue would say, or trying to play a breakout when we're obviously moving sideways. Let's get over to Crude. We're going fast today, Eddie.
That's good.
Here is our daily of the August contract. In all, yesterday, traded in an 81-cent range, respecting both the 1 month and 5 month average daily ranges. 1 month average daily range is at $1.38, and the 5 days at $1.24. Settled the day at 81.91, down 30 cents on the day. Total volume fairly light, 296,000 contracts traded, and we lost about 29,000 in open interest. As I was saying last week, during Friday's opening call, last trading day for the August crude oil contract is July 22nd. So keep an eye on the volume and get ready to start rolling to September. The September contract is already outpacing the August contract, or is already taken over in open interest from the August contract, and volume is catching up pretty quick. By the end of the week, we should be trading the September contract. If you're trading on Topstep X, don't worry about anything. Your platform will automatically roll to the September contract for you. But if you're on a different platform, be aware of the roll. We are mid-roll. All right, so Friday, right here, decent reversal day after a pair of positive days. But overall, the bigger picture is we are in consolidation mode right now. Our early call in the weekly kickoff was for some sideways price action this week. Our new weekly kickoff high was at 84.55, which held as a decent top going back to these highs, this high here on April 26th. We tested it again twice in the last couple of weeks and bounced right off of it. Weekly kickoff low at 80.20, bounced right off of it this morning. It's the basis of this area of balance going back to mid-June. Talked quite about this 80.20 to 80.60 area as a target last week. We drew it out. We were watching all week. Never quite got down there. Kind of bounced off of 80.40. but we're right back down there today. I think we missed our weekly kickoff low by 2 ticks. 80.22 is the low right now. Missed it by 2 ticks. All right, let's go over to our 30-minute. So yesterday, right here, it looked like we were going to open with a little gap, but we didn't. We traded back inside Valley from Friday for just a bit, failed to bring any more buyers into the market. Then we rotated lower and just kind of chopped around. We took out the low from last Thursday, then chopped going into the close. This morning, overnight inventory short into the open, definitely opening with a gap, definitely did open with a gap. So gap rules do apply here. If we don't rotate back up to fill the gap in a timely manner, then we start to look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. In this case, that would be lower. Last week, we talked a little bit about the odds of upside gaps getting filled, while the downside gap in the crude oil has roughly the same probabilities. Going back, looking at a full year of data from Edgeville, they say that downside gaps get filled 55% of the time. So, of the 109 instances of downside gap opens, 60 of those gaps have gone on to rotate back and fill. So far, this does look to be a fairly deep gap this morning, so that might have an effect on the probabilities of returning to fill, but keep those statistics in mind throughout the morning. Our nearest downside target was 80.18. We missed that by 4 ticks. That was a low from June 24th, 80.18. Next downside target to take out just below our weekly kickoff low. We'll see if maybe we'll get some action around there too. It also lines up nicely with our weekly kickoff low at 80.20. Good target area for shorts, and we're butting up against it right now. All right, last but not least, let's take a look at our gold contract.
Thank you.
How are we doing on time? 2 minutes, perfect. All right.
Deuce on the clock.
In all, the August contract traded in a $28.70 range yesterday, exceeding both the 1 month and 5-day average daily ranges. Settled at $24.28 and 90 cents, up $8.20 on the day. Total volume was a bit on the low side, only 193 contracts traded, gained 1,000 in open interest. Let's take a look at the bigger picture here. All right, so we've been stuck in this range going back to April now. Just a long period of consolidation. And then we have a couple chart pattern, well, a major chart pattern I was looking at last week. We had this nice symmetrical triangle here that we broke out of. Not last week, the week before, finally starting to get some follow through. We consolidated for a few days and got a nice pop last Thursday right here on decent volume. Our early call in the weekly kickoff this week is for higher prices to start the week. I'm not fully expecting to break out of this range. That goes back to April, like I said. But if we do get up there, it's likely we run through some stops to the upside and maybe rotate back down. But it lines up nicely with our weekly kickoff high at 24.60. You can see our new weekly kickoff low at 23.59. We are approaching these recent highs right now. We're getting up there. We saw a little pullback right after the 7:30 open. We're going to see that in a little bit, but we're sort of butting up against these highs right now. So look for a little action once we hit that level, if we hit it today. Let's look at the 30-minute, 1 minute left. All right, so here's a move from yesterday. Open with a small gap higher, returned to fill that gap, then proceeded to rotate back to close the day mid-range. Buyers looked firmly in control yesterday until the end of the day. We're getting some more follow-through. We were getting some more follow-through to the upside early this morning. Overnight inventory was long going into the open right at 7:30. We opened with a small gap higher, came back right on that 7:30 open to trade back inside range, inside value from yesterday. It happened so fast. So right now,
good to go.
Are we good to go? So yeah, again, sit tight, stay patient, look for better trade opportunities in gold right now. We're diddling in the middle of yesterday's range. So keep an eye on this volume point of control right here at 24.39. That seems to be a decent line in the sand, lining up with VWAP at 24.41 that I have right now. Oh, that's last price trade.
All right.
24.39 VWAP and 2437 volume point of control. All right, let's move on. I see someone
Let's
sitting in
do
my
it.
room.
JD, thank you very much. You did a great job in for Hogue. I do believe we got somebody at the door, and I think it is. He's still ringing the doorbell stuck.
What's
I
up,
have to let
Rex?
the whole theme song play on through. It's just too good.
Good morning.
Hey,
Glad to
good
have
morning,
you. I
Eddie.
missed
Good
you,
morning,
partner.
JD. How you folks doing this morning?
Doing great. How you feeling?
Very good. You know, it's a very slow day in the markets today. Did end up trading a little bit. Got a couple little tiny scalp trades in, but nothing too crazy. I do think that today could be a very slow and docile day, simply because there's not much news that's going to be coming out for the rest of the day. We do have some lip service coming out from Adriana Kugler, who is a Fed voting member. She's going to be speaking at 2:45 Eastern time, 1:45 Central. So that could potentially move the market. But we did have the big news event of the day. That was the advanced retail sales, the import price index, the Fed services activity for New York. That all came out alongside the Canadian CPI. Sort of a mixed print across the board there. Nothing too crazy. So I'm really, again, not expecting all that much news coming out today. If we're looking at the charts here, looking over at TradingView, we do have what looks to be kind of a range-bound trade here. We have yet to really break out of that Globex high of 654.5. That's kind of been the high level there. We had that yesterday. We're kind of bumping up against it yesterday, and now we're bumping up against it during Globex, and now we're bumping up it again. So we did have a drawback down to the lower end of that channel, down there at 582 and 3/4 in the NQ. And so really, again, we're just kind of in this range-bound mess. There's very low liquidity today. What I have noticed is that there's a sector rotation out of tech into value names, and we're seeing banks reporting very strongly. So we could see some divergence today where the NQ just kind of remains flat and kind of mixes around in these channels, or we have a boot, scoot, and rally trade where it starts to squeeze some shorts from yesterday, and we do break out of this channel. And then conversely, on the way down, we do have room if we break below those 529/4 down to that 452 and 3/4 level. Now, we could see a big divergence between the S&Ps and the NQ today. We have seen the Dow really kind of rallying here. If we're looking at the Dow, bouncing off of those lows of 484, now trading all the way up at 692 here. Again, we are seeing a sector rotation out of tech names into value names. So if you are a long-term investor, it is potentially a wise choice to be looking to add some value into your portfolio. So let's go ahead and see if that happens today. I'm curious to see what you folks think on the NQ trade today. Do you think, folks in chat, do you think if it's going to be volatile? Do you think we're going to have a docile day? Or do you think that we're just going to have a choppy, range-bound day? Go ahead and put your answers in chat. I'm curious to see what you folks out there are thinking. I love to gauge the temperature on the chat here to see kind of where we're going from here. We do have a minute now until the open.
Door here.
Oh, man.
There they are.
Hello.
All right.
You say let me in.
Well, did you hear that? Did I say that? Okay.
Getting down the
Who are
door.
you?
I had
Get
a-
off the porch.
Sign
and
the
leave.
minute here.
Yeah,
I
shoot.
figured the mic was on when I.
Let's get our Rip Raiders in the gates here.
All right.
A lot of Rip Raiders here.
Andre, when the horse race goes off, I need to get long five. So that's what I'm doing right now. And
Oh, dude, yeah.
let me-
What? Even after what happened yesterday, that was brutal, man. Absolutely brutal.
market on open. We're still up. You like give up on things too soon.
Hey, were you gonna call me back? I think I called you like 4 times yesterday. You never called me back once. Were you ever gonna call me back? No.
Busy.
Yeah, Buzz busy.
He's ghosting you, Andre. Ghosting.
I know. This is the only way I can get him.
Taking
We're
naps.
gonna be
and
opening
reading
here.
books.
Opening. There's the bell.
All right. I'm long right now on my Express account. You're like, why would you trade an Express account? I'm already down $1,000. I'm showing you guys every day on the open market on open a 5 lot with a $3,000 daily loss limit. Probably should have made it a 3 lot. But yesterday we hit it, but we're still technically we're up from the strategy starting Monday. Every day is buy it on 5 on the open, sell them on the close. Market on open, market on close. Now, we're already down. So we're going to see. Those that didn't tune in, Dre, remember this strategy?
Yes.
That Jack talked about, the 5 lot strategy. Heat-wise, most heat you would take is 15 grand. I think it paid out 300 grand. I don't
Yes,
know. What was
we did it yesterday. We had unrealized about like 13 grand. What did we close out with on the?
Oh yeah, we had unrealized 13 grand. We
hit
closed
yellow.
out hitting the loss limit.
Yeah.
$15,000 swing, Greg.
I was very frustrated. Hello, Dakota. Welcome.
Hello.
Boy, we are off to a bit of a slow start. At least Rips brought some energy. Welcome everybody to Fast Markets. This is TopstepTV. The market is open. Rips, what are we looking at here on the open?
I'm trying to tail MP's trade here and looking for longs as we are kind of making our way out of this gully a little bit here, seeing if we can get a breakout of that 654 halves level. Right now, there are some people who are selling up above 640 right now. So if we can get through that, we should see a little micro squeeze up above into those 660s per chance. That's what I'm playing into.
660s was the number we bought yesterday, Dre.
It sure was. Sure was.
Our case study.
Yeah, that sucker.
Very low volume, very low liquidity right now. Nvidia is not doing the NQ any favors by going face planting to the straight to the downside, but the rest of the equities are giving us a nice little ripper to the top side here. Watching for 650s to clear out, and there's your new highs. Beautiful.
There we
I'm
go.
going to take that out right there. So out on that trade there, that's going to put us up.
Out on that trade there.
We
What
were,
with your rips?
we were at
1,000
$14.95. That's going to put us up now. Looks like $3,200. So.
Nice. Rips, I followed you on that one. $1,000.
Hey, nice job,
Man, I'm slow to this. You guys just starting off making money, buying the
love
market.
it.
Fast market. It's called fast markets, Dakota. Not slow.
Yeah. Slow markets is at night, Dakota. Let's go, baby. Let's go. House account is open, locked, and loaded. You can see at the top of the chat, you got the Top Step Daily Loves. New format. I guess we're looking for feedback. We're trying to optimize a way to digest, taking as much amount of information in the easiest way possible. Right now, we got them grouped in zones, if you will. There's a round, but we're calling them zones. We're looking at levels right now. Currently trading Nasdaq 20,640. 20,640. Currently not in.
That was a
zone
nice
at
sell
the
up there, MP. Really, really
Yeah,
nice
MP.
exit on that trade there.
60s, yeah.
Very nice.
Beautiful.
Wow. Tilt really, really, really heavy long.
Boy, you
Goodness.
head on
Again.
swivel. I'm looking left. I should be looking right. Wow, Crude,
I'm
especially
short from
Crude.
642.
Oh,
Nice, JD.
okay.
I like that a lot. Only because the world is long right now.
Speaking of
Yeah,
world,
we are
around the
seeing
world. Go ahead, Rips.
right now, Nvidia is kind of teetering on these lows. So this is an inflection point for Nvidia. If we did break down these lows to the south side, we would potentially see a failure in Nvidia. But right now, we are seeing just a little touch of a bounce here. Nvidia does have room. We're trading 127.75 right now. It has room down to 126 halves. So until we break that level, we will potentially continue to bounce. Microsoft also in a channel here looking for a breakout above 457 right now, trading 453 and 83 cents. Below that, we are looking for a breakdown in Microsoft below 451, potentially testing that 450 area to break down. But the problem is that even though we are seeing a rotation out of tech into value, we still are seeing tech hold on these lows right now. So back up these 60s here. Very interesting to see that. S&P is also looking for new all-time highs. Remember, there's more value names in the S&Ps, obviously, than the NQ. So we are seeing this rip and rally. We are seeing a breakout of that channel above those 60s, now trading into the 70s here. One area that I'm watching specifically in the NQ is going to be up at 713, where we did have a little bit of a kerfuffle yesterday in the rally. So I would want to see if that same seller is available there at that 713 level, and then try to meander a trade either up or down around that area. That should coincide with the S&Ps trading close to 57.15.
715. Nice job, Rips. Bringing the A game here in the morning. Short around 57.15. One check mark short 27.13. Perhaps. We got one check mark. We'll see how it plays out. Again, we have the.
Yeah, I think the S&P is going to be the cleaner trade today. I think NQ is going to have many more hijinks than what we'll see in the S&P, simply because we're going to have much lower liquidity in the Nasdaq. You can see right now we had a snap reaction to the downside after trading those 670s. We are trading back down at 645 now, so we're talking about a 25-point failure there in the S&Ps very quickly.
Did you get stopped out on that, Dakota? I took a short with you.
No, I added to it.
Okay, there you
Woo, there we go. There he is.
Yep.
That's the man
No.
right there. Right there.
I'm
There he
short.
is.
2 from average of 656.
Hey, speaking of tilt, we got
Oh, groovy,
88
baby.
88% long in crude oil right now. Again, 88% long in crude oil. Very, very heavy tilt long. ES 72%. NQ 69. I call 70% long, but yes, 88% long crude oil right now.
Yeah, I do believe that the short thesis would really play out, if only for the short term. If we do break below 630s in the NQ here, that would get a lot of people very adamant shortly here. The problem is that we are continually making higher lows in the NQ, which is a little bit threatening to a short-sided position. But like I said earlier, the NQ has a lack of liquidity, lack of volume going into it right now. So it takes fewer players to move and shuffle around the NQ, whereas the S&P is still going to be a great spot for large institutional funds to be hedging their bets today.
I like it.
Stuff.
I could just listen to you all morning, Rips. Why do I need to see CNBC or any of that? Just turn on
Exactly.
Rips. And
Well, hopefully you
just
didn't catch
trade.
my stream earlier this morning. We had a very lovely discussion about. You know what? I'm not even going to bring that discussion to Topstep.
I
TV.
sent
happened?
them. I mean, I signed up
What
for that
happened?
website. I need to make a few extra bucks on the side. I don't have beautiful feet, but maybe it's good enough. For,
Here we go.
Oh,
Oh God.
that's what it is. Naughty boys. Sheesh. All right, we got some sellers coming in here. Nasdaq bounced off those highs. Like Rip said, nice cover on those longs. MP took a short. Did you get stopped out there?
Yeah, no, I got stopped out on the short.
Okay.
I'm sizing down and I'm slowing down.
Oh,
But I do like the short. These little rips are what you were just talking about.
Yes.
Guys
It makes
like
it
me.
really easy on a low liquid market to see this kind of price action. And you'll notice in the S&Ps, we're not seeing that type of whippy, untradeable. I mean, this price action, unless you're hyper scalping, is a little bit tricky. You have to be able to stomach these whips in price action. You have to have conviction like Dakota has right here. We are coming down to these lows here. We did break that that higher low rather. But we do have a lot of buyers that are down here, and you're seeing the algorithmic price action really stack bids up here. Now, is it bluffs from these algorithms? We won't know until those prices trade, which is conveniently right where we want to see that break below 630 if you are looking for the short side like Dakota is here. MP, are you still live in that trade or did you close?
No, I got stopped out in the the
660s?
multiple. Yes, 58s.
Yeah, this is very rinsy, very washy price action. This is called a retail clear out here that you're seeing. This is something that happens often on a low liquid market. You can have, 5 to 10 algorithmic traders that are kind of just baiting between these two areas. And if, again, you don't have the stomach to hold out to this, you're just going to get chopped apart. You're going to switch sides. You're going to be long at the top, short at the bottom. And Dakota here is trading it properly where you're actually having the stomach and conviction to trade through it. And if he ends up stopping out and being wrong, that's just a trade. He's not switching his bias and going back and forth and back and forth.
So, Bob Barker, you asked if I was long. We got a market on open, 5-lot long, market on closed cover. Those that don't know those order types, you should be reading the Series 3 book. It will tell you all about the order types. And then you can pass the test and become a professional, just like
you.
thus far me, right, Dre?
Yep. Nice
Good
setup.
old Moo and Mock. Moo and
Set him up.
MOC.
Him up,
Yes,
knock
sir.
him, set him up, knock him down, Michael. That was well done.
Yeah.
Don't break your arm patting yourself on the back, Michael. Don't break.
So
What's up, Big Ben?
yes, it's up $3,000. It has not hit its stop. That's out of the gate. The 5-lot market on open. Just get long out of the gate. It's a test. It's just sharing with you guys every day what this is. You can see it right here. And I don't have a stop in there because it's a DLL. This is a data set for y'all to follow.
Y'all. Suck.
Y'all.
Suck.
All right. Somebody wants me to
That's how
take
it
a look
works.
at the FTSE index. I can't imagine.
Hey,
why you wanna look at the FTSE.
I feel like there's an inside joke there. I feel like there's an inside
None
joke.
whatsoever. As we're just looking at markets, Andre.
Yeah, I got you.
You know,
So
you can target people on ads and whatnot. We should target people that have foot fetishes and say, "Hey, come trade the footsie."
There it is.
But then spell it
Wow.
wrong.
Cross branding. I like where your head's at, Michael.
Let's see if it works. A
Shop
trader
at
or
Foot
two
Locker. Yeah, go to Foot Locker.
there.
Oh,
Goodness.
this won't stop. The jokes just write themselves around here, folks. Still 86% long crude oil, 70% long NQ, 68% long ES.
All right, boys, we got to say it today, Andre. Y'all suck.
Y'all suck, everybody. Welcome
I
to
missed that one. What is that for?
Oh,
Give me some color on that
some
one.
guy in the chat. We're getting chopped up in the markets.
Y'all suck. I quit.
And someone in the chat just blatantly just says, y'all suck. It was just perfect timing. It was just perfect timing.
Now, seriously, you all suck.
All right. Okay. All right. Everybody else. And it was
Hey,
just like, just,
So really quickly, the chat does hide y'all suck. We have like a filtering system. So I'm seeing some of this, so I'm kind of sharing it. So we need to, you guys on the production team, you need to allow y'all suck. So somehow do that.
I see y'all something else. Yeah. The guy just
Welcome to
said,
Topstep.
suck.
Y'all suck.
Is that the new tagline? No longer do you come here for tradertainment. TopstepTV, y'all suck.
I tell you I bought the domain y'allsuck.com.
I wouldn't be going to that one. That seems
Who
like
is-
a not safe for work click.
But funny, I suck was already taken.com, and they want $5,000.
Wow.
That was for Apple's vacuum cleaner, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh. You guys are fired up today.
That's
Love
a
it.
good one. That's a good one.
Loving it. You guys are fired up this morning. Hey, gold pushing higher, guys. Just a little heads up. Where's Nick for a tick? We might need some air horns for gold
He's
here.
here.
All-time highs in gold, 24.54. 24.54. We're $4 off all-time highs in gold. Currently trade
Wow.
24.50. So we'll keep an eye on that. 24.51 is right in sight. We got all-time highs in gold, $24.54.20. So we're less than $4 away from all-time highs in gold. Dow pushing higher here. I assume these are all-time highs as well. We're getting close to 41,000 in the Dow. Let's see how we do here in the ES. ES, all-time highs. I think it's like 57.18 we hit yesterday. And we sold off very, very hard yesterday. Went from all-time highs to making new lows on the day yesterday. Very, very difficult trade. We'll see if that transpires again today.
I kind of like the levels like it is right now. Somebody was on Twitter,
Say it. What?
you know, not talking about it.
Squeaky wheels, Michael. Get the grease.
Isn't it funny how squeaky?
We are seeing, by the way, Microsoft coming back down here. That is giving a little bit of pressure to the NQ. We are seeing Amazon and Tesla also following suit to the downside here. Apple, Meta, and NVIDIA alongside Google are still buoying the price action to the north side. So if we get some confluence in the trade here, for instance, if we had Apple, Google, and NVIDIA all kind of trailing down to the south side here, that would give us some really strong pressure to the downside here in NVIDIA, in NQ. I interchange NQ and NVIDIA a lot of the time, but yeah, we would see some downside pressure here. But right now, Microsoft is fueling the juice to the downside, given that Microsoft is the number 2 weight of the NQ right now.
Nice. I'm just playing
taking a new high here.
To me, it's range
What's
bound
that?
today.
Yeah. Gold taking a new high here, 25.51.10.
Yep.
Big change from the open here.
That's my version of the air horn that's for Nick for a tick.
We go
Are
test
you still
the low
short,
500s.
Dakota?
Yeah, I'm still short. Average price 673. Essentially, it's just range trading, looking to sell the highs of this range the past few days and looking to cover, the low 500s. Maybe we go back and test like 540s, the overnight low. If we do get a break, I'd like to hold one contract for a break, and maybe we see the 400s, 20,400s today.
I really want to give you some kudos on your conviction on this trade, Dakota. Really, really well executed by you. And again, just proving why you are one of the best traders here at Topstep. Your conviction is something that a lot of traders can learn something from.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I followed you on that one. I got short 56s. So as I almost I sized down to one guy. So
We are
see if
continuing
this
this
can
algo
break.
chop here, by the way. This is the retail wrecker that really is difficult to trade as a retail trader because there's a couple different reasons. Number one, we don't have infinite equity as retail traders. On prop, we do have a little bit more equity than most retail traders would in the sense that we can take a little bit more heat. It's pretty rare that your average retail trader on, say, 150K account here on Topstep, you'd be able to take a $3,000 loss limit. Most retail traders are not going to be able to take that much heat. So what you'll often find in this type of algorithmic price action is sweeping stops that are 20 handles or more, and that usually will rinse most retail traders, and that's what you're seeing right here and now.
Pretty much what happened right there. Yep. Crude's still 83% long. We just see a high 88% long in crude oil. Shaved out now 83%. So taking a look at, I took a quick peek at the calendar, but I didn't get a good idea of it. Someone throw it to my man, Eddie. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar for economic releases today?
Well, coming up in 13 minutes, we got our business inventories. We also do have our housing market index, retail inventories. 11 o'clock here, Atlanta Fed GDP. We've got Kugler speaking a little bit this afternoon. And don't forget about our API weekly crude stock. And of course, anything else added, I will make sure that I will add it in also. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, Dow continue to make new all-time highs, trading 40,809 on the march to 41,000 in the Dow. Dow's been a pretty decent trade lately, if I must say so myself. That being said, if you look at
I think it's due to the sector rotation that we're seeing right now across across all of the equities.
I think that rotation started last Thursday when we had that big sell-off at the Nasdaq, and we saw rotation into the Dow as well. ES as well, making new highs. Russell got some love too last week, so we are watching that rotation happen. But real quick, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Topstep on X or Twitter. Call it what you will. Hit us with your battle station pictures, swag pics, performance center, performance analytics, dashboard pics. Whatever you think is pretty cool you want to share with us here at Topstep. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. We'll scrape the internet and turn that around to you guys in about 2 hours or so. But in the meantime, let's get back to the trade. Buyers in the house. Go ahead, Michael.
Excuse me. Have you seen Elon Musk? I think he, and now that I'm on Twitter, I think he bought Twitter so he could communicate with everybody. It's kind of like his way. Yeah. His megaphone. But he always keeps asking which one, on your honest opinion, which one do you like, X or the Twitter name? And I always see Twitter wins. It feels like it.
Yeah. Oh, is he polling people for what? I mean,
he polls them. Yeah.
He definitely bought it, so he has a megaphone.
I feel like Twitter is too much ingrained in psychology and the ethos right now that, it's just part of our regular vernacular and vocabulary.
Yeah.
Was that like a party or something in Aspen? And talking to this guy, he's like, "Hey, can't say his name. So and so, he got into the Twitter deal when Elon was raising everything." I go, "How much he put in there?" He's like, 50. Yeah, Aspen hits a little different. I'm like, 50,000, huh? He's like, no, 50 billion. I'm like, what? Michael, get with it. I got a country attitude. Oh, 50 grand.
Y'all suck.
Yeah. How much is that worth now?
I didn't say that to him. I didn't say no.
Dakota, your short is printing ever since we broke those 630s to the downside, as expected. Yeah. Again, amazing conviction on that trade. Beautiful hold there.
If you're still on that, kudos. I covered 24s on the first time down.
Not only is he in it, he added to it, MP.
I did, and I'm going to hold this till we get to the low 500s, and then maybe I'll close.
You should say till the cows come home, Dakota.
Yep, I'm going to close one out, and then I'll hold my last contract to see if we could push maybe a break of 500. If we get down there, Cody, anything can happen. This is a range-bound market, and it's been, by the bottom of this range, sell the tops, and it looks like we just made another pivot low. Is this a triple top? We don't know. But we are sure as heck selling off, and we're finally getting that consolidation I've been looking for like almost 2 weeks of just consolidation. I'm not looking for the market to sell off in any way. I just would like to see more consolidation rather than just buy. It's been really frustrating for a trader the way that I trade anyway.
Very concerned.
They call him Coach Dakota. He's a badass dreamer from Utah. He's Topstep's #1.
Hey, so Dakota, are you turning into a perma bear? That's why I'm going to get a little concerned.
No,
Or you think
no,
the
not a
markets are
perma bear.
rolling Okay.
I'm still a perma bull. All of my personal investments are long the indices and long the USA. But it doesn't mean when we get to a situation like we've been in the past couple weeks where I want to start hedging. I want to start, taking risk off the table, looking for the market to consolidate, looking for the market to pull back, so that way I'm not caught off of guard. Where it's a healthy market, we expect pullbacks, we expect consolidation, and we haven't seen that. It's just been up and to the right, and it's been very frustrating from someone who has a decent sized portfolio that is positioned to the long side, but then waiting for some type of correction, opportunity to buy it. It's just been hard to buy all-time highs.
It is indeed. Speaking of new all-time highs, we're about $2 away from new all-time highs in gold. Dow Mini's making new all-time highs as we speak. Last trade, Dow 40,841. High of the day 857.
Russell is also looking to hit 2250 evens here, which is just on a rip and a tear here from the open. It's just it's been going crazy over here. Russell's just been going nuts.
You got to start watching the Russell more closely.
Yeah.
Man, buyers just got hammered. They pushed it from like 603 up to 630, and we just got hammered straight back down close to 600 again.
Is this
break of
funky
600
that the
would really open the floodgates.
Rips, is this funky that the Russell's up already almost 2%? And remember the day, I think the big sell-off day
Thursday,
where the Russell's up, and then, of course, the Mag 7, basically NASDAQ, as Dakota called it, was down.
Well, if as I said at the top of the call before the markets open today, what we're looking for today is divergence, and that's exactly what we're getting. NQ is on the way down while all the other indices are on the way up, and that is simply due to a sector rotation out of tech. So we are playing out to the original thesis that I discussed here at the top of the call.
So then if you're a NASDAQ trader, is your concern the spring back to highs, springboard type of pop?
Well, there's a finite amount of capital that's going to be going into the markets at a given period of time. So when you have rotations out of certain equities, you're generally going to get a signal from a rotation then out of that sector or group of equities that recently had liquidity poured into. So that's what you'd be watching on something like this. But on a day like today, if you're an NQ trader, generally what you want to be doing is watching the Mag 7 and waiting for a moment of confluence when you have most of the Mag 7 going in the same direction. So if we're seeing a sell-off in the NQ, but you're not seeing a complete sell-off in the Mag 7, you want to pump the brakes. It's going to be harder to trade that because you can have a large fund that can turn things around by pouring into one of the stronger equities, Microsoft, Apple, or NVIDIA. Now, if you have confluence across the board, that's going to give you a much cleaner trade. So for instance, if all the Mag 7 started to sell off right now, you could go short in the NQ and it'd be a pretty decently easy trade to read. One of the big tricks that I like to see is that if the NQ is going up, but you have a lot of the equities that are sort of pausing and not really making headway to the north side, what you can do is you can pause and wait. And the moment that they start to break to the downside, then you can short NQ and you should have a tremendous break to the downside.
Okay.
Hey, Rips, question in the chat here. What is rotation? What is the rotation? What does that mean?
So you have funds that are buying equities for their clients because they want to make money for their clients. And what you'll have is a rotation out of certain sectors. We have tech, we have industry, we have all sorts of different AI as a sector. You have all of these different sectors that people are investing into. And when funds are trying to make money for their clients, maybe a certain sector could be overbought. You could argue that tech is certainly overbought at this time and period in the market cycle. So people are now taking profits and rotating out of tech and going into some underbought sectors. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now. So value stocks have been kind of hammered during this tech rally. So you're seeing a lot of that fund buying pouring now into the value stocks.
Yes, thank you, Reps. And Jack had a thesis last Thursday when we did see that rotation begin that those stocks that are more sensitive to lower interest rates will probably see perhaps a bit of a bid. Jack, if you're there,
Yeah,
touch on that one more time.
It's the same concept that Rips is talking about to an extent, but you see when there was that huge divergence of like 6% on the day between the Russell and the Nasdaq 100, you see basically a ton of money flowing into companies that were very sensitive to high interest rates in the future. And with those change in rate expectations, things like the Russell became much more attractive, especially when you're up 8 million% on your NVIDIA shares.
Yeah, there's a heavy reason to have funds at least take some partial profits on those investments. So exactly what Jack is saying here.
Nice discussion there, guys. Bringing your A game here at TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Click like, click subscribe. 108,000 subscribers. Wow.
Testing 600 now.
Testing
And
600.
There it is. Nice break.
New 600s.
God,
Beautiful
your
breakdown
intestinal
there.
fortitude is admirable. Your intestinal
Yeah,
fortitude.
when you
hear
trade
that?
like Dakota, it's kind of like you're looking at all of these pushes and pulls just as the noise, but you're continuing your same trade idea. He said probably 10 minutes ago that he's looking for the low 500s here, and he hasn't wavered at all in his trade plan.
I tell you, it's very difficult not to get caught up on the moves of the Nasdaq, where the Nasdaq, like we've seen just a moment ago, it bounced from 600 to 630, right back down to basically 600, then back up to 630s, now back down to 600s. These are like 30-point swings that I find myself getting in too big, too fast, that I don't allow myself wiggle room to catch these moves. That's my, I guess, Achilles heel. Too big, too fast, or trading too big of a size. But when I get into a couple, contracts at, very cheap trade, as Hogue would say, I can allow myself to try and catch these kind of moves.
20 minutes later, we're 100 handles lower. 25
Beautiful
minutes
trade,
later,
Dakota. Gorgeous.
100
Stunning
handles
trade.
lower.
Oh, it feels good. After
We
the
are
weeks
seeing
I-
a bounce off of 5,700 here in the S&P as well. Some overhead resistance there. And we are seeing now the Mag 7, as we were talking about earlier, when we see that Mag 7 start to reverse, that's when we're going to see the NQ start to bleed. And guess what? Confluence in the Mag 7 is now pointing to the south side. Every single component of the Mag 7 is failing these highs here.
Well, if you get in right now, you could be getting stopped out 30 handles higher, and then it could be instantly 50 handles lower.
Huh.
So entry is 673.
Dow closing on 41,000. 673. 100 points in the money, Dakota.
100 points.
Well done. First time I ever met Dakota. First time I ever met him. This kid with some boyish good looks, looking like Matt Damon, put on a 100-point winner in the Nasdaq. I said, who is this guy?
Yeah, I remember that. And guess what? It was a short.
It was a short, Dakota. It was a short. Who is this guy? Bring him back. We're gonna need to see more of him. Sure enough, here we are.
I just watched the worst Matt Damon movie ever last night. Adjustment
Which one?
Material or Adjustment Material? Or I don't have to
Adjustment
remember.
Bureau?
Bureau. God. Yeah, I was thinking about Dakota while I was watching. I'm like, man, he'd probably do better at acting than Damon does on this one.
I mean, he is Matt Damon. What are you talking about?
That's why you didn't pick up a phone call. As you're
That's
watching
actually
the
my,
worst Matt Damon
stunt
movie
double.
ever. He's your stunt double.
That and Real Housewives every Monday.
What was I watching?
Joking.
Oh yeah.
You know what I seen last night? Maybe I should show a
Salt
screenshot.
Lake
I
one,
took a
Dakota.
screenshot. I woke up in the middle of the night, and on the Nasdaq, I seen 450 contracts at the offer. Middle of the night.
What?
Remember what price?
It was at 20,557 and 3/4
On the offer?
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, let me see if I can
Here's
send
why-
this to.
There's
send this
100
to the
lot that
team.
just came in.
Yeah, there's 100 lot. Yep.
God, I love this 100 lot plays too. 100 lot plays. Dakota holds for 100 handles. This stuff inspires the hell out of me, guys. Like when I was actively trading, I was one of the top traders in the top step of the trading pit. There's like 3 other guys that are probably bigger than me: Gish, Gleason, Cedar. No, I was bigger than Cedar, but he's better than me.
We do have
To see you guys, Dakota, be able to hold stuff like that, to see big size trade. This stuff inspires me. It's fun.
That's what we're here for, to trade, and
Absolutely.
this is what we love.
Oh,
I just
nice.
sent
Dakota.
that to you, Andre.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Dakota. Yes, screenshot. 471. 471 last, sitting on the 50, 55, 557 and 3/4 bid. We're right there. We're 57s.
55. Hold on.
No, sorry, my bad. 57s. 57s.
Yeah, this was
471.
last
Oh, you're talking
night.
S&Ps.
No, Nasdaq. Sorry.
Share that screenshot.
Share the screenshot. Share the screenshot. Yes. Put it on your screen. 57. 557 3/4.
Eddie, we did have some news hit the wire if you wanted to pipe that in.
Yes, we did.
What is it?
HB.
Pipe.
The NAHB's housing market index and
Inventories.
the business inventories for May.
Oh, I wonder if my 5-lot long got stopped out. Let's go check that out.
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Very good chance.
Andre, I'm wondering. Yes, here you go. Rule violation.
It's getting annoying.
I wonder how many times somebody's gotten this and broke their screen, punched it. I've done.
I'm getting
I've never
close.
punched my screen. Slammed
Never?
my keyboard. No, slammed my
Feels
keyboard.
good, Michael. Feels good for those first
It
like
does
1
feel good.
second. For that first 1 second,
second.
then you look at a cracked screen. You're like, shoot, that was dumb.
Yeah, then you.
Yeah, I've
got-
never
then you
broken a
check
screen
$500
myself
on
either.
that.
Never once.
Okay, I covered
right.
one. I took profit on one right here at
Morning
60,
traders.
560.
I love those notifications.
Me too.
All right, so it didn't work today. I think we're overall down for 1 week of trading now.
Go figure. Are we doing
So it'll be
Nasdaq?
down.
Maybe we're doing the wrong market. Maybe we're doing the wrong market, MP.
Do remember that
No, we're
Dakota
doing-
called for mid to low 500s about 25 minutes ago. Just remember
Oh,
that.
here's mid.
Range trading.
We are now hitting
I love
mid
it.
500s.
This is what I was looking
Dakota
for.
called this, by the
Long.
way, above 670. Just remember that.
Look at how thin it's getting too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Overnight lows. If we break 540s, then do we see 511, 512?
Wow. Coming down hot and heavy here. Mag 7 is getting battered.
It's like going out to the park. You see these pros that are shooting, you're just bricking it and airballing it. You played a pickup game with them, they're schooling you. That's how I feel right now trading with you, Dakota.
Well, better than my Fridays, MP.
I tend to trade with you on Friday too.
What a
There's
beautiful
your-
move.
well
Dakota.
on
Well
Friday.
done. What a great
This
trade.
would be considered low 5 handle. Ish.
We're selling off. We're selling off.
Mag 7
Oh,
is
and there's-
getting destroyed right now.
Hammered. How bad, Rips?
Absolutely
What's
destroyed.
leading the way down? Any names in particular? Just overall, all Mag 7.
Literally everything. We talked about this specifically, looking for that confluence across the board. And once all of the Mag 7 made that turn to the downside, we would start to see the NQ unravel. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now.
How bad was the number? How bad were these numbers?
Well, the business
really had
inventories
nothing to do with
came
the
in
number.
at 0.5%, with the
Say that.
forecast of 0.4. And if it's lower than expected, should be taken as positive bullish for the U.S. dollar.
Business inventories came in at top of the hour.
Yes.
0.5%,
Yep.
yeah, with the forecast at 0.4.
Is that we heads up on that one? We need.
Hey,
My
we're
bad,
selling
heads
off here.
up.
Dow still rallying,
wasn't
making
paying.
closing at 41,000. But we've seen some sellers right now in NQ and ES. Are you still short?
Yeah, I'm still short.
That.
You guys, yeah, what one heck of a day so far.
Remember when I said everybody in the world is long right now on the tilt? Another
Yeah.
another indicator. I mean, it was
But
heavy.
yesterday we got rolled. The tilt was getting paid yesterday.
Yeah,
It is
I mean,
different.
it's going to get paid, and the majority is going to get paid, and the minority of
New
and
lows.
why I don't know. Watch it and annotate it.
Yep. That's all you can do.
On the
right now.
morning, on the open, it tends to go the majority direction. As things kind of build up and coil, it tends to go, in my opinion,
Holy crap.
the
Touch
minority
41,000 and down.
of folks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's go. What's up over there?
I don't know.
What's your
I'm
P&L?
going to take a short with you, Dakota. I'm going to try a short down here looking for this. This is a big inflection point here in the markets. I'm going to take a short with you here.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
good timing on that one.
Wow.
You know, these copying these express funded accounts is pretty dang fun.
Oh no. Oh, oh boy.
I'm up 40,000 today.
Wow.
MP.
I just closed my XFA.
Great. Traded monster.
Traded
we got,
monster.
all right, take a look at my Topstep daily
Can I have
levels
some
here.
more? Can I have like open 20 accounts? So I just go for
You
it.
know,
Hey, we got
go to,
support right here. We got support
there's
here,
another
you know.
company that allows you to do that you can just sit on your pins and needles and see if they're going to pay you out.
No, they
And
won't.
also figure-
Because I average in, I scale in.
Oh yeah, you're
Okay,
getting
well, there you
denied
go.
right away.
Hey, do you
I'm
guys
up
like the long sun
9.7.
here? MP, we got
I'm
a
up
level here,
9.76.
520. We got a level here, 20,520. And look at the Topstep daily levels. We got support right here, 520. I got one check mark for a long at 520.
Well, we have also 506 yesterday's low. What do we and then 97s, 88s, 86s. Okay, then there's
a lot
a
of
big
numbers.
gap. Well, then there's a big gap. There's a 40-point gap after that, 30, 40. What do you guys like, Rips and Dakota?
I like a break of 500s here. I personally like a break of 500s.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of going for. I think we break 500 and we go back down to the 400s that we seen on that big sell-off on Thursday. We'd be in the mid to lower 400s. And
There's that break of 500s right then and there.
Sure.
Beautiful.
These levels are
I'm going to actually get a peel a little bit here.
You guys are all short.
And I'm out. Thank you for that, Dakota.
Well done,
Just
guys.
made
Good
$2,100 in my live account there. Thank you.
Rips.
There you go.
Ooh.
Rips trading that live.
There you
That
go.
live cheese. That nice, Rips.
Thank you.
Dakota's still short. Rips closing out for $2,100 profit in his live account. Real trades, real traders, real
That was,
execution.
Honestly, I feel like I should Venmo Dakota $1,000 for that because that was all Dakota's trade idea right there. So hats off to my number one trading buddy, also the number one trader on all of Topstep. Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, look at you, Brady Bunch.
Hey, next time I come to Vegas, we'll just go get some of that Wagyu steaks.
That was good, wasn't it? That was the good stuff.
I'm starting to have dreams of that stuff.
I like Wagyu. You got any more of that Wagyu laying around? That A5 is good, man.
It was good.
You know, it used to be grass fed. It used to be grass fed was the hot stuff, and then this Wagyu marketing term came out, and like I want it.
The Japanese
Wagyu triple the
is
price
legit.
now.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Sounds good, Jack.
Nvidia's down 3% today, folks.
What?
3%.
Tick would say that's illegal. We got 100 lot on
I
the
don't
bid,
know if that's
Phil.
legal.
100 lot on the bill, Phil. We are still selling off here in the Nasdaq. They're plowing through bids. Support's just getting
We are
ripped
under
right now.
500s here. Dakota, so you have 40,000 in your XFAs today so far.
Yeah, that's
running.
kind of funny. Yeah,
You get
makes
your ass
my,
back in that
horrible-
live account, Dakota. Get in there.
He likes the copy trading now, Michael.
Good talk to Mick. I mean, it really no. And all seriousness, this puts in perspective. Like, it was a very bad day for me Thursday. Minus 16, minus 20,000. But it's all about perspective. It really is. Rips and I talked about it a little bit when we was playing poker. Somebody playing like the 1-2 limits, when someone bets $100, that's a big bet, and it could scare some poker players to fold their cards. But then when you're playing those higher limits, $100 is kind of like the ante, and then you're betting like $8, $9, maybe even a couple $1,000s in order to bluff or scare someone out of the pot. So it really is perspective, and that's why. I'm more than happy to share it. I'm excited. I had that whole conversation with Mick. I joined him for shoulder tap, and it was, to me, part of leading by example. You have to show the crap and the mess ups like that.
You do.
Yeah.
100%.
Uh,
And that's just part of being a trader too. That's part and parcel for being a trader. You're going to have losing days. You're going to have streaks of losing. But again, to put it in perspective, if you're the kind of person who's having a $40,000 day in the positive, like Dakota's having today, you're going to have red days where you're losing 16 grand, 15 grand, 10 grand, 12 grand, 20 grand, whatever the case. You're going to have losing days like that. It's all in perspective. If you hear somebody say, like we were just talking about the poker table, oh, I had a bad session today, I lost $100,000. Well, if that regular session for that person is making $200,000 or $300,000, that's not that big of a deal. So it's all in perspective, and a big trader like Dakota can weather the storm because he can turn around and hit massive days like today. So,
well, the risk team is watching folks with live and express, and people are like, hey, the express is better than live. No, you're gonna get pulled up. If you're doing well, you will get pulled up. You're like, oh, I want to stay in express. No, that's not the nature of the end of the rainbow here at Topstep. So I'm assuming.
What was that?
This
the sound of
that's a nice
Sunday.
cold Coors Light, my friend. It is 7-Eleven here, so got to hit it.
Nice. But yeah, MP, I agree. I mean, these are express funded accounts. It doesn't even feel real to me. I would rather this be in a live environment. To me and my personal opinion, Rips $2,100 means a whole lot more than 40K in some XFAs.
It's all in perspective.
It's harder. The fills are harder to get. I mean, still, I don't know. You're like, well, fills hard to get in Nasdaq. Probably not that much because. And it hits.
I wouldn't have
I got good fills. I got really decently good fills there.
Shout out to Jay for watching. Thanks for tuning in to Fast Markets here on Topstep TV. I see you, Jay. Schaumburg, Illinois' finest.
Sorry.
What's up, Dakota?
It was real to MP. It was real.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah. I'd rather you be in live. I mean, I'm not. Get your ass in live is what I'm saying. It's like you're playing with my JV team. You're playing my JV team. I'm like, come on. I'm not making any distinctions here, but the best traders to the live account. I'm like, Dakota, tell him the risk team right now. Get his ass up to live.
Hey,
ball.
I'm switching to Topstep X, and here's the nice thing, MP, is I'm starting to do this on Topstep X, and I'm absolutely loving it.
Okay, it is the try any platform you want. I don't want to sway you to move away from your platform because we have partnerships with everybody. But for me personally, it is the best transition I've ever had from T4 to Topstep X. I mean, for one, I've finally got used to trading view charts, which are super, super awesome.
Yep.
We're talking about, well, I can't say yet, but more around the TV trading view stuff. And then it's just, I don't know. It's built for the prop firm because you can lock yourself out and all that. I'm not going to go on a plug. Eddie will do that later.
All right. So
Yeah,
is
to be
everyone
honest, go ahead, Andre.
No, I just wanted to need a P&L update the board here for positions. And is everyone flat? Dakota says you're still short 2 here. Just want to get a P&L and
short
board
1.
Oh,
This is
Trey.
What
have you realized so far, Dakota, across the
What
board?
I do now,
What's your
Michael?
realized profit?
Nothing. What I do. Sorry, hold on. I was trading in the house account. We're up $976 in the house account.
Hey,
there we go.
Let's
There we
go
go.
house account.
I just looked. I'm like,
Bills are getting all right. We're up 900.
all right, we're up a G. All right, cool.
Dakota told me about the new rule for the house account. He said that the 2 guests that are on, they split the 80%. So I get 40%, Dakota gets 40%, and then you and Andre split in 10 and 10, right? That's
yeah,
the
as
new
well
rule.
as the losses too. Yes, as well as the losses as well. The guests will take 40% of the.
We
you guys
love
each take 40%
sharing
of the
in
loss.
upside and downside.
about
We
that.
love
I
it.
like the profit sharing, Michael.
I'll take that. I'll give me that deal. I trust MP's trading today.
Profit. I know. Can I share the profit? Yeah.
All right. Real quick, let's update this board here. It says you're short 1. Rips up 2,100 in the live account. MP flat, no position. House account up 976, courtesy of Michael's fat finger. Thank you very much for your contribution.
My wasn't either of those. It was my unawareness of what account I was in.
I'll take
fine.
that as long as the max loss and my max liability is $4,500.
That's how you cover your downside,
That's why I
Michael,
call
right
it.
there. That's how you do it,
Oh, yeah.
Dakota. Well done, Dakota. Nice job. Dakota cutting deals your left and right. Folks, you're
Cutting
watching
deals.
Love it.
Real time. Real
Speaking
time.
of
He's a
deals.
true trader. So
ahead,
Dakota,
Jack.
what is your realized profit today so far?
40,000. My realized profit today is 40,000.
That's pretty
You know,
good.
I'm really gonna. This is really about Mick and his risk team because I've already pinged them. And be like, what? We just let people hang out in XFA now. I don't know.
Me and Mick had a very good conversation on Friday.
Sounds like you convinced him.
Yeah,
of
it
some
sounds
stuff.
like you said, "Hey, just keep me at XFA for a
Yeah.
while."
I would love that.
There's no
Then I don't
reason
have to
why
worry
a
about
trader-
slippage.
Yeah,
Oh man, Dakota's a hustler. I love it.
yeah. Wow. Guys slipping through the cracks on my risk teams.
No. Risk team's been on point. I've been struggling, and anybody that's struggling needs to go back to a simulated environment, especially when I'm switching platforms. I'm
Yes.
more than happy going through the combines to an XFAs, and then hopefully, if I continue to do well, back to a live account in Topstep X. So,
Yeah, so you're getting comfortable with the new platform, which is awesome.
Yep.
Rips, we'll talk to you about. Well, never mind.
No, I definitely want to get on Topstep.
No,
I'm definitely-
no. Offline. I'll talk to you. Yeah.
Talking about that super secret stuff, right?
Super
Talking
secret
about
stuff.
the free reset fire drills that we're going to be doing every two. Oh, don't want to.
No.
Or sellers. Jack,
Every
if you want
2
to
months.
squeeze in, or make the lows. What do you want to do
It's
here?
gonna be that. Yes.
All right, interrupt.
I said the FD word. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
All right,
don't
Jack,
get
go
that
ahead.
started. All right. Well, we didn't have any overlays yesterday. I got to see. I went to a data center 26 miles west of Chicago and got to see the beating heart of TopstepTV for the first time. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
They're back now, but we missed a few important news stories yesterday that we will now discuss. The main one being that you can now live in a Taco Bell retirement community.
Whoa.
Oh my
That's
God.
right. Taco Bell unveils
Where?
a luxury early retirement community.
Are they
for
still
Gen
using
Z
the slogan
folks.
"Live Moss"?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Wow,
Live
well
Moss.
done, Rips. Well done.
Yeah. Live
I like
Manos. So next, the picture is here next. I guess it's a place where young people can be like old people. Play pickleball.
Oh Lord!
I don't
I
think
mean, it's
old
got to
people
be
eat
people
Taco
getting
Bell, though.
smashed there.
Yeah, I imagine. So if you're in San Diego and want to live that lifestyle, this is your chance. We also, with all the news this weekend, we missed two important in memoriam. Dr. Ruth passed away.
Yeah.
Legend sex therapist. We'll probably dive into this more at 96. And of course, Richard Simmons also passed away.
Mm.
Yeah.
Now is our remembrance.
Yep.
Also,
Everybody
Shannon
keeps him-
Doherty. Don't
Shannon
forget about
Doherty.
Doherty.
Oh,
Shannon Doherty.
Yeah.
man.
Heartbreak Hotel.
I got
Lost,
a
to
story.
cancer,
I got a story
unfortunately.
for Shannon Doherty. She turned me down, like hardcore. I was 14.
You know what's funny is that somebody in my group actually dated her. So I wonder if she turned you down for him. I'm not even kidding. I'm not making this up.
This is incredible.
This was in
Michael?
like 95. She was at the height of whatever. 96. I don't know what it was. 1996 for all those Gen whatevers that are here. I was at Oakview Mall in Omaha. She was in town doing something. And I hear from everybody murmur and talking in the mall that I was with my mom buying like clothes for school. And she's at the makeup center and they're closing the store and everything because it's at the end of everything. They're closing everything. And on our way out, because we parked at that store at the end of the mall, and I go through the makeup thing. I'm like, Mom, I'm going to go talk to her. I'm like 13, 14. And because I thought she was hot. And I went up to her. I go, are you Shannon Doherty? And she looks at me and she's like, no. I was blank. I'm like, oh my God. She probably turned bright red, turned around, just devastated, got slammed, like rejected from literally a poster probably I had of her, like, I don't know. It was tough.
You landed on your feet, though.
Then I got back on the wagon, Andre.
Yeah. You got to get back on that horse and Yeah. Shannon Doherty. Shoot your shot, Michael. Never afraid to shoot.
Shooter's got to shoot. Yep.
Thank you, Jack. Are we good there, Jack?
Oh, we're always good.
Thank you, Jack.
And Michael, yeah, the data center was crazy, but the security is super tight. Like you had to go through gates and
figured.
give your ID, and they had a person with me
Figured.
the whole time. I was like Mr. Robot.
Cool.
I figured.
The show with Rami Malek? Are we talking about that?
No, I asked Jack if he's got any footage of the beating heart data center, which I doubt they'd ever let anybody just
They
get.
let
Come
you
on
do
in
it.
with your camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was afraid to do that. They said not to, and I didn't want to end up in server jail.
Server
They just
jail.
lock you in there with the machines, so you freeze to death.
Was it cold in that server room? Did they keep it really cold?
No, it was very windy, pretty cool. A lot of heat coming off. It was very loud, is what it was.
Stinks you had to go there, but it's kind of cool you got to see it.
Oh, I'm glad I got to go.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, thanks
All right,
for fixing it.
Yeah, thanks for fixing it.
All I had to do was get signed back in. We got ways to prevent this in the future that'll go online the next week or so, but I didn't get to hack anything. It was all good.
Man. Nasdaq had a 60-point bounce and
Sure
then
did,
right back
Dakota.
down near. Yeah, it's sell the rips. Selling these little rallies have really starting to pay off this past 3-4 days.
Yeah,
it
we are
just
seeing
popped up.
the S&Ps are really kind of back down, settling where we were during Globex right now. We're trading 56.94 halves. If we go over to the S&P chart right here, you can see these bands of liquidity that are above and below. That's all algorithmic. A lot of people have been commenting on that. It's much more prevalent to see those bands of liquidity now that there's less liquidity in the market right now. So that's kind of sticking out like a sore thumb. Those bands of liquidity are good for about 1,500 contracts on either side there.
I got a Anne Marie. You guys see what she said in there? 400s. She's thinking
Looking
intraday
for 20,400.
We're targeting 400s. Okay, cool.
That's
Moving
what I
along there.
was targeting at the open with this short.
Yeah, we are
so-
looking to break those 500s again. So a really nice refresh if you did reshort those pops like Dakota was talking about, up those 500s, 550s. Coming down for that 500 test. Let's see if there's, right through it. See if we can slice and hold through that break of 500 there. There has been a lot of liquidity traded betwixt 500 and 520 here. So if we do actually break down below this, make new lows of day, there's a good chance that we'll continue to fight lower and look for that target of 20,400 like Anne Marie is calling for.
That's a big sell-off day. Okay, cool. We were just trading 680s at this in the morning.
Yep, 680s. Entries at 675.
Get out of here.
Shorts are getting paid. Shorts are getting paid today, Michael.
Yeah, I know.
Dow continue makes new highs, new all-time highs.
I'll
Told you I
Chewy's up
turned into
above.
a bull.
Well, if we want, I could throw it to JD because we do have some news, or also some stats that we always like to get to. Payouts, XFAs. JD, if you're right, let's do this, man.
Yeah, we're going to run through some hot streaks and yesterday's
streaks.
best live funded P&Ls. Let's start with those hot streaks, though. Dustin is up to 34 days. He's not trading all that big. In fact, the last 3 trading days, he closed out with just $1 in profits each day. So $3 total the last 3 trading days. But a winner's a winner, right?
Yeah.
VJ picked up $210 trading the MNQ and MES, now in a 28-day heater. Matthew also with a 28-day hot streak, doing well trading the Nasdaq. Hamishwar with 25 days trading the MNQ, and Wendy with a nice 22-day heater trading in the Nasdaq. All right, yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. A lot of familiar names on this one. So David, more than 13 grand trading the Nasdaq. Usanu, mentioned on the shoulder tap yesterday, got a nice shout out for Mick. $8,500 trading the Nasdaq. Raphael also got a nice shout out on the shoulder tap yesterday. $5,600 trading the Nasdaq. or I'm sorry, trading the S&P. Miguel with $4,000 trading the Nasdaq, and Brian P with about $3,200 trading the S&P. Those are your live funded trader P&Ls from yesterday. Be back in just a little bit with payouts and XFA P&Ls from yesterday.
Hey, do we have the average daily payout, the number of traders that we pay out each day? Do we have that a part of that?
We are working on it. I'm actually meeting Danielle in 5 minutes to get that.
We do have the information. We do have the information. So at least
we got to figure out a good way to display it and exactly what information we're going to display. So we'll have I'll have more clarity for you on that in about a half hour or so.
Okay. Shout out to Raphael and Brian P. Like, I see them on the leaderboard like almost daily, it feels like, in a live account. I love to see that.
Agree.
Not easy to do.
Names have been popping up.
It's not
easy to do. That's definitely deserves some kudos there.
488. Okay.
All right.
I got first house account. Just looking at some of these zones. First support level 520 got blown through. Support 1 to 488 seemed to have held the first time. Tricky. I'm trying to see how these levels are playing with these numbers. A lot of downside levels just got ripped through. Finally, 488 held. Go ahead, MP.
I'm frozen. I'm frozen too.
You're frozen in what?
Topstep X.
Oh. Well, just let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
You have a position?
No. I'm
okay.
No, and this is live too, which is odd.
Charts are moving up. I'll go over to live account. Yep. Frozen. Everyone's frozen. Everyone's frozen.
All right, we got it.
Dakota's laughing.
Let it go.
Dakota's laughing. Live television. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. Nothing better than live TV. As you see the boss start to fume a little bit. I don't blame you.
Let's see if we could break this. Let's see if we could break new lows here on Nasdaq. We're hovering around 500, and it's continuing to look heavier and heavier.
Did you see? I think it was Rhythmic or somebody. One funding company said something about Rhythmic getting one of their data centers got hit by a truck or something like that.
How's that real? Good
yeah. I don't know. Somebody in chat. Wow. Is that true?
There you go. Yeah, is that possible? Jack, you're just at a data center. Can you, is it
I'm an expert in data centers.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Data centers aren't really held at street level or anything and close to the windows, so I don't know if a truck is going to do much.
Jack's an expert on data centers now. Too good. It was a telephone pole that had fiber on it, according to Joshua Jackson.
Okay, I was going to say a telephone pole sounds likely, but then they should have like a backup generator, backup power.
Last time I checked, fiber goes under the ground, not above the ground.
See? Rips knows.
Last time I checked, though, I don't know. It's a crazy world we're in. Maybe we're stringing fiber along telephone poles now.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm right on this one. So IDK bro just lied on Rhythmic while TSX is frozen. Let a guy have a conversation. Let a guy just
Y'all
talk.
suck.
Let a guy talk.
Y'all suck.
Y'all suck. IDK, I like it. You think I can control anything with the frozen right now? Yeah, it's.
I mean, no issues with
me. You did this on purpose, MP. Everybody knows that. The cat's out of the bag. You know you did this.
And unlike anywhere else, all these trades right now, as you're sitting here twiddling your thumbs, all your losers will be vanished. Oh,
wow.
Because that's what we do on Topstep X. We kill all your losing trades during this down time. So in general, if you're stuck long or you're stuck in whatever position you're making money, you're going to keep that. And if you're losing money, you're not going to lose that. So that's how we do it here. So
the old Topstep mulligan. That ought to be a trademark. Mulligan.
Breakfast
trademark
ball.
that.
Yep.
Breakfast ball.
Breakfast ball.
Just an update on the freezing. The right people are aware, and we'll give you more updates as we get them.
Jack.
I've stopped worrying about that. I know that Top Step's always taking care of me on Top Step X. I'm excited to be over here, but I'm having no issues now, and I'm sitting here in the short from 675. And
What?
we're
You're fine?
I'm fine.
Is it moving?
So like I'm able to move my stop loss and everything. Nothing's wrong on my end.
Okay, I'm still stuck at 20,512.
Try pressing Control F5. See if that fixes
Control.
What's that?
Get out of the car.
things. Control F5
get
does a
back
hard
in.
reset.
Nice.
Yeah, I see it. It's working.
All right, so some
I see
people
moving. I saw
frozen.
some movement.
Frozen. Some people it is working. It's starting to wake up.
It is.
Wakey, wakey. Eggs and bakey.
Now
Yeah,
we're
I
there
back.
guess
we
I
go.
was wrong about fiber.
And
I
we're
guess it
back.
does go above
We're
ground.
back.
Hey,
And we're back.
Control F5 did the
Hey.
trick, eh?
Control
Or
F5. Guys.
Alt F4 also works.
No. Don't do that one. People will believe you. Don't do that one. Don't do that one. People are going to believe you on that one.
We are back. We're back.
Do not contact support. Do not contact support.
Yeah.
It's working. And that gap there, I'll talk to them too and be like, hey, and then anybody at a losing trade will see if we can have that removed. I don't see why not. You should be taken care of. Hopefully during that time you made a sandwich. You're sitting there eating it, being like, I'm all good. Who knows? This could be a data feed issue. This could be a software issue. We do not know at this moment in time. There's so much plumbing that goes in the back of the trading world.
We know. The next half hour is
Order
gonna be
matching.
Here come the squeaky wheels. Start preparing the statement, guys. Start preparing the statement back there. Let's get after this. All right, where's the last trade? 20,535. I got one eye on gold here. We're about $2 off all-time highs in gold. Those gold bars in your vault, you might want to take a look at maybe cashing out some of them because those gold bars are, that 1 troy ounce is worth $2,452.20.
Beautiful.
Goodness.
My target for gold
Remember when
is
it was like years
2,600.
that gold just would not break above like 1,800, like years and
remember that?
years and years.
I was long a bunch of it. With a long-term portfolio at 1840. I held on to that thing for years. And I think it was right when COVID started or something. Right when I got out. It's like the story of me. Right when I got out, it broke 2,000 and really never looked back.
I was wrong about the fiber stuff. It does go above ground. I was completely wrong. Thank you, everybody in chat, for correcting me. I had no idea. I thought it was all underground.
Come on. Doesn't it lay across the ocean floor, though?
Oh, yeah, for sure. 100%.
All right, here we go. I want an eye on gold here. Equity's moving too, but we are $1
My target
away
for gold is 2,600. I think if we do break out, we see 2,600.
Wow.
And gold could move really quick, obviously, as we're seeing. We've been in a pretty good-looking flagging pattern for a week or two, or a few weeks.
Yeah, we're seeing NQ trying to piece together a rally here, but most of these rallies are being sold into, and you can see how dramatic this sell-off is. We're seeing a lack of bids here.
Yeah.
How about
like 20
a little
points.
market internals update for you, Andre? I know you like that.
Very much, sir. Thank you.
So the NYSE volume is at 131 million shares, which is 2% below its 1-month average. Advancers are leading decliners by 3.7 to 1, so the NYSE is hot today. Nasdaq volume is at 1.69 billion shares, which is about flat to its 1-month average. Advancers are leading decliners by 2.4 to 1, and the VIX is flat at 13.14.
It's a little bit less than volume than normal.
Yeah, not as low volume as I expected on a day like
Exactly.
today.
Yeah, I'm going to say the summer doldrums have not begun yet. I think the markets have been moving. There has been good volatility. Volume a little bit lighter, fine. But in terms of just sideways range-bound trade, no, that's nowhere to be found. We are seeing new prices damn near every day. New all-time highs in gold, new all-time highs in the YM, new all-time highs in the ES, just to see us sell off and make new intraday lows. And Q trading in the 20,400s. So we're seeing price action here, guys. Pretty good. It's looking at Crude. Crude's still 76% long. Crude kind of trading sideways. Last trade, $80.73. Dakota, you are still short that one lot, correct?
Yeah, still short that one lot. Yep. From 675. We'll see. I'm going to trail it down, see what NASDAQ will give me today. most likely, or I would like to see Nasdaq, because, and it looks like we have a pretty decent chance to breaking back below 500 and test Thursday's lows, which is this consolidation in the lower 400s. So I would not be surprised if we're going to be trading in this zone by end of day today. I mean, we see how fast markets moved. In 30 minutes, we've sold off, well over 100 points. I'm almost 200 points in profit on this particular trade. I closed one out for the 100 points at the low of the 500s. And then I'm going to hold this one and just trail it, right? You can see over here on the 5 minute where I'm trailing it below or above this pivot. And
Nice.
if we break out, I get stopped out and I locked in a little bit more than half. If not, we just continue to sell off. We'll see.
So what I'm seeing in the order flow, Dakota, is a lot of trouble getting back above those 560s. We're having a lot of trouble auctioning back above 560. And every single time that we come down towards those 500s, whether it's 515, 510, or 505, we are running into some decent sized bid stacks. So as long as we continue to refresh liquidity under 560, we should finally have enough sell side pressure to break through those 500s to the downside, thus giving your trade an excellent outcome. But you already realized $40,000 in profit. This is just icing on the cake for you. I do like that you're trailing your stop on the downside. Excellent A+ trade by you.
Thank you, Rips.
The new all-time highs in gold. Stops just went off. New all-time highs in gold. 54.50 cents. New all-time highs by 30 cents. What else we have on the? Hey, we've got Kugler speaking this afternoon, Rips. That's the only thing left I have on the calendar. Can you give us a quick scouting report on Kugler? A voting member, I believe.
She is a voting member. She is a new voting member this year, and she, with her voting rights, has been kind of following in line. She doesn't like to tend to rock to the boat very much. She isn't neither hawkish nor dovish in her tone. She just kind of looks back at the data and represents what has been said and what the data has been reporting. So I don't expect there to be a lot of volatility on her speaking, and she might come out and say that she's not going to comment on monetary policy at all, given that it's a light week of data. We really don't have that much going on this week. I mean, we have initial jobless claims on Thursday. We have a 20-year bond auction tomorrow, which could potentially shake things up since we are seeing this rotation into value, and that, the longer term bonds could affect things. And, we might see some higher participation in that. And Friday is really vacant of any type of meaningful news. I mean, we have no U.S. data that's coming out on Friday. We do have two Fed speakers. We're going to have John Williams and Bostic speaking on Friday. But a very light week of data generally means that these Fed speakers will remain pretty even-keeled and not really lean hawkish nor dovish.
Awesome. Love Rips discount reports on the Fed speakers. Where else are you going to get that? Besides Topstep.
YM.
All right, buyers. YM.
You guys
seen
seen
that, Dakota?
YM?
41,000.
Yeah.
That was hot.
Just rocketed.
Yes.
30-second sports. We timed you out because you used the F word. You'll get things fixed. You don't have to say, give me my effing money back. Like, we'll get it fixed. And if you want a refund, you can take a refund. That's okay with me, too.
Oh, no. Don't, he's...
No,
I know. No, I know. This is what we signed
Scotty,
up for.
you got to understand that
open up the
tech,
chat.
there's so many moving parts to tech and trading and plumbing, data feeds, execution, order matching, internet speed. I mean,
just once and for all, again, if there were issues during Topstep X and you did have a losing trade, yes or no, will that losing trade be erased? Yes or no?
Right now, I'm going to find out. I'm assuming yes, but I'm going to find out from the guys what they can do. This isn't real time. Like, hey, I can. Oh, by the way, guys, this is the problem. This is the fix, and it takes a bit for us to jump in here.
All right, Spoo's pumping higher here, about 3 points off the high of the day. Last trade, 57.02.
Yeah, we are seeing Nasdaq starting to push up towards that elusive 560 level as well. That's where we do see, again, a decent sized bid stack where we are finding a lot of sellers into that, which makes it impenetrable for buyers to break through. So again, kind of playing into that same story that we're talking about here, where we are just kind of waxing between 500 and 560. If we do get the push above that, I do think that we could have a potential sweep of liquidity, a failure of an upside auction there, and then potentially make our way back down through those 500s to the downside.
I like it.
All right, just so you guys know in the background, we are working on everything. We got you. You know we do. No need to contact support. Everything's being fixed. We're going to be proactive in the fixes, making you guys whole like we always do. Please stay patient. Let's focus on these markets. Like Dakota just said, we're pumping higher in the YM, pumping higher back in the ES. Gold making new all-time high today, live on TopstepTV.
Hey, I have a lot that I could say right now. If you want to make
Yeah.
it in the live markets, you really need to control your emotions. I've had this same thing, something similar happen into my personal brokerage. We could go off that line. The reality is when you're dealing with an amazing prop firm like TopstepX or Topstep, they do you right. You can't just call your broker and say, hey, I accidentally effed up and held a trade into CPI and I got, over like thousands of dollars worth of slippage. Can I just have that back because there was some data issue or something on my end? You just can't do that. And I love that, I'm on TopstepX. I love that Topstep goes through and does that. And I think Topstep's done that like many times before. Where if there's any issues, you're made whole. And then like this, I'm positive and everything is working out pretty well and it's not going to be touched.
A quick message from those behind the scenes working their tails off to make this right. First time we saw it happen between 9:25 a.m. Central Time to 9:31 a.m. Central Time. So that 6-minute window, we were very aware. We're waiting on a solution from the partner and the number of affected traders. No need to contact support. We are working proactively to get this, make this right. We will update you with the resolution as soon as we get it for your traders. So we will provide to you guys. No need to hound us support. Let's stick to the markets. TopstepX is up, back and working. Markets are moving, so let's trade. We'll keep you updated. We got you guys. We always do. So let's get back to the markets. Thank you, Hacker. Thank you,
I will
Danielle.
say this, just as a final point. When I was trading equities on a boutique firm, they had a custom route for routing my orders, and they suggested that I started using it. And so I was using it for you folks that trade small caps. This was a wheel route. It was a custom route, an algorithmic route that would sort of hide my size. And I was long an equity in the morning and very, very long this equity, something like 20 to 30,000 shares of this. And it was trading probably about $11 or $12. And they announced an offering in this small cap stock, and I immediately tried to sell. Every single one of my orders got stuck in this algorithmic route, and I did not get out. Do you think that company did anything about it? Do you think the brokerage did anything about it? No. I had a 6-figure loss that morning, real cash, real capital, couldn't do anything about it. And they said, sorry about that. The route went down right when you tried to sell. And that's the reality of electronic trading. S happens. I guess we could say happens, and it happens quite often. And that's just part of the game. So it's a good thing that we are all trading here on Topstep, and they do almost 100% of the time always make it right.
Thank you. Oh, he left his seat. I wouldn't want to be on that phone call right now. Someone's on the he is on the phone right now, I can guarantee you. All right, Dakota still is short a one. Very nice.
No, I'm flat now. I'm flat. I'm flat.
We get a P&L update. This is one
final P&L, please. I'm excited about this.
Yes.
25 or 8,000 times 5. Whatever 8,000 times 5 is.
40,000.
40 large.
Yeah, so still about 40,000 because it came back and I hit my stop loss.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Update that board. 40 G's across 5 accounts. Well done. Dakota's starting to like this copy trading thing, huh?
It's easy. Come on. Hey, I made $50 times that. It's just like a multiplier.
Yeah, it is.
But then guess what? If I'm red, I'm over here like, give me a reset. I want a reset on my exit.
No one wants to talk about the downside.
But come on, if you hit like a daily loss limit in that 6-minute window, you're oversizing.
Yes. Not a whole heck of a lot. We did say Kugler coming up. YM, everyone's got one eye on the YM here. Crude, around $80, 87 cents. I got UAP at $80, 81 cents. Pretty much flat and slope there.
We are slightly coming back down. We did auction above those 560s here, and we are starting to see a little bit of a sell back in the NQ here. Equities did bounce back a little bit, but not all that much. Microsoft really needs to claim back above 450 and a half for us to be back in business here to the north side. But right now, a lot of these equities, these Mag 7 equities that are responsible for the NQ's movement, are just not finding that strength just yet.
And then whenever we're ready, I could do a recap on why I shorted the market.
You would like that? You're
I
asking
need
me
to do that.
Yes.
I would love that.
Okay, so let me pull up my charts, and I'll show you exactly why I was short this market. I'll do kind of a top-down view. I mean, I go more in depth in my slow markets. Big shout out to my slow markets. If you guys haven't joined it, I do in-depth analysis, and this is what I was talking about last night. So this is a daily chart. We've had this huge rally. Thursday we had that big sell-off, and we've kind of got a little bit of a bounce. There has been a lot of resistance around this 20,700 level. Obviously, we know we've had nice rallies in the morning and then very aggressive, selling in, the afternoon. So when we zoom into an hourly chart, I love to do a top-down analysis. I start on the higher time frames and I zoom in to these lower time frames. So if we look at this, there's something interesting that plays out. I love to recognize patterns. And if we see this, Nasdaq, we've had these, let me kind of draw. I'm not the best at drawing on Topstep X yet, but this has happened a few times on a much smaller scale to where we have a nice rally and then a sell-off and then a bigger rally, kind of like a run for liquidity or draw of liquidity. And then we have that sell-off. And so we had the same thing. I think this was on the 12th. We had, this could be looked at as maybe a pullback from that sell-off on Thursday. This was Friday. We got to a key resistance zone right around the 700s. Then we've had a beautiful sell-off. We've rallied all the way back up. Another key resistance zone in the 700s, this time the upper 700s, and then immediately sell off. And then I've heard people call this like the Batman pattern, where it's the same thing. We rally up, and then we consolidate. We rally up. We run for equity, right? We run for that equity, just very similar to this one or any of these tops. And we started to do that same thing. We rallied up, and I was looking to short, and I wasn't looking for a sell-off. I wasn't looking for a major sell-off like we did get one. Like I said, I was looking for just consolidation. I want a consolidation type day. And sure enough, today, as we were consolidating, we got near the high of this zone. There's a lot of resistance. This doesn't work all the time. You guys see me lose quite often doing this, where there's a lot of resistance in this zone. Now, it's a zone. Nothing's perfect. And we started to rally up. Then I zoom into a 5-minute chart like everyone sees me do. And I think I might have even had this marked earlier when we first started the stream. I had a green line. This was just an area that I was looking at. So taking all these zones out of consideration, just looking for that consolidation today, this was the key. I seen that there's some resistance right at 6, like these. It's a big zone. I would say 670, and that's why I didn't close out my trade. I just added to it, where I'm like, okay, we're still in that zone. We're still in the, this area where we could see that consolidation. When we're in consolidation, we want to fade the rallies and buy the dips. And then again, we seen that yesterday, right at the same price level, right in the 70s. So the first one was I was trying to get in short at the very beginning, looking for, the 650s. We started to rally up. I was perfectly fine building into a position. 680s. My final stop was going to be like 694, 693. So I would have taken a loss if we were to go up just 10 extra points. But, fortunately enough, we just sold off.
Good stuff, Dakota. There you go. Batman pattern. Yes, that's a new one. I see what you see, though. Why it's called the Batman pattern.
Yeah, Batman pattern. I've heard people say it different things. I mean, it happens. You just have one ear, the other ear, and I don't know. There's probably other technical terms, and people's call it so many different things. Run a liquidity, double top. This one, and I said it before we started selling off, I'm like, maybe this could be considered a triple top or a head and shoulders. Whatever name it is, it's bearish. I sold it. We made some money.
MP, you want to give us an update over there, coming from live from the Snowmass office on what's popping?
Oh, my chair was squeaky.
Oh, is that what it was? Hey, the last lot of things are squeaky this morning. Got to give it grease. Got to give it
grease. Speaking of grease,
you got to give the squeaky. What's up?
Speaking of grease, I didn't have any WD 40 here, so I just sprayed some cleaning thing on it. So thinking that it was didn't work, so I switched chairs. Hey, are we removing losses? I said to the folks over at the group that we're partnered up with. Yes, we always do. The data feed issue started at 9:26 and was fully resolved at 9:31.
5 minutes.
Yeah. So if you had a losing trade, it's getting removed. If you had a winning trade, it's not. If you're trading on another platform, you're not even going to get a reply. Like it's like this is only for the people who lost on that. So that's why we shouldn't flip out. I get it. But if we can help control the situation, which you can't do at a brokerage firm, you can't do anywhere else, this is what we can do here as you're getting evaluated, as you're an express funded account. If you're in a live funded account, we even do it live traders. We've done it multiple times. So that being said, you don't have your kid's college fund on the line. You didn't accidentally do something on a brokerage account that they're not going to help you out with at all. You get all that. The reverse of all that. You actually get all the help and all the support and all that to the best of our ability here at Topstep. And that's another value add. Now, if you're like, hey, the support team hasn't gotten back to me, you got to give them some grace because there is times that they get backed up. All in all, I try to be in this as together as we can.
Thanks, MP.
That's awesome.
Love it.
You're rarely
as
gonna
long as
find
my
that in the trading
payouts
space,
keep
if
getting
anywhere.
approved, MP, and you don't use this as an excuse for under review.
Under review, yeah. No, not been the case.
We got gold tagging a new high here all the time.
There's a
YM is looking
range.
for new all-time highs as well.
Yep.
Andre, there's a zone 6. Wow. There's a zone 6, 556 to 584. It's interesting to watch here because we've been in it.
We have the level that really held nicest was in zone 8, 488 support 1. And then the downside got blown through though, so we're kind of trying. This makes these levels tricky. The one was really nice. We never got up there. It was a 713 short or 757.15. Rips looking for a short up there. Never got up there. But what zone are we in right now? We're zone 6.
6. Yesterday's value area low, 556, all the way up to JD. Look at, we get double prints on here. 25 or 20,584 settlement showing up.
6.5 value area low. That's a double check. Well, obviously it's going to be settled. 584. We are about, that's where VWAP is essentially. VWAP's at settle right now. We blew through everything to the downside. We're still working on how the best way to present these. We're getting a lot of numbers thrown at each other, thrown at us, Michael. We got about 20 different prices here.
Yeah, I think we'll figure it out.
We are.
We build the plane in the air at Topstep. There's no roadmap. There's no instruction manual on how to build a sweet ass prop firm that has a community that has uptime and pricing of the combine, the parameters of the combine, the support team. It's build the plane in the air, 100,000%.
That's the beauty of innovation, right? No one's done it before, and
Nobody's done it before. Yeah.
I like that.
Well, you guys want an accounting firm? I mean, like that's going to be pretty standard template on what other accounting firms do. I don't know. I'm just making up stuff.
Cole's still pushing here.
You want to start selling blenders? That's pretty straightforward. But then you still have product recalls, and you still have people saying that sawed my kid's arm off because he stuck it in there, and they had it plugged in, so it's still their fault. I don't know.
Yeah, they still print those warning labels on hair dryers not to take them in the bathtub. But I say, why waste time? I want to dry my hair when I'm taking a bath.
Yeah, we're a multitasking generation.
Why waste time?
How dare they tell me what to do?
Exactly, encroaching on my liberties.
That's
Last
how I
time I
felt
checked,
about copy
I live in Freedom Town, Andre.
Yeah, it's
I'll do
very
what
true.
I want.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, that's how I felt about copy trading for the longest time. Just why not? If I'm gonna blow money, I want to blow it 5 times as fast, 20 times as fast. But I've started to grow fond of it.
Oh no, he's coming around. Here we
Well,
go.
you're those days are getting low, fading because you're a good trader. You should be trading live.
Love it how a truck that hit a tower. Oh. All right, I see where that truck that hit a tower from a major fiber data center. I see where that whole story is originating from. Thank you, Robert.
Is it true?
I don't know.
Is it true? Is it true?
I'm not sure. I haven't verified it. This is all news to me.
Well, somebody said I was lying, so I read it on Twitter. So everything on Twitter is correct, according to free speech.
It's all true.
Thanks, Jack. We're watching this gold. Crude not doing a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, Jack, we can jump in whenever you're ready. We're ready with it. Let's do it.
Hey, we talked a little bit about Series 3 earlier. How about a Series 3 question?
Ooh,
Ooh, yeah.
All right.
Don't do us dirty like last week, Jack.
What was the question last week, Dakota?
I don't know. It was a rough one.
Yeah, it was.
We had
I got
to
a
do
fresh
math.
book.
I got a fresh
New
book too.
Yeah, Dakota, 8 times 5 equals what, coach? Here is
40,000.
He got you there, Dakota. He got you.
I'll pay someone to do my math.
Whoa. Wow. Man. Oh, wow.
Do we got that Series 3 ready? Dakota's
Yeah.
getting feisty.
Yes, he is.
There we go.
That's what
You don't have
Mayweather
to
would
count
say.
money.
Mayweather struggles to read.
Yeah.
He does struggle.
You don't have to count money to spend it. All of the following.
Is that what he says?
Something
Pretty
similar.
much, yeah.
I didn't quote.
The comments so good. All right.
All of the following make
baffled.
up the carrying charges for a cash commodity, except margin interest, insurance, storage fees, or interest on borrowed funds. And we'll get that poll up there.
What's the difference between A and D?
That's what I'm asking. Well, we'll finally make up.
Therein
the
probably lies the answer.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
I got the answer. Why would interest on borrowed funds? If I borrowed money for my cash commodity, and I borrowed money, but then I don't have to borrow money. Well, if I don't have to borrow money, that's not a part. Well, I guess it's opportunity loss.
I'm gonna say D because it just stands out. It's the longest answer, and it just doesn't make sense. Even if I don't know it, D just doesn't make sense to me. It's between A and D, right?
But hold on. But you don't have to put margin. Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
But margin on interest, you don't get charged margin on interest, do you? No, you have money in your account.
I do not know this answer. I don't understand the logic behind it, so I'm going to need you guys to explain it to me.
Well, you're carrying a cash commodity, so you're carrying.
I got that.
grain.
Part of the
B and
poll.
C.
What?
B and C. Yeah.
What is? This is maybe an easy way to think about it. What is margin interest in trading futures?
There is none.
I don't know what that is. Yeah. So that's your answer. That's your answer.
Hey.
Yeah.
We'll give them a few more seconds.
Yeah, interest on borrowed funds. That is definitely okay. Thank you, Jack. That's how you have to think about it. What is margin interest? I don't. Yeah, never heard. Yeah.
All right, let's see
Watch
the
it beep
answer.
yours. Yeah,
No,
okay.
that'd be incredible though. It's margin interest because as far as I know, I'm not reading from the book right now. I did the same thing when I looked at this, but then I was like, wait, what is margin interest when you're trading futures? You have to have your margin in the account, but you're not borrowing like you would if you were trading margin with
For
stocks
equity,
or something.
for equities, yes, right? If you're
Yes,
borrowing,
but that's how,
yes.
that's how you get the leverage, though. With the futures, you get the leverage because it's already built in. You have like the
Already built
minimum
in.
margin you
Thank
have to have, but you're trading something that's worth a whole lot more. So
Sweet.
Insurance
Gosh,
stores
that was a good one. That was a
That's
good one. Yeah.
New
You make
book?
that one, Jack?
New book. Who dis?
You make
I
that
like
one?
it.
No, new book.
Who
Don't
was
say what
studying about
book.
that book on Twitter? Was that Nick Dolby that posted that they were studying, or was it?
Oh, yeah.
Andre, you.
Yeah.
Andre, when are you taking your Series 3?
Yeah. I'm taking it, Rips. By the end of 2024, your boy will be Series 3 certified. I will have the 3, just like my boy.
2024, no.
That's what I said.
Andre.
I said that. I said 20.
Not
I said
2024. Q3, man. Come
all
on.
right, Q3. All right, Q3, which
You
is
need 6
2024.
months.
Q3 is 2024.
How
Not mistaken.
how does it work for the retakes? How often can
Good job,
you
Rick.
retake it? Is it like every 3 months, or is it like every 2 weeks?
No, I think you can take it right away, like first
job,
or
Rick.
second. I don't know. Anybody in here know the time buffer that they give you? Guys, it's not that
Do they look
hard.
down on people
And
that fail
Andre-
it 16 times in a row but pass on time 17?
Yeah, you still get it. You could fail it
Yeah, you
50
still
times.
become a
As long as
lawyer.
you pass one time, you're licensed.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't know
brute
if there's
force
really a way
time.
to
Let's do
pass-
this.
or, I don't know if there's a way to fail that many times. It's not that. You just got to know basis.
hey, if you
basis
have a
equation?
dream, you can do anything you want, Michael.
Yes. The basis equation, you got to know that one. I mean, those are going to be quite a few of them. I'll read the book, and that's all I did. And I got a 19 twice on my ACT. Andre,
Look at you
you got
now.
a 36, didn't you?
No, that's definitely not true. Definitely did not get a
Well,
36.
if you want some information, experience not a prerequisite to take the exam, but if you do fail the Series 3, there is a 30-day waiting period before you can take it again. If you fail the
I can only
Series
hit
3 times, they cut off your thumbs. No, wait. That's
Oh.
Upper Greenwich Village. Hold on a
I
second.
can't wait to take the Series 3. It's going to be fun.
I was thinking about just raw
If
dog.
you fail it
See
3
how-
times, then there's a 180-day waiting period.
Ooh, that's gonna be a long
Oh, my.
180 days.
Yeah.
You're gonna get lit up for those 180 days. Oh my god!
That's-
You know
better
how
believe it,
nervous
Andre.
do you know how nervous I was? Because I'm like,
You didn't tell
look,
anybody.
if you're running a prop company, you've been in the futures market since 02, and then you go to fail it, and you have TopstepTV, and then you got 140 employees that we have or whatever we have, and they're like, I'm working for an idiot. Like, I'm working with an idiot. We don't work for each other. We work with. We're a team. And then, like, guy can't even pass. Yeah, dude, that was all running through my head.
100%.
And then,
Nice.
Ah, there it is. There it is. That cheeseburger never tasted better, man.
oh, Jack, you said I had my address on here. I don't live in Grand Junction. That's a testing center.
Oh, I
That
just
right
saw
there.
an address and wanted to point it out as quickly as possible. But
You can come find me
good
there
on
if
you.
you want.
where are you
Hang
going to
out
take it
in Grand
again?
Junction.
Take mine, dude.
Oh no, Dakota's gonna take it at that test center, right, Dakota? Or no, you got one?
Yeah, I could
closer?
take it at Grand Junction. I was actually, and what's even a lot more difficult is working on my CFA. That's 3 levels where you have
That's-
to take
that's
your level
good
1
for you.
CFA.
Yeah, that test
2,
is
and
no
3.
joke.
Yeah, that's a tough one, guy.
And if people are like, "Hey, why would you even take the test? It's stupid. Why aren't we just trading here?" Dude, become a professional in your space. Like, why would you go to back to school? I got my undergrad. I mean, like, I got my undergrad. I didn't go back to get my master's or MBA or whatever all that stuff is. But if I was going in a profession where I wanted to polish and become as well rounded as I possibly can in whatever field, then yeah, I would do that grad
All
school.
right, we got buyers stepping here. Gold continued to rally. Gold rally. Last trade 24.58 and 30 cents. New highs all time. Now making new all time highs. Last trade. I'll call it 41,100. About 8 points off the all time highs there. Lead. Yep, S&P just made new highs of the day. High of the day 57.06 and 3/4. Nasdaq lagging. Nasdaq still beneath VWAP. VWAP at 20,584. Last trade 20,564. About 20 points beneath VWAP there. Anything else? What do you got? What
Yes,
No.
lots of math in the CFA exam.
Yeah, I'm seeing how brutal it is. Yeah, good luck on that one.
Yeah, yep. You take one. Sometimes you might have to wait 6 months or a year to take the second one. If you miss it, too bad. You have to wait.
Yeah.
It's rough.
I mean, stack your credentials up. That's also cool too.
Is that why people are? Is that why people are
You
super
should
putting those
super
letters at the end? Putting those letters at the end of their name in their signatures and stuff. That's
Are you knocking the guys that put a DR in front of their name? Huh?
Not if they're my doctor. They better have that DR in front of
Yeah,
their name.
well, they're checking you out.
You
gonna knock them.
If I'm going to see them, there better be a DR in front of that name.
Really flex on that title, doc.
Yeah, it's not Mr.
Yeah, man,
it's
I'm going
Chartered
for my
Financial
CFA.
Analyst.
This the Series 3 is kind of just the stop. I mean, I picked that up along the way.
Oh God,
What was Dr. Dre? Dr. Dre, I like that one.
I'll pick up my Series 3 along the way. It's like, oh yeah, honey, I'll pick up some eggs before I get home.
Yeah. You want a soda?
We're
You want me to stop at
everyone, right? Like,
we
we have a beautiful audience. We're in like a huge environment, and we have so many traders that look up to us. Why not? It only makes sense to.
You're right.
As we're moving
traders
higher,
know.
let's because we're on a highs in S&P. 100% agree with you, Dakota. I think any influencer, you should be like, did you pass your 3? And if they're like, why would you? Again, I mean, like if anybody's on a podcast talking about how to manage your taxes, you're just gonna, oh, that guy's really entertaining. No, man. Like, did you pass your? Put it in your description. I passed my series, whatever. And then you're straight up, at least a checkbox off that you're SHIT.
You can
And
check
be
with-
So if you get
call it
50% on the test, did they give you a Series 1.5 by chance?
Wow, Rips.
Oh, wow, Rips.
Is that
Your
where you went
dad
on your
jokes
break?
are incredible.
Is that where you went on your break to get that?
I spent the whole time crafting that one.
I love it.
Speaking of people going away, my dad left to go get his Series 3, never came back.
Oh, shit.
Hold on.
It was right next to the milk.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, he wanted milk, cigarettes, and his Series 3, never made his way back.
Got the first 2, but that damn Series 3. All right, we are
I think that's what
ripping
caught him
higher.
up.
We are ripping higher in gold. New all-time highs. 24, 6.2. Keep pumping higher, and wow, gold is on the. I know Dakota is targeting 2,600 in gold. Rips is a comedic genius, says Randy H. He makes me laugh pretty much every time he's on here.
Jack, I feel like we cut you off a few times. What sweet jokes that were putting you on the spot? What sweet jokes did you have?
Yeah.
Oh, they were.
So I'm
fire,
actually
but now
looking
you
for a
don't have to hear
long
them.
on the Nasdaq. If it breaks above 580.
He just got.
Hey, Jack, before you go, we're making it high. Before you go, do you guys ever in Dakota? You look like Matt Damon. Do you ever see him and Kim, was it Kimmel or him and where they bring him on and then they would never have time for him and he'd be cut off?
Yeah,
And he
yeah.
just
Jimmy.
flipped out.
Yes. Yep.
Jack, that's what we're kind of doing to you, so I apologize. Or Dakota just did to you.
Wow. Okay. Nasdaq is bouncing pretty hard off that break.
Yeah.
Higher low and now a new higher high. So, range bound day. It really is. Buy the low 500s and sell it when we get up to these mid to high 600s. So now we're back going to go test 600. Range bound trading. How do you trade it? Buy the lows, sell the highs. Simple.
Of the range.
Hard to do in the moment because you have that fear of it breaking out as Nasdaq does so many times or breaking down. But it's been working.
Andre, zone 6. Kind of like
held.
talking like that. It held.
You do or don't? I do like talking like that.
I do like talking
Me
zones.
too. Right, but yes, I did. We'll talk after. But I've got some ideas on how we can dial
Okay.
this in. But yeah,
Okay.
zone 6 did hold. Zone 5 and 4 didn't on the way down. So
We're gonna have to put the coach or who we get the levels from
that's fine.
because we're trying to build a whole new opportunity here at Topstep. If you're like good at analyzing markets, there might be an opportunity even for the analysts here, Andre.
I know where you're going with this. That's fine.
I
like
if we can
that.
get
Yeah,
everybody
You're thinking
the
JS
best of
services,
the
you're
best
thinking-
all working together, it's kind of what you and I have been talking about.
you're thinking
There's
about
something
JS
to that, MP, because myself included, sometimes, and I've seen other traders where they're really, really good at analyzing the markets, but then they might struggle with executing or managing risk
Yep.
or whatever that situation. And it's like maybe there's a disconnect for a period of time, but the levels are very amazing. It's just sometimes you struggle to execute.
Or maybe you can't
or
do all
trade those.
things. Like maybe you can't do it all. Like there's totally you go to a hedge fund. It's not like one guy. Well, I mean, some of them do it probably.
I mean, full transparency. I want to wait till Hogue gets back tomorrow to get his full take on it, because I think Hogue's levels are money, and I'd like to see how the best way we could present it from Hogue's perspective.
Yeah, but I think there's an opportunity too.
Oh,
Yes, and we
yes,
learn in
and.
leadership school. Yes, and
What's up, Junto?
none of this no but.
What's up, Junto?
yeah, that's great. The ability for us to then find awesome analysts that provide great levels, maybe have them work up through the ranks in like a combine type of tryout type of thing. I don't know how we do this. It's not going to be like a whole new program. Like, hey, provide us levels. I don't know. But if we can get a filtering system like we do, of vetting out the best, it comes up to Express, it comes up to Live, and then those that go up to like, we're watching you, we're sharing your levels. Oh, the whole community hates them. See, you're not on the board anymore, or they come back. I don't know. They had to upvote a certain individual that kicks ass with levels. That individual, if they stay on the top, we can pay you out somehow for your time and for your data. That's what's going through my head and Dre's head and others with this level stuff.
Hey, speaking of, bulls are on the move here in the ES. So new high of the day, 57.14. Again, new all-time highs, 57.18 3/4. So we hit 57.19. Those are new all-time highs in the ES. We are less than 5 points, as I say, less than 6 points away from new all-time highs in the ES. We got new all-time highs in the Dow. We got new all-time highs in gold today, folks. Here on TopstepTV. Hashtag fast markets. Get those submissions in. Turn those around to you in about 40 minutes or so. All right, let's do a recap here with these guys. Rips is up 2,100 in his live account. Well done, Rips. Good to see him trading the live account and being profitable. MP, no position.
That's the last
up?
3 times that we've been on fast markets here. Trading the live account all 3 times, 100% hit rate there.
Woo! Love it, Rips.
Mm-hmm.
See how he did that? Kind of like how D did it too. Worked on his sim, refined his strategy, took it on the chin. Got back up, dusted himself off, now trading that live and now being profitable in that live. That is the evolution. That's the full circle of life here as a trader at Topstep. Great shit, Rips. Good stuff, man.
And
Thanks,
going toe to toe with some sim only influencers on Rip. I like that.
We don't need to talk about that, man.
I love how the sim only influencers probably would never pass the 3. You're like, okay, you guys keep talking. Who cares? I care. This is my thought. And then they are never trade live. They used to trade live when they were at Topstep. And then I care about that one too.
The breath in your lungs, MP. Not even worth it.
I know. That's why I don't talk about it anymore.
That's good.
You tweet anything yesterday, Michael?
What is Dakota at? How much you up, Dakota?
I lost track. I don't know who you guys are talking about or what's going on.
No, we're talking about
I'm flat.
We generalize.
Oh, okay. No, I'm flat. Just hanging out. I mean, it's range bound day. Now we could probably just see chop to the end of the day. Done trading for it. That's it. There's my Tuesday.
Rips.
It was a nice day for you.
Rips, question. Yesterday, Eddie told us, broke the news that Moody's and Goldman Sachs are talking about possible rate cut end of July FOMC meeting. What's your take on that? Is this becoming an actual possibility?
It is and it isn't. If we have news suggesting that we have favorable news for the economy, I would be shocked if we saw that. But it's definitely something that it's worth having that chatter come to the head of the discussion here. Can't get the words out, but I think that the markets are currently pricing in that we're going to see that first cut, not in July, but coming up in September. That FOMC rate decision is going to be on September 18th. So we are looking at right now a 93% chance of a cut in September. July is, it's pretty close. It's a month and a half prior to that, but I just don't see that happening. If we're looking at the Fed fund futures rate, they're currently pricing in a 93% chance in July that we will hold rates where they are right now, and then a 93% chance in September that we will cut rates then. So I don't agree with that analysis, but it is worth bringing that to the head of the discussion currently.
Some stuff, Rips. So SEP for well, I want to say for sure, 93% certainty. July on hold for the time being. Great stuff, Rips. But yeah, I thought it was noteworthy that.
Yeah, I mean, we have what, 15 days until that meeting? Yeah, 15 days, 2 hours, 44 minutes. But who's counting? We have that meeting coming up at the end of July. So
someone's looking at the
we'll
website.
See what happens. I'm not expecting any surprises, but hey, that's the beauty of the market. We could have Jerome Powell pull a rabbit out of his hat, and we could see that rate cut coming early. But has the market already priced it in? Is the market going to fail on that rate cut when we see it? TBD. Let's trade it as it lies.
Love it, man.
Andre doesn't do that. Andre, do you do that in golf? Do you play it as it lies?
Every time, Mike. Every single time. I don't stop counting after 8. Unlike you. You stop counting after 8. Just mark me for an 8. Some of my favorite words. Just put me down for an 8.
I will have to say this, though. I seen MP. He sent me a scorecard, and it was 10. So he does.
Where do you think he learned that? Where do you think he learned that? What do you think told him?
I'm proud to be transparent and send people my actual me.
Gold.
Probably it was gold. Actually, it was 12. Actually, it was 12. I put a 10.
Oh. Usually the way I play it is max is just double whatever par is. So if it's a par 3,
I know.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Andre's like, you can't just play for real.
Stop counting. It
kind of goes back to the performance dashboard, Andre. If we want to roll it back to there, that's you as a real trader. So when you talk to people and you said I'm up or whatever, your real trading is what those stats say on there, your average and all that kind of stuff. That's what you're batting in the league. So again, always good if you're on TopstepX to look at the performance center to see how you're doing. And then what you need to improve on, you can just see average winner, average loser, win rate, what days you're trading well on and not, and then tips from our little AI, Coach T,
the vicious AI.
Yes,
you see some of those tips. Jack was sharing those on Friday, and man, Coach T could be no hesitation, no hold back.
Well, that's what I don't know what the humanoid is gonna say. I don't know what it's gonna say. So I don't know.
I think I heard Jack
working on the team
somewhere there. Jack, did you have something?
No, we'll be scanning for more of those. But yeah, Coach T is, as we said, it is not human. It is not computer. It is something entirely new.
Doesn't hold punches. Coach T. Coach T's having a bad day. Look out. Look out. Yes. You are going to get it. Coach T.
You're going to get it.
Yeah,
go to your performance dashboard. Coach T's just having a crap day. It's going to lay into you.
It's going to lay. Hey,
my very first trade, I traded in my XFAs on TopstepX. I took it in my slow markets class, and I looked at the statistics, and Coach T just said, you need to reevaluate your trading strategy.
It'd be awesome if you said life. You need to reevaluate your life.
Starts giving you life advice.
You
need to be more open and honest with yourselves.
Coach T.
Coach T takes over and does.
You never know. It could be the best.
I'm watching this gold chart has just been very, very impressive. Up in a way. I know I keep talking about, hey, buyers. Someone woke up in Crude, got buyers stepping in here last trade, $81.19. High of the day. $81.26, but I'm seeing higher prices if I go back. Okay, call it $80.37. But yes, last trade in Crude, $81.19. I believe my man JD's right with some XFA P&Ls, leaderboards, payouts, all that good stuff. This is one of my favorite stats of the day. JD, what are we looking at today, my man?
What's up? We've got XFA P&Ls from yesterday. Here they are. First, we have Yude, more than 26 grand trading gold and the Nasdaq. Breaking it down, $5,900 trading Nasdaq and $20,500 trading gold. Nice day for Yude.
Ooh-wee.
Then we have Anthony, Sam, Adrian, and Yusuf, all with impressive days trading the Nasdaq. All right.
Nice.
We have our payouts from yesterday.
Yes.
Monday's payout board.
Best stat, man. This is my favorite stat.
Jeanette, or
Whoa.
over 15 grand. Henry, 14,500. Rajdeep, almost 13,000. Digba, 10,000. And Casey, just about 10,000. How did Casey fall $2 short at 10,000?
Yeah, why not take a $10,000? I don't know.
Question.
Well,
Interesting.
don't you have to like
But,
file some form if it's
I was
10,000?
gonna say, yeah, at the casino. At the casino, you never cash out 10 grand.
Who's
Shifty
KCS?
FD.
What are they doing?
Cash out $9,998.
Next level.
Yeah, there you go, Dakota. You're onto something.
That's what we got for now.
Thank you,
the
JD.
CFA test right there.
That's the CFA talking right there.
CFA's pop quiz.
Never go 5 digits. Keep it 4 digits. All right.
Yeah, I actually, I rarely ever trade on TopstepX, and I just checked. I have a really interesting message from Coach T on mine. I mean, let me see if I can bring this into frame here.
I was just say, step it up.
No, it's
start trading TopstepX.
It says, "Are you kidding me? This is how you actually trade. Maybe you should try tuning into slow markets with Coach Dakota daily at 8 p.m. CST."
Nice try.
Wow. Well done.
That's interesting.
Oh wow!
Your jokes
was
today
pretty good.
are spot.
Rips is
I can't believe Coach T is ruthless.
Rips
Damn,
brought the
Coach T.
fastball today, man.
Unbelievable. Coach T has pulling no punches over there.
You should
Yeah.
make that a bit where Coach T just lights random people up on the show.
Tough love.
Yes, that was well done. All right, pushing high. Gold still buying. Gold buyers. Flyer Jim loved it. Well, shout out Flyer Jim.
Hey, what do you think the most effective form of coaching is? Tough love. What's the other ones? I've only been a
kick
part
in the
of one in
butt,
my
kick in the
entire
butt, or a pat on the back?
There you go. There you go.
Sit in the bench.
What do they call it? The stick or the
Yeah,
carrot?
All right, put it in a
On
poll.
the bench.
Put it in a poll. Yeah, what's a better coaching style? Kick in the butt or a pat on the back?
Kick in the butt.
This is pretty
100% for me.
I respond to a kick in the butt.
100%
Yeah,
for me.
I
kick in the
agree.
butt.
Some
If
people
it
don't.
comes from a place of like, you know, but kick in the butt should be a place where you're trying to help that person get better. We're gonna put it in a poll. And
Tough
Hopefully,
love.
this pool of
That's
hard knocks
tough love
can
all
help
the
out
way.
the Chicago Bears.
Hey, they're filming. They're filming. You better be watching. You better be watching. You better be watching.
I haven't seen it yet.
No, they just
Gotta
started
wait for
filming. They just started
wait for the Bachelorette to end.
priorities. Man, gold is
Just wait for Coach T. He's got much more coming.
So
Gold
all-time
shoe.
highs coming into the day, 24.54. We are $13, $12 higher than the previous all-time highs in GC.
Gold.
Yep.
There's always a bull market somewhere.
Really is, Dakota.
Oh, yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, somebody was
We're-
asking,
we're-
they said that gold is not at all-time highs. If you're on Tradeovate, there's a button called B80G that is adjust for contract changes. If you turn that off, you will see that gold is actually nearing all-time highs here.
Andre, house account. What are we gathering? It's trading 20,005.
Watching the
62.
other markets.
We have zones.
I would like a long right here, MP, on the NASDAQ. It's been
Hey.
starting to make higher lows and higher highs. So
See that?
buying here at 560s. Looking for a push
Sweet,
back
check mark,
towards
560.
600.
Yesterday's value area low. We're in zone 6. Yesterday's value area low, 563. 563. Well, 2 check marks.
Value area low 556 and 563.
563. Dakota, you like 560s, correct?
Yeah, 560s. So it's a zone for me. If you buy 565, I'm happy. If you buy 555, I'm happy. If you buy now, I'm happy.
Personally, I want to see it pull back to 548.75, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, I saw 48 too.
548. Thank you, guys. That was really quick. That was efficient. Quick. All right, so
zone
we got a
six.
zone 6. Yep, got it. 548 to 560. So we got break beneath 560, Mike, on a pullback. We can. There is room. 554. Look at the 5 minute here. So, Michael, I got 2 check marks here. 10 lot, 15 lot in the NQ. Thank you. Beneath.
Well, where?
Anything beneath 60? Well, I know Rips likes the 548. What likes here?
That is
I know
correct.
We got value area low 563, also 556. So I think we got beneath the 563s. Obviously, we can't time the perfect price. We're looking for movement to the upside. If we get the pullback, I don't know if we're gonna get 548s. That'd be obviously. I see what you're saying.
You never know.
Rips. No, you don't. You absolutely do not, especially in the NQ.
Yeah, it was a pullback on the Globex pullback there. That's an area of interest. So
I see that now. Around. Yep. Interesting.
right around 4:15 this morning.
Yep.
Eastern time, mind you.
Yep. I'm taking a picture of this. What do you think is better or more impactful? Kick in the rear or pat on the back? Taking a picture of it. So my wife and I were talking about parenting styles. So it'd be like, yo, Casey, like this is, 76% of people think this is effective.
70% of traders tuning into the
traders.
You're pulling traders here. You're pulling traders, Michael. There's a caveat here.
Mothers may be different. They have a different style than fathers. From what I'm learning, and what her podcasts are telling me,
there's no playbook to parenting. No manual.
No script. Yes, there is, according to the podcast world.
Gosh.
I could get behind a mix of both. I feel like a good mix of both would be the most.
I don't think
reasonable.
anything's really binary anymore.
I agree. Joke in there somewhere, but all right, we'll see this pullback.
We are pulling back here to the 65s. We hit the top of that range, which was right about 77 halves. So a pullback here to anywhere below 60s is nice.
Yeah. See that?
Where would our stop be then? Where are we wrong if we get in the
40s to 37 halves? 37 halves probably.
You're ready, Michael.
518 for me.
I mean, I agree with that, but I'm trying to be realistic a little bit.
The risk, the risk on the house account.
That's what Rips was saying this morning. You got to have conviction. You got to have intestinal fortitude to take heat on these trades. All right, Michael, dipping in these.
That's what made Dakota $40,000 today. Don't forget that.
Man, if I would have just closed out, it would have been the same as Thursday, where I took a loss, and then the next thing I know, we're right at the lows, selling off 200 points.
That's adapting to the market that you're in. Well done.
No, he was short the entire time. So,
hey, we got Euro close in 2 minutes.
That is right. Let's see if we have any auctions coming up here. Nothing. Oh, excuse me. Nothing.
All I got, Rips, is Kugler. That's all I got left on the
That's
calendar.
it. Yeah, that's it. And that's all. We have API crude inventories this afternoon, but that's long after the market closes.
Andre, do you have time to go to the restroom?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Who's executing the house account trade?
I am at this point. We're getting. The team.
We're not breaking below 60s just yet. So.
Well, here we go.
Well, you put a bid in. Why don't you just work a bid?
Yeah, could do that for sure.
Okay, I could definitely do that.
You want to do?
You said below the 60s?
Mm-hmm. I think 57, 55, 48.
Yeah, there you go.
On down.
55 on 10.
I know I'm going to get there.
Here it comes.
Here we go. 55 on 10.
We got 7. We have.
Right,
I had a. No, now we have 10.
What price?
Now we have 55.
Okay, good.
Very nice.
10, 20,
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Love
Yeah,
the
nice
times.
pull into that dip.
You've earned that bathroom break.
Yeah, I think you're good.
Earned it.
Give it a walk.
Yeah, go to the bathroom.
Do we have stops in?
You got to stop it, MP.
Nope.
At what time? Or what was the stop? 37s.
I mean,
works.
Yeah, 37s are
Oh,
nice.
we have 15. We have 15 on.
Woo, let's go.
55.
And he's gone.
Love the bathroom trade. Dude, one of my favorite trades is the bathroom trade.
Oh, look at this
Trade
thing
on front of the
rocketing off these
bathroom.
lows here. Beautiful
Yeah.
trade. What an execution there.
Well done, guys. Great,
Beautiful.
great conversation.
Great call.
Great conversation.
Great call, Rips.
Love that.
That was it. Did it almost hit your 48s.
Yeah, very close, very close. But that pull into those 50s was juicy. See what Euro close brings us here. Since it already came and went, let's see how it operates around these levels here.
Here's Rips level 48.
Oh, there's your 48s.
Yep. That's 15.
I want to zoom into this price action a little bit here.
Do it. And the house account is long 15 from 20,555. We're selling coming in. We got to stop at 37.
Oh, there we
Boy.
go. All right, here's a 37.
No way we got stopped. Ah,
Uh-huh. See how quickly you can go to the restroom and back, and we're down $4,000. All right,
did
so
you flush the toilet too hard? I think the markets were listening to that.
yeah, I go in the bucket right there. All right, so what happened here? Fell out of bed.
It fell out of bed, but I think we can get back on the horse there.
Yeah,
Trade's
would
still
you cover
valid
where you
for
at?
me until we break below 20s.
Yeah, 24 and 3/4 is kind of that line in the sand for me too, Dakota.
But it is getting a bit scary. Because if we do break, it's, I think, daily lows.
Yeah.
Look at this sell-off.
Sellers.
Wow.
Hey, that's why you
what
hate.
a
That's why you.
selling lead.
It's exactly why you have stops. It's exactly reason why you have
Exactly.
stops.
We'd be down. We'd be hitting our loss limit.
All right, we sold 37s.
I mean, you did have S&Ps that made that. Well, it wasn't a new high for the day, but not at all time. But it was close to the all time. Pull back hard. Talk out the trade. That's what we're doing, guys.
Yes, we are.
I kind of
Well, I
want
mean,
to.
listen, it sounds like
you can be-
Psycho,
Yeah.
Sicko in the chat says, "Really? Can't y'all see the wedge broke?" So no, we did not
Mm.
see the wedge break. We missed that part.
No,
of
we
the
missed
trade,
that
but
part.
it popped back up.
Okay.
I don't see.
Yeah, we
any
almost hit that
wedge.
24 level there for that. The lows that we're looking for, the lows to hold there at those 24s. So see if it actually wants to hold there.
So if you're saying it's going to hold, what would make it then show that it slipped out? I mean, it's a
Break below 22 halves.
so you
Like
have
a
a really
strong
tight.
break below 22 halves.
Yeah.
Yep,
Hey,
I'm the
man,
same
this
there.
don't
Break
feel
below
right.
that.
My donkey senses are tingling all over.
Tick for a tick.
Ooh, beautiful, Nick. Nick for a tick up 7,100 in a single
Wow.
exit.
There we go. Love that.
Gave you a shot on Psycho. Gave you a shot. Can't y'all see the wedge broke? Did not see that. Otherwise, we would not have taken that trade. I don't even,
Yeah,
know,
I don't see any wedge.
I don't even know what the wedge break means. I don't know what the wedge
Well,
break means.
you then have to. This is what's funky about technical. Like what? Okay, what time frame? Like you could go to any time frame.
I know. Hindsight
What is it,
capital is
hour?
back, Hoop. Hindsight
Ooh,
capital.
love
is
hindsight capital.
the best. All right, train 536.
36. We're hanging out.
All right, Euro close has come and gone. We got 24 minutes, 22 minutes left here in fast markets. Good. Hey, good downside risk. I like the risk management. It's fine. Tight stop.
Fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Down 4Gs. Handle that.
These little flush outs that we're seeing, like an extra 30 handle move.
All right, let's see if we could break. If we break these 20s, I think it's right back down to the low of days.
The low
Yeah,
of
that 24
days,
is that line in the sand for me.
Mm-hmm.
What would help you? What would get you into a short right now if you're looking at that? Or are you just saying if it breaks 24,
If it
below the
actually
20.
snaps like 22 halves, if it refreshed liquidity, did 22 halves snap and then broke back above 22 halves, and then you have heavy offers, that's where I'd be looking at shorting it. But that seems to be the line in the sand right now.
So right now you could get buyers to step in and this thing shoots up
100%.
All right.
And I
Yes,
like
came
to
right
look
back
at the risk reward point of view, because you have a much better risk reward to the long side. But then if we do break, I mean, that's where you have a cheap trade, right? Like, shout out to Hogue. It's a cheap trade where we could get in here and the stop loss is really close to our entry. But then the probabilities is
Correct.
not very great because we have a lot of bearish momentum. But and that's that balance that we have risk reward versus probabilities.
100%.
Quick shout out to Jesse Yu. Jesse Yu just passed my first combine. Well done,
There
Jesse
you
Yu.
go, Jesse.
Love it, man.
Oh, yeah.
Love Jesse. That could be girl. Love it. First,
Well
Jesse.
done.
Well done is right. Not the easiest of trading. You pass your first combine in this environment, you got some good chance ahead of you, man. Shout out to Jesse.
Okay, it is not catching a bid yet.
Not. That's okay. So this reversal is the reversal challenge right here. You flip it long to go short.
Oh yeah, no, I love that Topstep
Here we
TV
go.
tradertainment. We have the Topstep TV reversal challenge. Putting that together.
Shout out to Trevor. Thanks
This
for
is
tuning
where it
in.
gets interesting.
Okay.
Potential triple
Yes, it
bottom here.
is.
If not, we get that break and then that huge snap and roll.
When it happens, it's going to happen fast too.
Yeah, agreed.
Going. Here we go.
All right, chat, what do you think? Do you think we break below the 500s or we go back up to the 600s? Which touches first, 500s or 600s? Great. While I'm doing this, Paul, you're so close to. You're only 30 handles away from the 500s. So
Yeah. So you would think, right?
how about this? What does it touch? Sorry, what does it touch? 600s first or new lows? That's fair.
Okay, I'm long.
Now you're long.
Yep. From I don't know what price. 34 and a quarter.
So then we have the
Michael.
24s. What zones do we have, Andre? 20s, 506 to the 20s.
We're still in zone. We're still in zone. We're in between zone 6 and zone 7 right now. Zone 7's 520 support. We blew through that the first time though. Support 1 held at 488, I would say. 488 held down there in zone 8, but zone 7 kind of went through. All right, Dakota is long.
I mean, we
Old
can
still
jump on
pushing
with a
there.
5 lot. We have a 5 lot, but if it gets to 24 in the 30s, we should probably go 5 and 5. Is that to stay with the whole theme? But then if the floor falls out, then we're stopped out. Where
Liars.
Rips was saying below the 20s. 20. Yeah, we got zone 7. It's 506 to 520. And then we got
S&P
Rips
just
talking,
bounced off
Dakota
VWAP.
talking. What's
Also
Jay
making
saying?
Huge bounce. Nice call there, Dakota. Huge move.
Where's Jay?
Well, thank you. Well, 600s are new lows.
Now let's see if we can keep this momentum or if we just wick.
Yep.
Yeah, we have to hold above the 50s here for this momentum.
Yep.
Above the 50s, yeah. First long was from 555. We were liking that entry too because we did push higher, but then the euro close came in. Sellers did come in and push it down to the 20s, 27s ish. So we had her stop. It worked effectively. Trevor's watching from West Loop. Where are you, Trevor? Watching from the West Loop. See you. Maybe up there in Old Irving
what's
Park.
up?
Irving Park.
All right.
All
Let's
right.
see if we get some.
We'll make new
momentum.
highs.
Come on.
Where would you
So
put
for
it?
that
Where would you
momentum
put it?
above the 50s here.
Yeah.
There
Very
we go.
nice there,
That's
Dakota.
what I like to see.
Beautiful push. Let's see this momentum carry us through to 55, possibly 60 here. Gorgeous
Thanks,
pull.
Yep.
Yeah.
There he is. All right, still pushing here. What are you targeting, Dakota?
Higher. We'll see what this gives
Love
us.
it. That's how I
we're gonna
answer. I'm a smart ass
We're
that
just
answers like that.
range trade, right? We're looking to buy the lows, sell highs. We'll see if we can gain some momentum. There is definitely some resistance here at the mid 550s. So 550s in the mid, because we have resistance back at 9 a.m. We had this little pivot. So this is going to be interesting. Do we break through this pivot and we go back up to the 570s? I would love to see that. Or do we have resistance and then we turn around and come back down? Only time shall tell.
I just closed out on that one, Dakota. Thank you for that trade idea. I'm just tailing you all day today. That was great.
Love it.
Hey, that's what we're for, right? Trading buddies.
Yep.
I'm in there too with the house account with what you guys said. It's not
I
my
like
trade.
it.
This is Andre.
Oh.
Andre gathered
I like
that
it, man.
very quickly.
I like it. I've always, we got these two levels. We can get these two guys' levels. Those are two check marks right there.
You know what so the zones, Andre, were not in the 556. And 556 to 84, zone 6 was floating around there. Then it flushed out. Because remember, we were getting long around the 56s. And it flushed through that. There's a big gap between there and the 20s. And then it firmed up around the 25s or whatever it was. 26.5s, yeah. So the zone 6 was trading there, fell out at the bottom of the zone. I'm trying to see if this
It was at the 24 and 3/4 down there that we were kind of watching. Dakota was looking at that as well.
And then zone 7 was the 20s down to the 06s, and that's where the stop. They're saying if it breaks through the 20s.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see how the levels match up to the conversation that we're having.
Well, Dakota's wide. Dakota had a wider stop. Dakota, what price you long from again?
34 and a quarter.
I like that. That's a nice
What?
price.
So am I. So is the house account. So is the house account right here, right now.
Yeah.
Can you firm up?
Hey,
Gold futures still going up there, by the way. Gold futures bringing the heat.
Yes, it is. Take a look at the tilt here. Hey, crude finally flattened out. We did see crude as high as 88% long, currently 56% long. Nasdaq 50-50, ES 50-50, GC gold 67% long. Gold pushing new highs, just blowing through the old all-time highs.
Brackets. Risking $2,000. Does it feel like it's running out of steam to the upside if you're looking at the price action?
Quite the contrary on what I'm reading on the order flow. It does look like it's actually firming up bids here. They're having trouble selling it lower. So no.
Yeah, I was just going to say that same thing. I mean, it looks like we're just slowly. We don't have that huge burst of momentum, but we're not selling off. And yeah, I agree. We're gaining buyers.
Okay, interesting.
Whatever. We're firming up. I'd love to see us break above 48. Just like that. Not quite. There we go. There we go. That's what I was wanting.
Yeah, rejection to the downside.
Beautiful.
Yep. Now let's see if we could test the mid 50s.
Beautiful.
Stop was too tight. Entry too early. We can review later. We're currently managing these trades right now. Rips in here. Rips in here. Oh, rips. Rips, you long or you flat? Sorry.
I'm flat. Oh, yeah, I'm flat. I
nice.
hit a little banger on that trade. So, yeah, we're flat.
In outs like a sniper. Good job. Assassins. If you get a 50% on your Series 3, do you get the 1.5? That's incredible. Just incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yes. So good.
It's not jumping up here to the 50, that zone 6. It's interesting. For all you guys.
Yeah, we are.
I'm just,
I mean, the problem is that for the sellers right now, we're not finding any liquidity to the downside. Anytime the auction is pushed down, we're finding hungry bidders. So that would suggest that we are going to see a breakout here to the top.
Yeah.
By this price here. So
MP, manage this trade. I'm gonna jump off for 30 seconds. Manage this trade. I'll be right back.
Uh-oh. It's like
You're still long there.
Hey, watch my position. I'll be right back. And the intern's.
Oh, you're long 634. Perfect. Beautiful.
Come on, let's get a break above these mid 50s.
Yep.
Yeah, we're running into that low liquid environment here. Liquidity has been tapering off ever since Euro close, but as long as we continue to find bid support above that 36 level, we still will potentially break out and rally. The next channel that we get above those 55s, which is where the liquidity gets a little bit loose, would be that pocket of liquidity between 60 and 77.
I can't break through the mid 50s. Let's break through the mid 50s.
Okay, just
Be interesting.
46 trade.
Interesting to start understanding these zones, as well as what you guys are saying. It's just I'm kind of digesting it all, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Scott says, "I'm going to digest it all and see what comes out."
MP has seen every single episode of that series.
Every one of
All right,
him.
back up here.
When he was off the show, I stopped really kind of like he was the one I followed.
All right, back up to the 50s. Let's see if we get this break. There's
There
that
we
break.
broke through.
There we go.
We broke
Nice,
through.
nice move.
Can we
Yeah,
hold?
we need this to hold. We need this to hold.
We're in zone 6, Andre. Mid 50s to 84s was the zone.
Pushing, yep. Our first trade, we were long from 555. Got stopped out 37s.
Yeah.
We got back in from 37. I like the conviction.
Yeah.
And this was another thing where we're just using the simple price action to tell the story of what's going on here. I mean, we come down, you asked the question, MP, doesn't this look like buyers are running out of steam? And, Dakota and I were talking about, no, it's the absolute opposite of that. We're finding buyers when we pull back, and that's going to give us that push to the upside here. The moment we have more liquidity is when we see that explosion there, which is what we just saw.
If they can stay in control, right? I mean, they're still got to stay in control.
Yeah, and we're just refreshing liquidity down there, because you have to imagine every single time that we have bids down there, it's people who are going to be selling higher. They're going to be wanting higher prices. So that's that's exactly what we just saw. Somebody asked, "Hey Rips, what platform are you using for Bookmap?" I'm actually using Bookmap for Bookmap, believe it or not. If you're talking about the data that I'm using Rhythmic for my data.
Oh, so is that? Hold on, is that a truck running into a data center? Is that a Rhythmic post or not?
I had no issues with my Rhythmic yesterday, so I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm not so sure.
I thought another.
All right.
I thought another firm updated that.
MP, we got a house account trade on. We got Dakota in a trade. We do need to get some plugs in here. Markets are kind of chopping around sideways right now. So if it's cool, I want to throw it to Eddie and get some plugs in. MP, good, cool.
Oh yeah.
All right, yeah, cool. Eddie, I'm gonna throw it to you. Markets trading 220,555. House account long from 37. Got about 8 minutes left here in fast markets. Eddie, what do we got for plugs? All right, back to the markets. We are currently trading 20,552. 20,552. We are long from 37. Let's get back to Eddie. You ready to go? Let's go.
Yes, I'll go as fast as I can here. Robert, Topstep Performance Dashboard Tutorial. Coach Robert recently released a 5-minute or less tutorial breaking down the new performance dashboard in Topstep X. I've got the link in chat. Going to post it right this very second. Also, we got some new TopstepTV new programming. Opening call London. And yes. And we got Deanna here just hosting her first ever London session show early this morning. If you missed it, tune in next Tuesday, July 23rd at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. That's July 23rd, 3:30 a.m. Early bird Central Time. Also, slow markets on Sunday nights. Coach Dakota, yes, this guy that is here trading with us is now streaming slow markets on Sunday nights at 8 p.m. Central Time. 8 p.m. Central Time, slow markets. Sunday night with that good-looking guy over there, Coach Dakota. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Yes, we do. He's on again for London tomorrow morning, Monday through Thursday.
Wait,
Shout out
he's
to
on
T
again? Okay.
every day.
Yeah, okay.
All right, last trade,
He's on again London tomorrow morning, Monday through
20,551. We are
Thursday.
long from 20,534 quarter. We were trying to catch a bid here, see if we move higher. Dakota is long as well. We have some hashtag fast market stuff. We will try to squeeze that in. Guys, let me know back there if we're ready with that. Markets are kind of moving sideways right now. Let's do it.
As well, also, too, all can be used interchangeably. Right, Andre?
What's going on? Yeah. Yes.
Welcome to Inside My Head, Rips.
What did he say? I'm reading some. What did you say back there? I'm trying to get some fast market stuff ready. What was the
Yo,
joke?
you'll have to go back.
I'll go back and watch it.
When you review tape.
I actually do. Believe it or not, I
know you do.
I watch.
All right, let's see if we can break up Nasdaq 560s right here. 560s. Let's get into
Target to the top side,
560s.
575 3/4, I think is a fair target. Coming on up.
Okay, well, I closed.
Pushing higher here.
Nice move,
closed
Dakota.
3,000
What a great
bucks.
trade. Look at that. So does
3,000
that put you 43,000 on the day?
That puts me 43,000 on the day.
Oh my goodness. You know, it's funny. I saw a lot of hindsight capital in chat here talking about how you're going to lose and the market's going to go down. I'm going to go ahead and say I think they were wrong on that one.
They could come back and fade me on Fridays, not to Tuesdays. Tuesday's my day.
Great trade, Dakota.
I used to be the best at Tuesdays because I remember I'd spreadsheet my shit and I always type, put it in how much I traded and all that kind of stuff. And where's our out? I took one off at 70, but I'm just
Higher.
kind of like, well,
that's what Dakota
Yeah,
said.
I like 70s, 72, 75 in this zone.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
75 3/4 is my level where I'd take this thing
All
off.
right. We're out. We took it off. A $5,000 day is a $1,000 loser.
Wow, good job. Nice call.
Hey.
Nice call.
Beautiful.
Nice work, MP.
Well done.
That away, baby.
No. This is a combination of your guys' conversation, Dakota making a pivot on his decision. We back and follow and get behind our funded traders' ideas, even if they should be live and they're in an XFA. And then Andre collected all that. Yeah.
This is pure expense for you, okay, MP?
I mean, XFA is about a data. Yes.
I mean, we were pretty close. We said 75 3/4. We took 76 and rejected. Wow. What a call, Dakota. Nice job.
Nice cover.
No, that was you. That was you.
Oh, no, it was you.
I got it from you.
No, it was
I got it from you, Dakota.
No, that was you.
I got it from you. It was this guy.
No.
All right, cool. All right, cool. We got sorry, guys. Nice trade. Nice cover. Nice in. Way to close that out on fast markets. Speaking of fast markets, we got hashtag fast markets ready to go. Let's do it, guys. What do we got?
Yeah, so this isn't technically fast market content right away at first, but
That's cool.
I made this and I want to show it because I didn't do it for nothing. Rips, a couple weeks ago, you were sick, and we sent you some stuff, and well, I threw this together, and I want to show you guys.
Hey there, Rips. James from TopstepTV here. No, we are really sorry that you were sick this past week. Missed your commentary, missed your market analysis. We really hope you're feeling better. That's why right now we're sending you to your house some chicken noodle soup and, of course, a Celsius, because you got to feel better and perk up. But I figured, you could probably feel a lot better if you combine the two.
Oh, God. No.
Yeah. Wouldn't be good. A little Celsius.
No.
James?
Oh.
James.
So
Drink
when
it.
you get the Celsius,
I
you
hope
get
he
the
drinks
chicken
it.
noodle soup. You want to be right as rain? Do what I do.
Oh,
Oh, God.
the editing on there is on point.
Look at the clenched fist. Look at the clench.
Yeah.
Two of them.
I'll see you next week. I hope you feel better, bud.
Oh
my
my bandana.
It
James,
looks
how
like
do
you
you
feel better, so you did that. I feel great.
Yeah.
I felt bad then. I feel good now.
Oh, goodness.
I mean,
Let me tell you, 1 out of 10, I don't recommend you do that. It doesn't taste good. Anyway,
looking
here's some
great.
fast
Oh,
market.
dear.
Oh, my God.
You're looking great even off camera. I mean, come on, James. That's
Oh,
great.
my goodness. Yeah.
Erin got part of the gold long on fast market. 2 micros because she's still learning, but thanks for hanging with us.
Oh,
We got
good job.
Becca. Got a good YM trade and
Let's see.
fast markets. Thank you to the hosts, Michael, selling rips, Coach DBA, locking it up. Still going to be here to enjoy the day, though. And let's take a look at some of the funnies before we go out of fast markets. Me trading NQ while trying to follow YM as it breaks out.
Look at that face. Pretty much, man. Pretty much.
This one's my
This
favorite
one's-
lost trader. The big NQ shorts.
I mean,
That one's so good. NP is Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take it.
Yeah, the
Coach
big
saying,
NQ
"Hey, Nick."
shorts. Yep.
That is so
And then
good.
finally, your Carl Hungus meme of the day. When I trade NQ, I choose Top Peak Artisan Coffee Brewers.
I want to know who this guy is because he is just literally a part of every meme I've ever seen in my life. You know, like
It's Harold.
average.
Everybody knows Harold.
He's got a name. Harold,
No,
yes.
What? Yes.
That's a real person, I guess.
Yeah, no, he's a real person. He gets stopped for photos all the time. I think he's German. He lives in Germany.
Oh, I'd love to see that
True
guy.
story?
Well done. Well done. All right, guys. Well, I'll go do a rundown of the schedule real quick here. We got coming up. That's been a very, you know what? We talk about these summer doldrums. I haven't seen summer doldrums. Yesterday was movement. Today was movement. All-time highs in gold. All-time highs in Dow. Got close to all-time highs in the ES. Not quite yet. We got the schedule coming out here for the rest of the day on TopstepTV real quick. Coming up next, power players, Joey Morgan. I see Joey Morgan in the green room where he was. A gallon of water with him. Then we got top quiz, Eddie and Ann Ree. Eddie always bringing the heat when it comes to those questions. Jack and Mick for shoulder tap. Then we got Market Stocking with D and Power Hour coming up this afternoon. Gentlemen, nice trading rips. Great to see you making profits in that live account again. Hell of a job. 3 for 3. Dakota, falling back in love with the copy trading. We'll see how that plays out. Nice call on that last long. MP, nice execution. Great conviction. Getting back in that long. Everybody, I hope you guys enjoyed those fast markets. We got
Andre,
our players coming up. What's up, Michael?
can we get an y'all suck? Everybody, like, you know how like when we break a huddle, you know, like break, ready, break. We're all gonna come together. Y'all suck.
All right, you guys. Y'all suck on 3. 1, 2, 3. Y'all suck.
Y'all suck.
Oh, incredible, incredible. That was fast markets. We got our players coming up next. Hope you guys enjoyed that. More to come today on Topstep TV. Let's go. back. Welcome back, everybody. We got power players in the house. This is definitely not his first time here. Joey Morgan, welcome back to Power Players. You are officially a power player. Joey, what is happening?
What's up, Andre? It's good to be here, man.
Awesome. Great to have you back. All right, let's get right into it. We know how Topstep found you. You know how Topstep found you, how you found Topstep, I should say. What are your thoughts on these markets right now? Because markets are moving.
They are moving. They are indeed moving. We just kind of been, it seems like it's just all-time highs, you know, and that's just kind of been the theme. And so right now, I'm just trying to play the theme, right? My expectation is we're going to keep running the highs until the market tells us otherwise. And so that's how I'm playing the markets.
Well, then, how has the trade been going as of late? You know, XFA, give us a little update on your account status.
For sure. Yeah, I have 2 XFAs and I have 3 combines that I'm working on building to the XFA level. I kind of hit like a little bit of a slump recently, just letting some trades run against me too much. For full transparency, I've kind of went through a little bit of a rut in trading, but that's part of it. It's a learning experience for everybody. We all go through those seasons as a trader. You know, the best thing you can do and take from that is to learn from it and move on from it. It's never good to sit and a losing season and dwell on it and let it affect you, because it's just going to continue to affect your trading. So take it as a learning lesson and move on.
Yeah, for sure. I got a question for you. How do you know when you're going to switch between you got 3 combines and 2 XFAs? How do you know when and where you're going to take these trades? What account? And is it time of day thing? Is it market movement? We are selling off here, but real quick question. What determines if you're going to take a trade in the combine versus the XFA and vice versa?
Yeah, so I usually start off with trading both XFA and combines together. But if I hit, you know, a good amount of profit in my XFAs, I'll probably stop trading the XFAs and I'll go straight into combines. Because I don't want to give up, you know, real profits, right? So if I can just if I can take the profits, put it in my pocket, and then move to the combines, get those passed, that's what I'll do.
What kind of
All right, Dolby. Go ahead, Dolby time.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask Joe, like, what kind of trader like are you in general, and is it, you know, maybe is it market state that you think maybe is that changed that put you in the rut, or is it unrelated?
I think it's just unrelated. I think honestly, it's just it is what it is. It's just a rut. Entries could be better. Stop losses could be better. I think that's just what I would call it. Like I say, it's a season. This is not my first season of rut that I've been through. I've been through, you know, a couple of them, and I've always pulled out of them. So it's just a season that we'll work through.
Nice. Yep, that's part of trading.
We got some sellers here in the house. Dolby time. Seen NQ.
Yeah, sellers are coming through.
Any levels you like here?
Oh, jeez, brutal.
Looks like that 48 level, 485 level on the Nasdaq. Getting ready to go down and test it. Running that could look to maybe test. Let's see, 470. Test a little bit of a previous resistance level that would become support. So if we run that 485 level, it could be a level to look at. But it looks like Nas is trying to come down and retest that 485 level. Currently, I'm watching the ES. ES is kind of hanging around VWAP at the moment. I gotta say, I've really been a Nasdaq trader.
Okay.
Right. I've really put a lot of my focus has been on the Nasdaq, but I took some trades on the ES today, and I gotta say that I really liked trading the ES. So a little bit of a confession, I might switch and become an ES trader as I trade it more.
Fair enough.
Anytime I've come on Topstep, I've always said I've been a psycho trading the Nasdaq and the volatility that it brings. With all the fake outs, the wicks that it can give you. But I don't know, the way the ES moves, it is very calm, and smooth moving, so to speak. So I like the way it moves, and I might actually make that switch.
All right, well, let's talk about ES levels now. What level? Yeah, go ahead. What levels in ES do you like there, Joey?
Right now, let's see, ES, we're below VWAP, looking like we might want to come down. We're trading 96. We might try to come down, trade 92, 90. Let's see, was that 92 and 90? Yeah, 90 level. So 90 to 92. As sellers are coming into the market, you know, if we get continuation below VWAP here and selling, we could see that 90 level push.
I like that. All right, Dolby time. I see you did take a short in the Crude. Talk to us about that Crude trade.
There's a nice little 5-minute range that I'm trying to get at here.
Okay.
Pretty much it.
We'll monitor. I'll
I'll try
monitor
to add
that.
a second one at 96, and we'll have a stop somewhere above 81. So we'll just see. I was looking for some downside here.
Got to
Sounds
say
good.
what's up to Isaac in the chat.
Yeah. Who's Isaac? Oh, Rivera? Yeah.
Yeah, Rivera.
What's up, Isaac? I did see some buyers step in there in the ES. Currently just beneath 5,700. Last trade, 50. Hey,
Buyers
5,700.
did step
57. Yep.
Buyers
Joey
brought
likes
back
the.
above VWAP.
Yes, they did. He likes the 92 to 90 level in ES. Keep an eye on that. Buyers did step in on the Dow. Also off those 41,000. Yeah,
We are in a
41,000.
lower liquidity time frame right now. The markets are pretty thin, so we could honestly just chop around and move to the right.
Yeah,
not true, Isaac. I remember you. I said your last name within seconds. Not true, Isaac. I remember you.
Who? Isaac?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said, we have a couple Isaacs on here. Isaac, you're not the only Isaac in the world. Hate to tell you. Yes, of course, our name is Isaac. Very well dressed gentleman. Enjoys a nice cigar. Finer things in life down there in Florida. So we're watching. We're watching here. Sellers coming in again here, Joey. Try to take a peek above 5,700 in the ES. I like these type of power players. We're just talking markets here. Got to know you.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
just talking markets, price action here.
Yeah, I do like the sellers. I mean, I like the sellers coming in and continuing below VWAP, potentially pushing us down on that 92 level, and we'll see kind of what happens down there. I'm not really focused on taking a trade at the moment because, like I said, we are in that low liquidity level and things can just bounce around. So I don't really take many trades during this time frame, but as of right now, I do like the sellers coming through to that 92 level.
Are you more of a morning trader? Like, do you trade the open? Do you trade before the open?
I would say most of my trades really take place anywhere from like 8. So the central time, obviously, but 8:45 to like 10:30. Yeah. At 11 o'clock central, that's where I usually see that low liquidity come in. Markets kind of moves a little bit slower, bouncing around, moving sideways. I try to stay out of that if I can.
Markets are moving. Here we go.
There's that 92 level.
Yep. New lows. We got new lows in ES now. New lows in ES. We broke through those 70s. Yep. 75s. Low today, 20,470. Level down here. Looks like the sellers are in control. Taking a look at Topstep daily levels. We are into zone. We are out of zone 8. We are into zone 9. Look out below. Last trade. 20,476.
I took some trades earlier today. I call it a break-even day. I mean, with commissions, I'm down $100 on the day, so nothing really too crazy. Call it a flat day.
Yep. Okay, yeah. So we say it's flat day. Yeah. What are your average daily P&L swings, Joey Morgan? If you don't mind me asking, I guys are up here, but why don't you talk to us about what is your average P&L swings like?
Yeah. 100% full transparency. You know, the past, let's see, maybe the past couple months. I mean, I've let losses run more than I should. I've had some max daily loss limits come in. I've had days where I've made $2,000 in my accounts where I've just kind of bounced back and forth. I have days where I lose 400 and days that I make 800, right? And so it's really been flat. You know, it's been kind of just that flat trend line that I've been on. And so that's that rut that I told you that I've been in, that I'm trying to, power through and just, take things a little bit slower because I'm recognizing that I am in one. And so now I'm trying to really just slow down and take it a little bit slower.
Well, let's talk about that, Joey. You recognize you're in a rut. Obviously, the P&L reminds you you're in a rut. Fine.
Yeah.
What do you do? What do you do? In front of the screen, off the screen, preparation, journaling. What are you doing? How are you working through it right now?
Honestly, just trying to focus on taking better entries. There have been times where I have chased trades, Just trying to, get in that moment where you're in drawdown on the day and you want to make that money back, and you see momentum in the market and you start chasing trades. And sometimes that can hurt you. Sometimes it works out, but not all the time. But so right now I'm trying to just focus on taking better trades and better trade locations, and smarter stops, honestly, and not letting, trades run against me more than they should be.
I gotta say, your level of 20,470 was pretty much spot on to the tick.
Yeah.
So well done there. Dolby time. Take a look at crude here. See a bit of a pop. $81.09. Did you add to the shorts?
I did, but I'm already stopped out. So minus 329 on that trade. No big deal.
Yes,
we tried.
Yeah, hey, manage your risk.
And we did not succeed. Yep, it's all good.
Absolutely.
I have actually not been trading crude very well. I think I have more losing trades on crude than I do on YM by like a long shot. So it might be one of those moments where I just kind of move on from crude and just settle in with YM, and that's just my jam, and that's it. But I've not had a lot of success so far trading crude.
I like that self-awareness. This was exactly with Joey too. Goes thinking about considering moving from NQ over to ES. Are you still dabbling in both? Have you made the switch yet? Where are we in that process?
I haven't fully made the switch. I'm watching both markets. I mean, I typically watch both markets anyways, just for like correlation's sake. But I really am liking the ES, and so I'm thinking I'm gonna start taking more and more trades on the ES and experimenting there and see what we can do.
Nice. You ever try the YM? It's a fun one.
I haven't. I've not tried the YM. I'm gonna have to take a look at it.
Good one.
Always recruiting people. YM has been a good trade the last week and a half or so. I'm goofing on it, but Dolby's got recruiting. But it has been a pretty good trade. Dolby had a hell of a trade in Power Hour yesterday. Got a big move to the downside, and we made a new all-time highs today in the Dow as well. Good movement, clean movement too. You don't get the whipsaw stuff like Joey was talking about, the wicks, the head fakes, and all that good stuff. YM. What's the ladder look like on YM, Dolby? Is it pretty thin? I have never actually. 20 up.
Reminds me of crude. It's like somewhere between 0 and 30.
Okay. Not terrible at all. I was expecting, man. NQ is like 2 up.
Yeah, and then ES is in like the hundreds, or low.
Yes.
Yeah, like hundreds.
Nice.
Yeah,
it's nice.
Between 80 and 400. Yeah.
Wicked aim in the chat. Up 2K with YM today. That's what we like to see. YM has me up almost $5,000 today. Jeff Hall, shout out. All right, Joey.
ES caught a little bit of a buy up off that 92 level, trying to push us back to VWAP.
Sure did, man. I mean, all right. Well, let's talk about your levels right there. Right. I mean, 20 minutes into this, power players, your levels are really good right there. I know it's difficult to trade. I know you got some videos out there where you are trading, but doing this in real time, obviously difficult. We're asking you questions and such, but those are very 2 nice calls right there.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate it. Yeah, just looking at past levels, like where we've been, what the market's done, and what it's trying to do. Right. I mean, we've visited this 91, 92 level previously. So it acted as a pretty strong support area. And so seeing that come in, and also just keeping in mind that we're in a low liquidity time frame right now, so it would make sense for us to balance off a pretty strong support area at this time.
Yep. And if you don't know Joey actually has a YouTube, couple thousand subscribers. I can put that link in chat, so definitely give him a follow. But yeah, he's a great video content creator, super transparent, and also kind of covers the entire prop firm space as well. So I appreciate you getting your hands dirty out there and doing the research that
for sure
want to do.
Yeah, for sure. We've been live streaming there each morning as well. Trading live in front of people. That'll really change you as a trader too. Trading live in front of people, you really make sure you're spot on.
You gotta have a lot of discipline, or else chat's gonna let you know about it.
A lot of discipline, but yeah, we've been the YouTube channel, man. We've been growing at a super fast rate. It's really been incredible. We started.
Nice.
I started posting, in April. I had like 600 subscribers, and we're pushing like 2,300 since April.
Nice.
So
that's awesome.
We're growing at a fast rate, and so we're gonna keep moving.
Keep it going, man. Keep step on that pedal. I love it. All right, taking a look here at buyers did step back in. Joey's level 20,470. The Nasdaq buyer stepped in. Could have got 30-point pop on that. No problem. Buyer stepped in around those 92s in the ES. Could have got 6 points out of that. Nice and smooth, nice and clean. No stress. That's what we like to see. Gold's finding some more buyers. High of the day in the gold. 24.70. New all-time highs. Previous all-time high was 20.54. So we're $16 higher than the old new all-time high. So pretty cool to see. We got buyers stepping in YM. YM is a smooth trade, Dolby time. Why aren't you trading YM? Why aren't you trading YM right now? Just because you saw the zone in Crude or the range in Crude?
I saw like a nice 5-minute range in Crude, but I kind of messed up. I accidentally marketed into like the bottom of the 5-minute range and then kept the trade like an idiot. I should have just flattened it immediately. So I thought it was like a decent entry, but I should have just gotten flattened because it was an accident. So $300 mistake. So lesson learned. Also, like YM's in the middle of a range right now. So like 41,000 would have been a nice buy, but I'm not really sure how YM is going to behave when it gets back to 41,157. So it might be an area to reverse, might just break out even higher. But I'm definitely not going to short the YM at this current price. I will try to wait and see if we can get even more extreme pricing here. But man, is it strong today. Just super strong market.
Sure is.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like there's much fading to be done. We did see a sell-off at those 57s, pull back to about 150-point pullback to 41,000 even. Just see the buyer step back in. Last trade, 41,113. All right, Joey, are you flat right now?
I am flat. Yep, I am flat. Just kind of
trade
sitting back watching.
Will you trade all day? Will you trade power hour in the close?
It depends on the day. I have traded power hour. I wouldn't say I consistently trade it, but there are days where I have.
How do you feel your like trading intuition is?
Getting better.
Getting better? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's something that you constantly can just improve on. You're never really there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's just something you're constantly evolving in. I think that's just trading. That's trading in general. Like you're never really there. Like there's something always to get better, right? And so, that's the one reason I love trading is like you don't really meet like a master like level. You know what I mean? Like you're never really at that end point in trading.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always like ways to get better, things to learn from, different strategies you can grow from and experiment with. You know, discipline, psychology. Like there's so many things in trading that you can just continuously get better at, and so that's why I enjoy this so much.
Yeah, it's like
2 days
managing a big property. You always gotta like go around the perimeter, you know, make sure everything is hedged properly, or else you're gonna have overgrowth. Tend to the farm, you know what I mean? It's like a whole emotional thing you gotta manage.
Also, adding on to that, like every day is different. Like you're coming into the office on something that's like literally every day is presenting something different. And so that brings the excitement each day.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like
no 2 days are
tempted
2 days
to
away. What do we got?
I don't know. YM I think is baiting me into a short. That's what it feels like.
Double top at the 57s? Or you like it right here?
I don't know. I mean, it'd be a cheap trade, right? Because you could just put a stop like right above 21s in the YM, and you'd be risking like $50, maybe even less than that. It'd be a really tight stop, but I think there'd be more. If I was gonna like add into this trade, I would add it in like lower, so like average up instead of averaging down. But yeah, it can't get above this 41,120 level.
I'm gonna pull up the YM now just because you got me curious.
Oh boy,
it's fun.
It's working.
It's working. $5 a tick, man. Trade multiple contracts. It's no big deal. Moves nicely, nice and smooth. Let's see a little bounce. There's something going on. What's up with these indices, huh, Andre? People tired? Burned out?
Who these indices?
Yeah.
Well, ES was making NQ's weird. Jack talks about the rotation from Nasdaq, maybe tech overbought into the industrials like the Dow. Basically because maybe it's their sensitivity to perhaps lower interest rates on the future. Obviously, we're trading futures markets, trying to forecast what the future holds. So it does make sense. But I mean, I'm a perma bull. So it's just up and away. The system is designed to take equities higher. I'm not going to fight it, although there was profits to be made being short today. Shout out to all of them. But yes, I'm a perma bull, obviously. We're seeing what the Dow's doing these days with the forecast of lower interest rates ahead. I do think a bit premature with the Moody's and Goldman talking about lower interest rates in the July meeting here in about 15 days. September for sure, but obviously the market's going to price it in before it actually happens. I think that's what we're seeing right now. But yeah, like Joey was saying, coming into power players, it was the trends up and to the right. Why get in front of it? Have seen a little bit of rotation out of tech or NQ and into Dow and even the Russell, I guess, for that matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a bull. I'm definitely a bull.
Yep.
Joey, what say you?
I'm a bull. I am a perma bull. There's one thing that actually Coach Dakota said that I really liked. The market has to have a reason to go down. It doesn't need a reason to keep going up.
Yep.
So
love that saying. Where's my back on that?
So I mean, I'm a firm believer in that, and so I'm a perma bull.
Same. Doesn't need a reason. All right, Dolby time. I will not be joining for Power Hour this afternoon. I'm not sure if they told you. I will be at the doctor's.
That's rude.
Doctor,
that's unfortunate. Sorry about that.
I think you'll be all right. You're going to have to hold it down. But,
I got Jack, though, right?
You got Jack. I'll be tuning in the waiting room.
It's going to be great.
Here we go. More sellers coming in here. Low of the day, 20,470 in the NQ. So if you did play those 470s, Joey's love 470s, get in, see profit, take profit. So you could have sold those 500s comfortably, not having to take too much heat. And B says there's 1,000 reasons to go down. Honestly, you need a big reason right there, right now.
Yeah, you need one really big reason.
One really big reason.
Yeah.
Not
what it takes.
Not a million thousand.
Nas pushing down here. We break that 470s. I mean, that could get pretty violent.
What do you like beneath here? What do you like beneath the 470s? We're currently in zone. You're between zone 8 to zone 9 on Topstep Daily. What do you like beneath here? Beneath 470s, Joey?
Let's see. Let me switch to my chart here.
I'm seeing
on the screen. So you guys
tell us why
you're
seeing that.
Yeah.
Tell us why you like that price.
Yeah. So, one, I liked the 470s based off this previous resistance area, which is where we caught that bounce earlier. We're still trying to hold that area for now. But if sellers were to continue and try to push us below that, really, I'm looking at the next area of interest where we've had a strong support, which would be that, let's see, maybe like 450s. Yeah, 450 area, somewhere in that general range. I would like to see how price reacted there.
Or let me write that down one more time. What price for?
Yeah, like 450 area range, give or take.
It's like target
450 range. Yep.
There'll be time. What do you see in there?
Pretty resilient.
Yeah. Yes.
Kind of wait and see here for the Dow. I just absolutely not following the Nasdaq, but the formation looks very tempting for a short here. But that's how they get you. That's how they get you. Make it look appetizing, and then they run it on you.
All right. Quick update. TradeVate issues. The TradeVate issues. Yes, we're aware of the technical issues affecting some TradeVate users today. Currently working with our platform partner, I say. Providing updates as soon as possible. For any additional questions, please hesitate to reach to us via our chatbot, Wendy. Thanks for understanding. Of course, we got you guys working on it behind the scenes. Thank you, Martin. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Trader support team always working their hardest. That is a thankless job, man. I spent 2 years doing it. They're just in the shadows, in the back, just solving problems, crushing tickets.
Backbone of this company. Backbone of this firm, I should say.
Yep. All right. I'm trying a YM short. I got to think a nice fill at 41,117 here.
From 17. 41,000. Dolby time short from 117. Cool. All right, Joey, while we watch these NQ, we are perhaps seeing a target to the downside of 450. What is Joey Morgan's YouTube channel? Yes, we will put that in there. We'll post that. See if we help grow that audience for Joey. Love having you join us, Joey. Good stuff.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's always a pleasure being here, too. Always a pleasure.
Definitely appreciate your contributions to the prop firm space, shining a spotlight where sometimes the light does not reach.
Let's talk about that. What are your thoughts on the prop firm space right now, Joey Morgan?
That's a good question.
Yeah, sure. Thoughts on the prop firm space. I think it's very, with the exception of, I would say a couple prop firms, I would say right now the space is just very messy. Very, very messy, right? You have all these like side prop firms and popping up, here and there, and they're around for a few months and then they bust, right?
That's
or you have prop firms that introduce things that are preventing traders from getting paid. It's just a mess right now, and that's the one thing that I appreciate about Topstep is Topstep. And again, this might seem promotional for you guys, but Topstep's been around for y'all started this industry and pioneered the prop firm space and have a very strong system that's running very smoothly for you guys. And so like the processes that are in place, and this is coming from like a business side of things, the processes you guys have in place currently are working and it shows. Right. And so honestly, Topstep just needs to keep doing what it's doing. These other prop firms, I think it's about processes and taking care of traders. That at the end of the day, that's what it is. Processes and traders. If you can't take care of both, you're probably going to bust.
Yep. So a lot that goes on the back end that I think a lot of people underestimate as far as just organizing and sending out data and communicating with, thousands of traders. It's just like a massive amount of work. Do you think, Joe, how long have you been in this space again?
For a few years, 4 years.
4 years.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
So I've been in this space for like 10. Do you think that traders have gotten lax on prop firms as far as holding them accountable?
I like this. I like this discussion. Keep this going, guys. I like this.
Yeah, I do. I think traders are now. I think a lot of attention has shifted to traders looking for that shiny object. I actually covered this in one of my videos. There's that like shiny object syndrome where people will naturally navigate towards what looks and sounds great. And I think, I'm not going to say any names, but take, somebody that offers several accounts, right? And it sounds appealing until you run into issues that make it less and less appealing, right? So it's just that shiny object thing that I think traders are more focused on versus picking quality over quantity. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think if traders could take a step back and focus on the quality of firm, take outside of rules, account sizes, payout structures, if traders could take a step back and look at what prop firms have, or what prop firm has been around the longest, what processes they have in place, I think they would be better off as a trader looking at that versus chasing the shiny object.
Yeah. Let me ask you something, guys, real quick. What is the shiny object that they come in with to actually lure people away from the tried and true process that we have here at Topstep? What shiny objects can they provide? What is it, the Lamborghini crap? Like, what is the shiny object exactly?
More so like referring to, I'm just going to say discounted firms.
Yeah. Oh, just pricing and stuff like that?
Yeah, like pricing, I would say the amount of accounts like you can trade with. I mean,
gotcha.
They're like those types of things, right? I mean, if you can't be profitable with one account, you're not going to be profitable with 10, 15, 20, right? And so, you know what I mean? And so you have no business or really any reason at all to trade that many accounts if you can't do it with one. And so
100%.
that's my thought. And so again, I think traders need to take a step back for a second and open their eyes to, quality versus maybe a fast route to multiple accounts and big payouts,
Yeah, I'm flat. I'm not liking this price action. I would agree. It does seem like the they've sold getting funded so fast that it seems like the payouts, right, are the numbers look large, but it seems like the space in general, the traders are less focused on quality and more focused on like speed. Like I just want money, and I don't really care.
If you're focused on
I just want it
speed
as fast as possible.
Yeah, and if you're focused on speed and trading, it's just it's not going to work well.
You want speed and execution. Yeah, you want speed. No, there's no get rich quick thing. I guess that's kind of why we all get into this space. It's like, oh, we can get rich quick doing this. You should quickly learn. This takes time. This takes screen hours. This takes repetition. You got to see all the chart patterns to, prepare yourself. Account for the unaccounted. So that's kind of basically what we're in. All right, Joey, we are coming up on time. This went by fast. Good stuff today, Joey. I really like that discussion about the prop space. You and Dolby Time, very illuminating. Learn a lot about theirs. But right now, around this time on Power Plays, I always throw it to my man, Eddie. I gave you a little bit of a hint of this, Joey, in the green room that this question will be coming to you. So my man, Eddie, take it away with the fun question. I always enjoy this. I think Joey's going to have a good time with this as well. Eddie, what do we got?
Joey, good to see you, partner.
Eddie,
I think, honestly, Joey had did this before. I think so. But let's have some more fun. All right, Joey, I got 1 to 21. Pick a number, and I got that question for you.
1 to 21. Let's do 15.
Nice. Not
15, 1-5? Okay.
Solid.
All right, here you go, Joey. If you could master any skill instantly besides trading, what would it be? Any
Coding.
skill. What would coding?
Yep. Coding.
You boring ass. Come on.
Boring but profitable.
I'm sorry. That's immediately where my head went because I have experimented with coding before and I get so frustrated with it, but it's something I wanted to learn so bad.
All right.
Sorry if I ruined your fun, but that's just the first thing that came to mind.
We can edit this, right? We're going to edit this. No, I'm just kidding. Joey, love you, brother. All right. You are the coding master. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, well, that's going to do it for now. We got top quiz coming up the other second. I know Eddie's hard at work coming up with those always controversial quiz questions. Be sure to tune in for that. Joey, we like you, man. Would you consider maybe perhaps joining us on Power Hour, taking some trades, chopping it up with Dolby and myself?
100%. Yep.
Awesome. All right, well, we'll see if you get more comfortable trading the Power Hour. It's kind of why I hinted at to see if you did trade Power Hour. We got people on. They want to see us trade on Power, of course, but we'll talk about it off air. We'll circle back with you. Everyone, say thank you to Joey, man. That was really good stuff. Check out his YouTube page. We'll put up his social media stuff in there. Dolby Time, hold it down for me this afternoon. But coming up next, we got Top Quiz. You got it. Hell of a train. Thank you, Joey Morgan. We'll see you guys again on the other side of this. We got Top Quiz. Let's go.
for Top Quiz. It's time for Top Quiz.
It is. Yes. Hey, it's 11:40 something, right? Central Time here in Chicago, and it is time for Top Quiz. And we've got the knowledgeable and lovely Anne-Marie Band with us here today to take on the challenge. Hello, Anne-Marie. How are you?
Hi, I'm ready. Goose eggs or not, I'm ready.
See, now that's the attitude you got to have. Whatever happens, happens. Well, we're going to see what happens. And welcome to Top Quiz. Remember, you got to get 3 out of the 4 questions correct, or 4 out of the 4, to get yourself a free, get yourself in the drawing, the random drawing for a free reset. But we got Jack here to give you better details than my stinky ones. Jack, what do you got?
Yours are fine. It's 11:45 somewhere, Chicago specifically. Top Quiz. Once you're signed up, the questions will appear on your device. Answer them there. No points awarded for answering in chat, right or wrong. We're 6 seconds delayed, so I can't emphasize enough. Answer them as they're on your device. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you will enter a raffle for one of 75 free resets, with another 5 going to the top 5 finishers. That's how we do it. Back to you, Eddie.
All right. This is how we do it. Okay. Are we ready? Anne-Marie, you ready?
I am.
Okay, let's get to that first question for the 16th of July. All right, here we go. Little countdown. 3, 2, 1. First question. How many wives did King Henry VIII have? 13, 7, 6, or none? They were all Match.com dates.
He had 6 wives.
You're going to say 6, huh?
Yes.
You sure they weren't Match.com dates?
They might have been.
Might have been. All right, you are correct. It is the 6 wives of Henry VIII. Right, governor. All right, congratulations. And you are 1 for 1. No goose egg for you. Grunston, number 1 here. Bad Boy, Got You, Baybob, NQ Slayer, and What About Bob? I've seen that name many a time. So those are our top 5 for question number 1. All right, so we've got, let's go to question number 2. Before Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg created a website that compared 2 people side by side. What was it called? Was it called Face Mash, Hot or Not, Looks and Likes, or Fugly or Fancy? What could it be?
I'm going to guess hot or not, but I have no idea.
Hot or not?
Oh, Face Mash.
No, it was Face Mash, which doesn't sound too appetizing.
Oh.
Yeah, but I got some of those on Fugly and Fancy, so neener. All right. Before you're 1 for 1, NQ Slayer taking that top spot. Must have been a subscriber on that channel. Reset Cluster, I love Topstep. We love you. Labani and X. Hello, X. All right, time for our next question. All right. Question number 3. What's the only planet that rotates on its side? Planet Mars, Planet Venus, Planet Hollywood, or Planet Uranus?
I believe that is Uranus.
Uranus. She said that properly. Yeah. Yes, Uranus. Sure not Planet Hollywood. I've seen a lot of people fall out of that
there's
place
a lot of
sideways.
action going there.
Yeah, there you go. Everybody knows that one except a few. Good job. Planet Uranus.
You can also tell which are easily Googleable.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
That was probably really quick. Just Google the hell out of that one. Let's take a look at our top 5. Remember, speed is the component here. NQ Slayer still holding that top spot. I love Topstep moving up to the 2nd spot. Labani's still here. Reset Cluster and 11. Cry. Euro
right.
Euro 11 Euro right. But anyway, that is the 5th spot. Those are our top 5, and getting ready for the last question of the day. All right, here we go. Here we go. You're doing so far very well, Anne Marie. The physicist once quipped that his second greatest idea was soft boiling egg in a soup to cut down doing the dishes. Who was this? Was this Stephen Hawking, Enrico Fermi, Albert Einstein, or Nikola Tesla?
Good grief. Einstein.
You see, Einstein. There it is. And yes, I had a hard time reading that one. Congratulations, Albert Einstein, boiling an egg in his soup. Smart man. So, Anne, you went 3 for 4, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Your days of stumping me might be over.
Don't say that. Don't. I will go to the library tonight and pay the librarian $20 to give me some real questions.
Week.
Yeah, you're in trouble, girlfriend. All right, let's take a look at our top 5. Who's getting a reset today? Number 3, Labani. Congratulations, you got a reset. 3 reset. Number 2, I love Topstep holding that number 2 spot. And did number 1 spot stay? Do we have it? Yes. And
You've seen him before.
Wow, that's pretty good. Yeah, they held those 3 spots for a couple questions. Good job. And sitting in the 4th and 5th spot, I cannot see. But anyway, we got those 4th and 5th. I can't even read that. But you read that, Jack? Who's 4 and 5?
Oh, they appear. They just appear for a few seconds there. If you saw it, go back. Either way, you'll be on the sheet later. We'll get the winners to you during Power Hour.
There you go. All right. Well, Anne Marie, thank you very much for being with us, and thank you everybody else that did participate. Remember, this is for fun. Have a little fun, and maybe one of these questions you can quiz your kid, quiz your significant other, or quiz the guy at the toll booth. Either of 3. But anyway, we've got yes, we do. We've got shoulder tap next here, shoulder tap here, and we've got Jack and Mick going to be doing shoulder tap. So don't go away. Lots more to come here in our Topstep TV broadcast. So thanks, Anne Marie. See you in a bit.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. This is the segment where we're going to break down some real traders' cards and get to the bottom of whether they deserve praise or punishment. I'm Jack, and I'm joined by Mick today. Mick, you're in the office. How's it going in there?
Punishment. We've got a lot of red on the boards today. Not a great start to the week yesterday, and then today's looking to add even more insult to injury here. These markets are tough, and our funded traders are definitely having a tough time. Not to say that we don't have people up money, but I look at my live boards across all the platforms, and I got a lot more red than green, and bigger red numbers than the green numbers. So, not what I like to see, on a Tuesday, or, when I came in this morning and saw, the bottom line activity for yesterday. So hoping some people will change things around. As far as today goes, regarding the, the punishment, I got a couple shout outs. I have one shout out. I got a couple shoulder taps. I have a very short list of people to, rattle off today as far as giving credit to those of our live accounts that are up money. But we'll start with that, and then we'll get into the nitty gritty, Jack, because that's going to sadly be the bulk of it today. I've got a shout out for Jack.
Real quick.
Sure.
Good thing. Did we get that plaque?
We did. Should I get up and grab it?
Yeah, could you grab it real quick? This is a sneak peek.
Yeah.
We'll do something when MP's not watching right now, so we can do whatever we want.
Give me a sec. I'm stepping out of frame.
I'll buy you some time.
But it's right here.
That wasn't very long. All right. There
We'll
it
have
is.
it in the plastic.
100,000 subscribers.
When did that show up?
After you left.
Naturally.
A little backstory on this. This was supposed to arrive, or UPS told me it arrived on July 5th, and then it wasn't there. So I thought it was lost, and I was hoping for a miracle so I didn't have to tell Michael it didn't arrive in the mail. So I'm glad it's here. We'll do a reveal during fast markets tomorrow maybe, and get a little more airtime for that baby, but good stuff.
I know. I need to bring my hammer into the office. It looks like this is going to take a little bit of hardware, a couple hooks and a wire or something like that. I got all the tools and stuff at home, but I shared this with Jack and Danielle yesterday. I wanted to let them, share the news with everybody else, but I guess this is how Jack wanted to do it. So we'll get this up in the office. I think Danielle was hoping that I could get it somewhere where we could, show it on TV for the segment. Let me see. I moved my chair over here. I was telling her, we've got the American Psycho in the background, my couple of my monitors, and then the Inc. 5000's up on this wall here. But maybe we could stick it back here on this little file cabinet or something, prop it up so it's there. Because Topstep, presented to Topstep for passing 100,000 subscribers. Thank you, everybody who's been watching, who's been, all of you. We appreciate you. This has been a ton of fun. What a huge accomplishment, and it's because of you. And you have allowed us to have so much fun on all these segments that we have for TopstepTV. There's a lot of hard work and blood, sweat, and tears that go into this. We're doing it all for you.
Yeah, so that was a nice thing. Now we can go into the tapping shoulders or shout outs. Where do you want to get started here, Mick?
Yeah, sure. So a couple more live P&Ls that I want to rattle off here, Jack. We got Rips, who's up 2,100 in his live account. Dennis up 1,500. Ben up 2,000. I am happy to share yesterday when we were in Shoulder Tap, I was talking about Shane S., who was someone who was on the leaderboard. He had that $130,000 day across 5 XFAs a couple of weeks ago. He was on a 7 or 8 day losing streak and had almost wiped out like 100% of the profits from that big $130,000 day. Yesterday, he had a winner. At one point, he was up $9,500 on all 5 accounts, ended up finishing the day up $850 across all 5 accounts. So made a little bit more than, $4,000 there. Which was, kind of unfortunate. I wish he would have locked in, a bigger percentage of that large winning day that he had yesterday. That was actually something that we talked about when Gabe and I were going over the trading cards, locking in profits.
He was up $45,000 or something unrealized.
Yeah, and then ended the day up about 10% of that. So,
okay.
Yeah, and it actually wasn't even exactly unrealized. It was realized. He had locked in, those profits and then continued trading and, ended the day, up 850 in each one of those accounts. So Gabe and I were talking about this. It's like, when you're having significant profits, you got to lock in at least 50% of those. So if you're up 8,500 like he was yesterday, it's not a bad thing to walk away up, half of that, call it 4,000, 5,000. Keep half. And as you have more significant profits, you'll want to be a little bit more stingy and lock in a larger percentage because, the $4,000 day yesterday could have been, a $20,000 day or a $25,000 day after being up, around 40,000. So another a lesson learned there for anybody who, takes that to heart. But today, happy to say Shane's up $11,000 across 5 XFAs. So that's $55,000 for him on the day today. I do hope he keeps it. We don't want to see what happened yesterday happen today. It looks like he's kind of been sitting on his hands or away from the computer, at least in the last 30 minutes that I was keeping an eye on his account. So just wanted to keep everybody up to date there. I'm happy the cold streak got snapped yesterday. Definitely making some more money, getting back from what was, kind of lost during that losing streak. But with that, Jack, I want to talk about our first trader, live trader. If we could pull up use card, please.
Here we are.
Now, this card's going to look a little bit different because as opposed to rattling off some of the metrics that I normally rattle off, this is a shorter version of it because I kind of wanted to really talk about this with Jack and spend a little bit more time looking at the trade report. But, you've been in the live account for 37 days. And I wanted to talk about them today because this morning when I came in, they were up over $23,000 in their account. And they were trading some large size. They turned the $23,000 winning day into a $3,000 losing day. So it's a $26,000 swing in very, very short order. I'm not very happy about it. This was all in the Nasdaq. They were trading a little bit of gold, but the bulk of the damage was done in the Nasdaq today. And, they at one point today, with that $26,000 swing, I mean, they had like a $35,000 account balance, and they now have a $12,000 account balance. Before I even get into anything, I had reached out to our other risk managers here who you see on this segment every once in a while, Ben and Brett, and I said, somebody please reach out to this trader. Tell him that we would like to make an exception and just send him the remaining balance of his account and close the account down, because we'd rather see at this rate with what's going on, and we'll get into that. I don't want this remaining 12,000 getting lost to the markets. I'd rather have it in his pockets because as you can see here, we've got 11% winning days in this account. Out of 37 days, 11% winning days is only 4 winning days. Now, those 4 winning days have been pretty notable days of, 2,000, 15,000. There was a $39,000 winning day, which is, staggering. It's great profits, even 17,000, staggering. So 4 really big notable days. But Jack, if you look at the trade report.
Yes. I don't mean to laugh. That's like a nervous laugh looking here. Okay. So
me too. I'm nervous.
He was up, like 26 or something today? Or
23. Yeah,
$23,000. It's been 11 straight trading sessions of hitting the DLL before that. Now, I don't know. Okay, so I don't know if I've seen a streak that long.
Can I interject really quickly and then give it back to you?
Yeah, please.
This activity is the stuff that we don't want to see as a risk team. I'm getting goosebumps up the back of my scalp right now thinking about it, and that's why I said we should call this guy and say we'll send him the rest of the money. To continue on, Jack, thanks for letting me interject.
Oh, just give me a second. I was just going to do some quick math here. Okay, so at least it's been nice enough that we can see exactly what they're doing. and very committed to doing, it seems, is trading 10 lots in one clip in the NQ. Now, with a 3K loss limit, you slap on a 10 lot in NQ, that's 15 points, I think, if I just did that right on the fly. That's how you get 11 straight losing days, because you're not giving yourself, even if you're right, I mean, you're going for the big winner. And listen, I wouldn't recommend doing this, but it's like when I talked to MP the other day about his slapping 5 on during the day. You need to make sure that it corresponds with what your loss limit is. Even if you're YOLOing it, you at least need to like get it working a little in your favor and then add to it or something. 3K is just, if you're asking how frequently you can put on a 10 lot of NQ and not get your loss triggered, because in these 11 days, I'm sure of those sessions, the market has been way up on a trend day. It's been way down on a trend day. If you're hitting 11 straight DLLs like that, you're trading way too much size for your loss limit, even if you are trying to rang-a-dang something huge.
Yeah, Jack, to your point, I mean, that's something I always, we always talk about, or at least I do, is like, if you're, going to be using large position sizing like that, you have a lot more flexibility if you can scale in and add as it's going in your favor, as opposed to all in for the entry and then having your back against the wall with a $3,000 daily loss limit with, 10 Nasdaq on. Jack, take a look at the trade report and look at some of the hold times on losing trading days. I'm going back, and this is to your point of it not giving you much time to actually participate. There's a day where daily loss limit was hit in the first 50 seconds. There's another day they hit they had a $4,200 loser. So they hit the $3,000 daily loss limit plus slippage. 10 seconds spent in the trade, 10 short seconds. Nobody should be participating on any session where you could be benching yourself for hitting your max loss in as little as 10 seconds. There's another day, 31 seconds. I know there were
34 yesterday.
More. Yeah, and yesterday was 34 seconds, like half a minute in a trade. There's 23 trading hours in a day. We let you trade for 22 and 10 minutes. To bench yourself after 10 seconds. Yeah, short work day, but not the kind of short work day you want. So scale in. If you're going to do 10, 15 lots, even 5 lots, scale in. If it goes against you, then you only got a small position on. You can always puke it and put it back on, but this is what can easily happen when you're going all in. This is kind of...
Yeah, it's like 14 of 15 days with the drawdown. I feel like, once again, this isn't good advice, but I feel like on one of these days, he would have made, $20,000 if he just started smaller. I don't know. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said. This is somewhat of gambling, if not explicitly, gambling. This is not money management. And one of the things that pains me is you mentioned those last 11 days being losing days of daily loss limit. It's like you need to keep very close track of, Andre and I have talked about it. If you have 2-3 losing days in a row during the week, you should really be taking a couple days off to reflect on what's going on. What I really don't like is, the starting balance coming into today was, $15,000. In the 11 days prior, with all these losses that keep adding up, you really need to be looking at your account balance and say, like, geez, can I afford to take a $3,000 loss? Geez, can I afford to take 10, positions of 10 contracts? And the answer to both those questions is absolutely not. You should be using leverage when things are working, when you're in tune with the markets. An 11-day losing streak should be an indication to not only probably take a month off, but to go from 10 lots to one contract. If you're not doing that, you're not taking it seriously enough, and you're probably hoping quite a bit.
Yeah.
I'm being very firm here, and I didn't even
Take
write
the
any things that I liked on here. I mean, it's nice that they can take big bites out of the market, but overall, this performance and these metrics are relatively poor overall, and it's showing.
I take the money.
I
We
think
have a new leader in the clubhouse for I see a trading day with $3,155 in fees and commissions.
Oh,
traded 1,460 contracts.
That you're not talking about you here. You're talking about somebody else, right?
No, that's you. I'm seeing. Take a look at May 30th.
Oh, got it. There it is.
Also,
yeah.
a day where they were up $43,000 and ended up $17,000.
At least they
1,460
stopped
contracts.
At least they stopped and kept a portion of it.
Just playing the reversal challenge all day. Well, enough of that. I would just recommend. Is it correct they haven't taken a payout yet? At least that I can see. So
no
take some
payouts.
money.
I mean, we can't force them to, but this is, a conversation. Like I said, we're going to reach out to them and say, hey, like, even though you don't have the 5 winning days, doesn't have the 5 winning days out of all 37, 38 days that he's traded. I think we want to make an exception here where it's like, you're going to be better off, putting that money in your pocket as opposed to just burning it in the markets. We don't want to see money lost to the live markets. We really don't.
Well, not much else to say there. Hope you're doing fine. Who do we got?
Yeah.
Who we got next here?
All right, let's pull up Giselle. Giselle is unlike the one with you here. This is a shout out. Giselle's been trading very well. Yesterday they got called up from XFA to live. They've been trading, the popular equity indices, S&Ps, Nasdaq, mini Dow, not so popular, but energies, crude oil, natural gas, and then a little bit of metals too. So let me get their trade report up. But Giselle hit the cap yesterday, $50,000 in this account when they put up a $27,000 winning day in their XFA. I like everything I see here. They've got $18,000 in payouts during that XFA. They also are going to be getting, $32,000 moved over to the live account. So they're going to be starting nice and healthy with a juicy account balance in there. And the trading overall here is pretty good, which, average daily P&L of $3,500 after 16 trading days, goes to show how profitable they have been. Jack, we're seeing 50% winning days here. Best winning day was what I mentioned was yesterday, the $27,000 winning day. Worst day, $4,900. They're also trading some size, so you get a little slippage on that $3,000 daily loss limit. Average winning day, and remember, they're right half the time. So of these 16 days, 8 of those were winners. Average winning day is $11,000. And then average losing day, about $4,000. Again, slippage on the daily loss limit there. But I like, not only are the average winning days better than the average losing days, the risk reward on a per trade basis is really nice here. Risk reward's 3-1. They are making $2,900 per winning trade, and they're only risking about $990 on the losing trade. So that's really good. And with only having winning trades being 33%, so 33% winning trades, it's important to have that risk reward that's, strong there with the 3-1 ratio. Some other stuff I'm seeing here that I really like too is, total trades. It's on average, they're taking less than 6 trades a day. Again, trading size, but hold times are really nice here too on the winners. Again, this is someone who is looking to catch a piece of the trend for the day because we see the average hold times on winners are 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah. I really like on this card that, especially after looking at the last one, there's some discipline here as far as not giving back the huge days. is I don't see a lot of P&L highs that they then went back and YOLO'd into a loser. They have the big, a 23K winner, or sorry, yeah, 23K winning day, a 27 K winning day, but also a 13, a 7, a 7. So they're not just absolutely all or nothing full port. It's 6-figure Lambo town. So there is a little bit of discipline from what I can see here. So
yeah, Jack, to that
Nice
point,
job.
the only one of those big winning days that they did not close the day out and probably lock themselves out using the lockout feature on the platform. The only day they didn't end at their P&L high for the day was July 1st. They were up 10,100. They ended the day up 7,500. So that's a stellar example of what we were talking about, the need to lock in significant profits, protect those profits when you're having, windfall days. They kept 75% of their profits that day. Didn't risk, half of what they made. I really like that from a money management standpoint. That is exactly what you should be doing. Textbook money management.
Yeah. Well, right now, Mick, we got just a little bit of time left. We can either talk a little more here and save the last card or burn through it real quick. What you feeling?
Let's save the last card.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll get to that one tomorrow. But Mick, thanks for stopping by and humoring me with the plaque. Be glad to see that
No
on
problem.
the wall. All right. Well, stick around, boys and girls, because coming up next, we got Eddie, Robert, Deanna, and Coach Jay are going to be here. But first, it's going to be group coaching with JD and Robert directly after this. And then to close out the day, I will be on Power Hour with Austin and Dolby. So we'll see how that works out. Mick, always a pleasure. See you soon. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back just after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. It is that time of day again. That's right. It's group coaching time. You're looking at Coach Robert. I'm JD behind the scenes. Thank you for submitting your questions. If you submitted one, we still have that form pinned in the chat right now. So if you have a question for Coach Robert or myself, throw it in that form and we'll try and get to it before the end of this episode. We got about 28 minutes to go. Coach Robert, how are we feeling about some of the questions we got today?
You know, JD, that's a good question right there from yourself. Well, as far as how I'm feeling about them, I feel fine. I feel really good. And I will definitely do a heads up disclaimer on several of these because you know what? They are for some reason, and I have a thought on this, they are mostly, when I say mostly, I'm talking 85% or so about struggles, discipline, trading psychology. Normally, I get hit with all these Topstep X and like a lot of technical things and stuff like that. This is really interesting, and I'm happy. So I'm looking forward to it. I'll answer what I can, and I'll put that disclaimer out there now that I am not a psychologist or psychology. I don't know a hell of a lot about it, so I'm probably the wrong person. But I will answer what I can and tell you what I can't, and certainly send you to the people who will know much better than I do. But let's give it a shot. I think it's gonna be a little fun today.
For sure. I will echo that disclaimer. We are not trading doctors, though we do play them on TV from time to time. But let's get going. First question comes from Jacob, and it's right in the realm of trading psychology. How do you handle emotions when losing in a trade? Pretty loaded question, but there's a few things that you can do to take emotion out of the game. First, and the simplest, would be to set reasonable expectations for each trade. You're not going to hit that home run every single time, but if you take a little piece out of the market and you do that a couple times a day, then you have a good day. Another thing would be to have a good idea of where you're getting out of a trade before you even get into a trade. That will help you take some emotion out of it too and sort of make it more of a mechanical trade than just putting a trade on without a stop. But Coach Robert, what's your take on handling emotions when you're losing in a trade?
Yeah, that's a tough one because we're human and we're all different and we are emotional creatures. We're just driven through our emotion and our psyche of far more than I'm going to put myself on a limb here, but either every other or the 99% other species in this world, which that's who we are. We have that frontal cortex, we have that brain, we have that reasoning or the ability to reason, whereas other species don't. I mean, we know dogs and cats and stuff. Like you have two dogs, and I myself, they would be best buddies and play around. You drop a food bowl down, they would fight to get to the food bowl, even if they're separated. You had one dog over here, one over here. They look at each other and growl and growl and growl, and they'll be done with their food, and they're like their tails out wagging and start playing again. It's like that's not emotion. That is like survival. That is instinct, creature based. We are not. We're humans. So it's a blessing and a curse. We can think and we can reason, and we try to plan. Right now, I may eat something because I want to feel better later, a light meal because I'm going to work out later, or not eat a particular food because it might make me tired, and definitely eat because I need energy for tomorrow. We think and we plan. The other animals don't do that. Hey, they're not planning like, hey, what am I going to have next Wednesday? If you're a dog chasing a rabbit, are you going to plan it? No, they don't do that. It's all instinct. I know I'm on a little tangent here, but that's the whole point of this. If we can remove pieces of that and stop taking it on ourselves, you don't make you're not a bad trader. It was a bad trade. Maybe it was a good trade. It was just a failing trade because that has to happen. You always strike out in baseball. You always get that interception and pass. You always miss the basket in basketball. It's nobody's perfect. Going in and changing your expectations is a big part of that. If you don't allow those to affect you and your psychology and your training, it's just a losing trade. It happens. And it's why we have our risk. All of this, I'm going to try to cover a lot in this because talking about the emotions, how to handle it. And the easiest way and the best way for me is to not have them. You still have them. Get them, absorb them, entertain them, listen to them, feel them, and then cut them off. I did a great interview actually with Dr. Deanna Cole, who's actually in here, and she's a trader on for the show. And we had a nice little chat. And she asked the same thing of how we would handle these emotions coming from the trader side. And I said, if emotional trading is the largest by far reason that traders have trouble, and that's the biggest struggle amongst traders. Why don't I tackle that first? I want to get the biggest bang for the buck. I'm not worried about a 3 or 4 trade losing streak. I don't have them. Let me clear that up. I do have them. I absolutely lose 3 in a row, 4 in a row, 7 in a row. Absolutely. But I don't put it here and I don't internalize it. I just lost 1 trade. Yup, it was the 4th one in a row. But if you don't look at that and say every trade is different, this is my setup. This is what the market's doing. Hey, that looks like it's working for me. I'm going to take that trade. Oh, okay, I didn't. But you know what? I had my risk. I had it, my stop on there. I knew it was calculated out. I had it. I was ready for it. It moved. Now it's a different market. I said this before, like, you hear the term, you can't step in the same river twice because it's moving. And I modified that to you can't step in the same river once, because as you're stepping in, it's changing. And that's like the market. You can look at that trade and say, oh man, if this just pops over this level, I'm going to get in long. Guess what? It goes to that level. You click the mouse button and it went the other way. It changed as you're getting in there. Okay, so now we have a stop. Did it hit it? Yep. Okay, jot it down, journal it, think about it, move on to the next trade. So it just takes a lot out of that. And I really want to put this in. There's so many questions in here with this, JD, on the emotional side of aspect, just trying to absorb them. Do you do this in other parts of your life? Is it really, how emotional do you get if you are late for something? Is it different if you are late by a minute or 5 minutes or 10? Is it different based on if you're late for 1 minute, it's a 15-minute event? Or if you're late for 5 minutes and it's a 4-hour event? Those are different scenarios. This is the same way. Relate that to trading. Hey, I just lost that trade. Are you going to get all bent out of shape because you lost $20 and you have a $3,000 loss? Or is it you lost that trade and you lost $2,000 against your $3,000 loss? If you lost a $2,000, then it's not an emotional thing. We talk about trading at that point. We shouldn't be letting a trade go $2,000 against us with a maximum loss of 3. So that's a whole different story. That's not an emotional thing in that instance. It may be as to why you held it, but look at other areas of your life and see if you're doing that as well. So how do you handle how do you handle the emotions when you're in a trade? It is different for each person. And I hope that what I said there hits home to you or to maybe some others. And JD, I have a graphic on my screen which is going to drive a little bit of this home also. It's only because of the way I'm talking with this. Hoag's wonderful. He's a super coach. He's a super coach. And we approach things a little bit different. So that's what we're going to do here. And I said this before, and I just found it on a previous post that I had. And there's the date. November 15, 2017. Back then, I ran a sports therapy practice of my own, and I had 2 sets of clients. And you can see the difference between them on the different styles of coaching. And this is the different styles of emotions. It's exactly why I brought this in here. So you have a client that says, I can't stand my trainer. He's tough. I'm getting someone else. And this is a literal conversation. I said, well, man, the last time we spoke, you were making great progress. Yeah, but he's a jerk, so I'm firing him. Okay. And then you go to somebody it's an Olympic client, literally. So now we have a new trader and we have an experienced trader. The same thing. Man, my coach is tough, rude, pushy. I go, yeah, the last time we spoke, you said making progress. Exactly. I'm keeping them. They're the best. I don't have to like them to make progress. And that's the big difference. That correlates to exactly what we're doing here. A trade happened. You lost the trade. It's teaching you something. It is coaching you. It is showing you. You don't have to get upset about it, and especially start banging up on yourself of like, hey, I suck. I'm a bad trader. I can't do this. No, you can. Just one trade. There's just one trade. So Jacob and the others, we're going to see a bunch of them here. Deal with it, right? Don't take it to heart. Deal with it the way that you deal with it. How do you deal with other things? If you have a new baby, I'm trying to throw something out there to try to hit other traders. If you have a new baby and they're crying, do you slap them or do you coddle them? Right? It's how, you can't own that. Do you get mad about it? No, you're going to go and see what's going on. You're going to help. You're going to make an adjustment. Say, oh man, that's right. I was a little late on that feeding. I don't have kids, so I'm kind of talking sideways here, but I'm just giving examples and trying to do the best I can in as many traders so I can. This really hit me, JD. I'm having all these questions. There's got to be something in the air. Is it the time? I mean, we're July. We just got over Independence Day. There's a lot of vacations coming up, kids off of school, and maybe that's a little different. Maybe it's summer, maybe it's really hot where you are, and it's like kind of dragging you down. Maybe this style of trading, the market, the way it's running right now, and the way it's moving, doesn't fit your style anymore, and you're starting to get these bad trades. Well, that's emotional trading, and to full circle back, and one of the biggest reasons that traders don't do well is due to emotional trading. So if you can conquer one thing, forgetting strategy, forgetting instruments, forgetting everything else, is to conquer your reactions and your emotional aspect to trading, you'll be so far ahead of the game.
That was awesome, Coach Robert. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, just to hammer this home, speaking right to you, Jacob, there's no such thing as a perfect trader, right? Losing is part of the game. You have to learn to take a loss. Learning to take a loss and moving on is just the nature of the beast here. And it kind of starts with a solid trading plan. So I'm going to refer back to our tip of the week. I'm going to throw this up here for just a second. Follow your trading plan. Strictly following your trading plan gives you accurate feedback on how your plan is working. Optimizing or changing the plan on the fly blurs results. By following a plan, potential changes or improvements may be easier to spot. Have a plan. Try to discipline yourself as much as you can to stick to that plan. And learn to take a loss. All right, I think that we pretty much covered the next 3 questions, I believe, with that one, Robert.
Yeah, that
look about right to you?
It does, something like that, because there was a lot of them. They go down further, but we can go through and let's hit them up. We have a couple minutes left here, and I know I went a little bit long on that last question. We had so many. I just wanted to generalize and cover the best of my knowledge. And again, I am not a trading psychologist at all. I'm just sharing some examples and things that I've seen in the past. So,
yep. We do have a question about journaling from Bernie. Bernie says, please explain what should be included in a trading journal. And does Topstep require one for payouts? Topstep does not require you to journal before you take a payout. However, we do encourage you to journal. Taking note of your trade setups, how they performed, is great data to have going forward for your trading plan. Coach Robert, what's your take on journaling? Are you into it? I think we've talked about this before.
Yeah, we have. I did start. I'm not a huge reader, so to speak, or writer, but I do have pens here, like pens. I do have paper here with like chicken scratch all over them, and I actually do have. I'm going to bang my mic here for a second. I am using the Topstep trading journal that we all get, and it's about this many pages of stuff that's going on right now. And right in the front, we have our vision, mission, and values that are right in front of me all the time. So it is literally sitting right here. And for disclosure, I have it underneath my microphone to help with some of the echo. It's a little paper stack. So I like journaling, but I journal a little bit different because it matches me. Some traders may want to write paragraphs and very wordy and descriptive. Totally fine. When I journal and I write things down, it's more like specifics. I'm actually like this bullet list item person, as you can probably tell, just being my mind, the way it works, just logical, analytical. It's like bullet. I don't need this big rounded explanation. Did you do this or did you do that? And then maybe like, oh, because of. That's pretty much it. But JD, guess what? Guess what I did earlier today? I made a Topstep X in 5 minutes or less video about the journaling feature. We are coming out on Topstep X very soon. It is not out now. I'm not going to spill the beans. The video is done, and it is over to our creative team. They're just going to put it together, and when it's finished, we'll post it up there. And I think we're going to make a little appearance tomorrow and go through some of those things. So it's right there. I don't want to say too much more about it because we do have it in demo, and you'll see it live.
Yeah, I'm not going to spill the beans either, but we got a special new feature coming out real soon, folks. So get your pencils ready. All right, next question comes from Al. Al wants to know, what can you do to stop having a bias in only one direction? That's a tough question. We've heard from traders before that find success only trading one side of the market. But as shorter-term day traders, are we sort of limiting ourselves to full swings of the market when we're only taking a single directional bias? What's your opinion on that, Coach Robert?
Yeah, my opinion is it's going to do what works for you. So I'm looking at Al here. Is it Al or is it AI? You know how they look kind of funny. I think it's Al. We'll go with Al. So
Yeah,
what can you do to what can you do to stop having a bias in one direction? I would push back and say, why would you want to stop? Why? Why would you want to? Is it the reason so you can trade more? So are you changing something up that's not going to work in your favor? Maybe what's that? I'm just saying off the cuff. I don't want to short America, so I'm going to go long. Awesome, great. Why change it? If the market's selling off and you're long bias, don't trade. You can see how literal I take things. I'm not saying it's good for everybody, not at all. It's just like, okay, well, I have a long bias. I only like this. I only want to watch this. All this. The Mag 7's been going up, pushing the NQ higher and higher and higher. Boy, how can I stop having a long bias and take shorts? I would kick right back and say, why would you want to do that? You're doing perfectly fine. The market's going up, it's going crazy. Jump on it. Get those buyback, get long when it pulls back and ride with it instead of trying to fight what's going on. That being said, if you are intraday and you're trading something like Adobe or something like myself and other traders that like to trade the directionals, Adobe's got those range trades. It comes up, gets to the top, starts to fall down. He's going to short it. Is he biased? Nope. In that one trade, maybe, but it's not biased because it hit his level. Okay. And mine's a little bit different. Once it gets out of that range, I'm going to take the piece off the top. Am I biased? Nope. Just on that trade, playing that particular strategy. Does it work all the time? Nope. So if you're looking to remove your bias, I would ask to say, why would you want to do that? Is it simply because you've heard you shouldn't have a bias? I don't know. I would hate to remove my bias in my own personal portfolio of 401k investments because you get paid when they go up. So I am 100% biased up in the long term. Intraday trading, not one bit. There are trending days that I'll look at the day, it'll trend for 6-7 hours, and I'll take 11 trades. 10 of those were shorts. I don't know. I don't have the answer as to why I would do that, other than saying I don't care about the bias. And that's a personal thing. It's been personal. If you're a trader that likes to buy those pushes and bouncing off VWAP and stuff, absolutely. Great. It's a bias. I'm going up. I just like the feeling of it. Maybe you like adding to the trades, and you can add when the number goes up. It might be a little more difficult to see the market rising and the P&L going down, and then adding to a trade, but you're adding to a trade on a negative number. Maybe that's just a little trick in there that's tripping you up. That's okay too. Answer, don't short. Stick with it. So one more time now, why would you want to stop having it? That would be the first question. Why would you want to stop having a bias? That would be the first question. And it's funny because JD, I can ask somebody else and someone can be like, man, I trade both directions when the market's going up. I can't seem to see it. I don't get that bias when the market's going up. I still try to take these positions. And it's a whole like flipped answer. It's like, well, maybe work on getting a bias when the market's long. So this is such an interesting occupation. Trading is so unique in that type of, it doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, the language you speak, the money you had, nothing. It makes no difference. If you're in the trade and it's your first trade and you bounced up and you took a long and you made $200 and somebody's been trading for years and years and years and they have all these systems and they took the same trade, guess what? You both made $200. Congratulations. That's how it works.
Yeah, for sure. I really don't I don't see the point of limiting yourself to opportunities also, I think it's good to have an initial bias, but you also need to be flexible. They say that markets only move in 3 directions, right? Up, down, and sideways. And markets only trend 10 to 20% of the time. That means 80 to 90% of the time a market's moving sideways, and there's plenty of opportunity on both sides of the market. And if you're strictly long bias, you're only really catching that move. So if a market's trending 10 to 20% of the time, you could say in something like the S&P or the Nasdaq, that when it's trending, it's going higher because that's been the natural tendency of this market for the last couple of years. But you're really limiting yourself to opportunities when the market is going sideways. So maybe that's something for you to think about too, Al. Hope that helps you out. All right, next up we have Rodimus. Rodimus wants to know, greetings, Coach Robert. Do you have any tips on how to reduce slippage? Thanks in advance. This is a really good question. It's all about order
Yeah,
placement, right? Order type and order placement.
Yeah, order type and order placement is right for sure, JD. And yeah, this is a little bit more of a question down my road here. So you have what? Market orders. You have limit orders. You have stop orders. You have stop market. You have stop limit. So you only have certain amounts. I'm on Topstep X, and right now in the order panel, it actually doesn't have the stop limit order right now. So what happens on a market order? Market order is just when I click on buy or sell. It's just going to throw an order to the market. Let's use buy as an example. I want to buy right now. Bang! I press my buy market. Well, that's telling the brokers, the pass that it says, hey, I'm going to place a trade long one contract right here. You're going to get filled at the next opportunity in line. Sometimes it goes in your favor by filling you a little bit on the downside. Because if you're going long, you want to get in a little sooner and get that push up. Sometimes that happens. Not always, not a lot, but it does happen. Most of the time, by the time you enter there, especially if you're looking, wow, this market is pushing flying up, pushing higher, flying up. Let's try that again. And I'm going to buy the market because I want to get this run. I'm going to jump in here real quick. Well, by that time, by the time you place that, it goes out, process, sends, lists, filled, and comes back. You might be 2 points away. And go back, was it Friday? Maybe it might have been yesterday. Actually, it might have been yesterday. Where it was a listing of I believe it was, because it was after Dakota had his big loss there, and those reasons for the slippage. So the order types are one thing. A limit order, that's a market order. A stop market order would be if I were to place a trade above the market here. So I'm going to put in a stop buy. So this is a buy stop right here, a stop buy market. That's going to get filled once the level breaks. I just eyeballed it to 20,553. It's not going to get filled until the market goes up to that level. Once it goes up to that level, it sends a market order. So if you're waiting for that level, doing this will be quicker to get into the market because it's pre-planned rather than just marketing in. But you're still going to have a market order. Now, if I'm going to have a limit order, it's going to be below the market. So this would be a limit buy. So when the market comes down to this level, 20,490, it's going to place a buy order in at that time. So you're still going to get your slippage on it. One of the other ones that is not here right now would be a stop limit. And what that does is you have to put two prices in. So you need to put the entry price where, let's put it right here. There's my stop order, but it's a stop limit. So I'm going to put a stop order. Let me use a different one so it shows the level on the side, JD, right here. I'll use a horizontal array. Here we go. Just like that. So we can see that's at 559.25. When the market comes up to that level, I want to go long. However, I don't want to take a trade if it's over the 25.64 level. And again, I'm just eyeballing this in the chart, and don't take this to heart. You might want to put that about 2 points, 3 points above. So what will happen is you're going to get filled in there. It's going to help you with those fills. You're not going to enter the trade until it hits that first level. And then you're not going to get filled if it's beyond that level by the time the trading is placed. It'll be within that area, and that would be a stop limit. Just currently not available. But I'm sure it will be at some point in time. The other thing you can do, Rodimus, is what JD said about the timing of it. When the market is flying, like 30 seconds after the US Open, or 30 seconds or 3 seconds after the mock order at the end of the day, or during CPI, or during FOMC, if you can not trade in those points where the market is absolutely flying, it's going to save you a heck of a lot of heartache going down the road. It's going to be a lot of emotional distress you're going to have to deal with. It's just too far, too fast. We can trade 22 hours a day. We don't have to trade in the worst possible 15 minutes. It breaks my heart, really, JD, when I see that, and I'll see the list of the trade reports. I'm like, wow, what the heck happened here? 80 of those 100 people tried to trade during a CPI. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. That's what we're here for, to try to, you can do what you want. I mean, it's your account, but if you want to, why put yourself in a situation, I have the saying, you can't get in a bar fight if you don't go in a bar. Well, you're not going to get wrecked on slippage if you don't try to trade at the most slippage times. So I guess maybe it's kind of a hard way of saying it, but it is what it is, And if you are jumping in there, you're throwing lots on there and trying to get what's the big move? I want the big push. Well, congratulations, FOMO person, because Are you just trying to get in and trying to pass and just trying to jump in and make a ton? Good luck. That's over time. You're not going to see that. There are very, very few traders, very few, that are able to make that work for them. Look at the best traders. They're strategic and they're holding and they're getting in there and planning everything out. But oh my God, the market's moving. I better jump in before I miss this. Bam, 15 contracts lost. I just don't like seeing that. We really try to help out. At the end of the day, you can trade how you want, but if you're asking these questions, you must want to have other opinions, and that's what we're here for.
Great answer. Thank you, Robert. And thank all of you for submitting your questions. Unfortunately, we are out of time for group coaching today. We got to get ready for the next segment, but stick around. We've got market stalking with, I almost said market strategy. That was funny. Market stalking with Eddie, Robert, Deanna, and Coach Jay coming up next. Stick around for that. And then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Jack, Dolby, and Austin. Silver is with us. So we're going to take a short break. Stick around. We've got plenty more tradertainment coming your way. Short break. We'll be right back.
right. Welcome back to Market Stalking. And for those in Europe, Market Stalking. So we will welcome back here to Market Stalking. With Deanna, we've got Coach Jay, we've got Coach, we got the Riz, Coach Robert, and lots of good things. And let me let's get the party started here. Coach Jay, how you doing today?
Doing good, Eddie. Doing good. Took some Nasdaq trades today, up a little bit on an XFA. Maybe considering locking it out for the day, but we will see if power. I'll just do the manual Coach J lockout.
Definitely. Coach Robert, how are you, sir?
I am doing wonderful. I was right in the shoe there of Gabe, being not getting much sleep the other day, but I got sleep last night. He didn't, so here we are. Gabe, good man behind the scenes. I'm doing well, though. Eddie, thank you. And Deanna, great job last night. Super job.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yes, it was very exciting.
Hey, hello to the
I was
star here.
stalking in there. We were stalking.
Oh, yes, we were stalking this morning. Oh, God.
Oh, okay. And our star of the show, Deanna, how are you?
I'm great. Yes. So obviously a long day for me, but I did manage to get a little nap in between, so all good. I'm in a long trade at the moment on gold because I think we might have like a redistribution thing where we're gonna keep hunting for the all-time highs. Now I know that Andre was talking about 2450 something being the all-time high, but on my chart it's actually 2477. So we may have been a little bit too premature with the air horns earlier. And I think it's one of the rare occasions where gold is just going to keep drifting higher post-market. Because if we were going to turn around, it was going to happen a little bit sooner than this, and we certainly wouldn't have made yet another higher high. So that's what I'm kind of planning for this, probably my final trade of the day. And yeah, that'll be it.
Gold,
so,
huh?
Yeah, gold.
You know, let me ask you too. I know 77 is the all-time high.
Mm-hmm.
When we get there, you think it's going to be a race to the top?
The way gold has done this in the past, it does these like slow creep ups to the all-time highs, then smashes through it by quite a bit, and then it's typically a bit of a sell-off. So you have to manage the trade pretty well after that smash through, because some people might get caught up in the pullback, which can be quite violent. What happens with gold, I think, because it's a thinner market in general, I think there's not enough liquidity to kind of buy, but the buy side to kind of keep pushing, and they inevitably run into that vacuum where they just ping it back. So just be aware of that, and yeah, we should be fine.
Gold tilt right now, basically about 50-50. And it's really not indicating any big moves here, but it is rising. But we'll see. I'd like to, like you mentioned, that when we hit that 77, I just like to see how far we can run. And then, like you said, there will be a turnaround. There will be that wall that's going to be hit, and we'll see where we go from there. But you've got trades in just gold today?
Gold, gold was mainly the thing that I was looking at. I had an RBOB idea, but I think we once again rolled a little bit too early in RBOB and Topstep. So I tried to enter a trade and it just started like wagging around plus 1800, 0, plus 80. So I was like, what's happening? And it's probably because the spread is pretty massive in there. So we need to have a look at that with the support team. I know that we roll based on volumes, but sometimes it takes a while until all of the people migrate. And in thinner markets, that could be an issue because you're going to get a big spread until the migration happens to the new contract. So yeah, I did ping it off to the support team, so hopefully they're going to deal with that. I don't know how we solve that though. So yeah, something to think about.
And remember, when we're trading and we do come to the expiration, always trade the volume. Watch the volume, and you can get that volume on your platform. Go to the quote board. It's going to tell you how much volume between month and month, and once that new month has more volume, swing it over. But let's talk to Coach Jay. Jay, you said you had a trade on earlier. What's kicking in on your account?
Right now, my account's up about 650 for the day trading the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq's been providing some pretty good opportunities, and it is a range bound market right now, but it's a pretty wide range, right? I think today's high to low we had about 220 points. So it's a wide enough range to trade in the Nasdaq, but it's about trade location, picking the right trade location. So had a few trades in each direction. Right now, I'm kind of just sitting on my hands. We've been consolidating for the last half an hour or so. And this is that low volume time in the Nasdaq where opportunities are going to be smaller. So I'll look into Power Hour to see if we have anything. But I'm okay also, cutting it for the day after this session.
Okay, so opportunity knocks. You're going to answer the door. You're not locking out yet. I mean, 6+ is a very good day.
It is.
So, and I like the way your theory is. Let's see what Power Hour does. If there's opportunity, I'll take it. Otherwise, rock it, lock it. Best to be safe than sorry.
I should just be
Coach
trading the
Robert.
Russell, which is up 3% today.
You know what you said? So let's talk about that Russell. You said it's not stopping. What's kicking in the Russell here?
The Russell's up 3% today. I think JD talked about it during the opening call today. We're seeing maybe a rotation out of tech into some safer assets, if you can call them safer assets. But the Russell, the Dow have just been screaming to the upside the last week or so. And again, up 3% today while the Nasdaq is down a little bit. Just kind of goes with that thesis. But for whatever reason, the Russell and the Dow, when they move, they're pretty big percentage days, right? I think we had a 3% day last week in the Russell and another 3% up day today. So, there is opportunity in other places if the Nasdaq is a difficult market for you to trade. And a lot of times what we'll see is if the Nasdaq and ES are consolidated, the Russell and the Dow are the markets that are trending. So if you're a trend trader, maybe look for your opportunities there when the other two are consolidated.
Let me ask you. I used to put in orders to the Russell, but really never paid attention on the trading floor what the Russell was. What is the Russell? What's behind the Russell? And why do you think that it's moving the way it is?
It's a great question. Nick Fortick actually said in the chat, don't sugarcoat it. It's a rotation out of tech into garbage. There's 2,000 stocks in the Russell. And Eddie, I couldn't begin to tell you what's in there, but it's not the heavily tech-weighted index like the Nasdaq is, right? Where we saw the Nasdaq push into all-time highs right below that 21,000. Valuations for some of these tech companies are astronomical, and at some point you need to see profit taking, right? Anyone who is buying all year, when we push up to these major levels, you don't realize a profit until you sell that position, and then you have to allocate that money somewhere else. So I think that's what's happening right now, especially coming into election time, right, where things can get more volatile. It's going into the Russell where there's 2,000 stocks where if you're maybe investing in the Russell, Coach Paul says it all the time, it's like turning around a barge, right, where there's 2,000 companies in there, and they're diverse, so you're not going to get these wild swings potentially. But what's in there? I have no idea.
Well, you know what? I tell you what's good with the community. Rates move, Russell. Thanks, Trader Hacks. Salute your shorts. It's retail, and Chuck Love. I like that. Chuck Love. Russell is a small cap equities, and of course we got Nick Vertick. If they were good companies, they would be in the S&Ps. Yeah, they would. But a little breakdown, and I appreciate that. That's teamwork getting together and helping us recognize what the Russell really is. So, cool. All right, Coach Robert, I'm going to pick on you right now. I need you to pick on Coach Robert. How about trades today, Coach? You put anything on the books?
Go ahead, Eddie. I asked the question. I was fixing my mic. What do you want to know, my friend? Then whatever you beat me up, go for it. Chop me up, go for it.
I'm not going to chop you up. You're my buddy. Just wondering if you put anything on the books today.
I did not, but I may hear shortly if this keeps something off. I'm watching the NQ. We talked about 4 different markets here, just between the you and between Jay and between Deanna. Find one that fits you. And Jay, you were spot on with that Russell 2000. There's 2,000 stocks in it. I put a link in the chat that shows the 2,000 stock list. I think everybody's on the same page, which is kind of like, they're just small cap stocks, not a lot going on. They're kind of on the wayside, and not a lot of people like it. And I think maybe the only one that is disliked more would be the Dow by Jack. Other than that, I think there's not a lot going on, but it does trend. Jay, you're absolutely spot on. It's just what is going on with it. It's a slow moving. Hey, it takes a lot to push it around, but it might be a little safer if you're not into the big giant swings and bounces of the NQ or the YM, for example.
Right.
So no trades for me, Eddie. To answer your question, I'm going to scroll back and see my chart up there. I'll mark a couple things off, and first thing I can do is switch over to my live account. How am I doing?
Now remember, it's only opportunity. We're not going to force any trades here. The opportunity is right. If your game plan is coexisting with the market movement, by all means, then you put the trade on. But worst thing you could do is just trade to trade. And
you'll never see me doing that, and that's good advice. You won't. Yeah, I'm going to mark a few things out, and if I have one, I'll jump in and let you know we're jumping in and go from there.
Well, thank you, Coach Robert. And let's get back to. I was going to say, let's get back to Coach Deanna. Coach Deanna, how are you today? You know what Robert sort of mentioned that the session last night or this morning, I should say, was a great session. This is something new that we're adding. It's called Opening Call London, and Deanna is going to be our host to the new London session, which begins every day, Monday through Thursday, 3:30 a.m. Central Time. Deanna, Coach Deanna, can you tell us a little bit about what's going on during Opening Call London?
Yeah, so London is a funny little session, especially for some of the markets that we like to trade and that we already have in Topstep. And as a result, you need to approach it from a slightly different angle. Typically, I like to wait until some sort of movement starts happening, which is almost never at London Open. Go figure. So this is why we start a little bit later, so that I can have some good levels to talk about that follow my own plan and our high probability opportunities. So it's a bit of a mix of a class along with illustrating some trades and examples in the live markets for the London session. Typically in the London session, you're going to have a lot of unfinished moves and lackluster moves, neutral day types, and things like that. So I'm just trying to bring a bit more awareness of how to approach that from a systematic side, how you can create a plan to not get caught up chasing momentums during London at the wrong times of day. So that's pretty much it.
All right, if we can we get a poll? Let's see here real quick. Who attended Opening Call London last night? Who didn't? And who plans on catching it tonight or sometime this week? Can we do that? We get a poll up here. I'd like to see how many people, because I know a lot of us were at that segment, early segment. I wasn't. I was getting tornado sirens all night. So I was basically just trying to close my eyes at any given moment, but thank God no tornadoes touched down. Yes, Fred, it's 3 a.m. Central, 3:30 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Central Time. And that's here on YouTube, correct, Deanna?
Yep, that's right. Here on YouTube, yeah.
Okay.
We actually had
So
I think it was about 850 people live, and then a whole bunch of people rewatched it. So yeah, it was really fun. Very good questions. Everybody was quite polite, so that was good. And yeah, really, really good questions that I enjoyed answering, and hopefully we can keep that up in the coming days.
what I
Some
would
people
think-
asked for a playlist. Sorry, yeah.
No, go ahead, D.
Yeah, some people are asking, do you have a playlist? So we're kind of thinking as the sessions keep going, maybe I can pick a topic to discuss every time I'm on, and then we can build a little playlist so that we can have some extra knowledge banks to reflect on at a later date.
I like that. And the thing is, as you go, you're going to be building that segment better and better. You're going to know what works, what doesn't. And by all means, if you got any suggestions for that segment here in our community, by all means, send that to us at TopstepTV@Topstep.com. So we're always in for suggestions and ideas. But otherwise, Deanna, I'm just going to sort of hand you the mic. Crude right now, right before it's closing here, we got about 8 minutes, making a nice little run to the top side.
Yeah.
Still, go ahead.
I had some levels higher up in crude oil because I was short biased. I was looking for shorts because of where we are on the daily chart. If we look at the daily and weekly charts, actually, it's probably more obvious on the weekly chart. It's rolling over from a supply that we established sometime. When was this? In April, I believe. So I was looking for a further downside, but obviously we opened with quite a bit of a gap. And that gap never really closed. It made an attempt, and then it just stuttered, and we've kind of stayed in the same area for quite a few hours now. I had a setup in RBOB, which did reach the value low from yesterday from the bottom, and that can be a nice reversal area. So I took that in another account, and it did work out. Like I said, because of the weirdness in the rolls, it didn't. I didn't like as soon as I saw it jumping around. I was like, I'm closing this. This is not looking
Now,
good.
Deanna, for those that don't know, what is RBOB?
RBOB is gasoline futures. It is kind of the twin of CL, so twin of crude oil, just a lot more liquid. And whenever I'm trying to trade either crude oil or RBOB, I will have both of them to see which one might offer me better levels, better opportunities, and how they're moving in relation to each other. Because RBOB and CL are actually a part of this thing called the crack spread. And it also involves the heating oil. So you would basically do this thing. It's like a spread trading strategy, and all three are actually a part of that. So there's definitely a triangulation between those three instruments. However, I like to trade them separately, so I don't do any spreads or anything like that. But yeah, it does help to keep a pulse on both, kind of like as if you're trading ES and NQ, and then you have levels in one, and you're sort of relying on whatever you see in ES, and you're looking for divergences or convergences to match in both in order to take the highest probability trades. And this is kind of exactly the same idea. It's been working pretty well. I did go back to trading crude oil on certain days when I think that the market is giving me opportunities. Today, it wasn't really looking that great for me because I had conflicting information. So I think I tried like one trade and I bailed out of that. And then I turned my attention to gold, which worked a lot better for today at least.
Okay. Best to find the market that is moving for you in your favorable direction. And just a little reminder coming up here in just a few, about 20 minutes, I believe. Here we're going to have FOMC member Adriana Kugler, member of the Federal Reserve FOMC member, speaking. So we'll keep an eye on the comments coming from her determining U.S. monetary policy, and often gives speeches and interviews to convey the stance of the monetary policy. So we'll keep that in mind. But one of the topics I wanted to bring up, and it's one of our top step tips of the week, is having a game plan. Now, I've got to be honest. Sometimes I do have a game plan. I don't have a game plan. I got an idea. I'm looking for something. But, the way I trade, and it's being a scalper, it's sort of areas. It's not really a detailed, if we hit this level, if we hit the VWAP, if we do this. But, Deanna, what would something that you can share with our traders would help somebody at least putting down a basic, decent game plan?
Yeah, I'm very big on process. So I've shown this extra technical document that I have here. It's a Word document, so nothing super fancy. It's just literally so I keep a pulse on what's happening on larger time frames so that I don't get lost in sort of small little areas that I'm looking at intraday. So I always start on the weekly chart, then I look at the daily chart, and I kind of mark up some reversal areas from larger time frame participants. Then I go down to a 30-minute chart and I look at where we opened in relation to yesterday's trading. This is where it says value open. And then I have a little drop down thing that has gap up, open above value inside range, gap down, open below value inside range, or inside value / responsive. And then I say to myself, check IB range, because if we have a potential for a range bound day, if the markets are in balance, I want to make sure that the first hour of trading, aka the initial balance range, is big enough for me to run something like a failed auction trade. Otherwise, if we have a tiny little initial balance, it means that I'm going to be scalping for like 10 ticks, which I don't like doing. That's not my style at all. I look for bigger opportunities. So that's why I put that down. And then I carry on with some of my checklists. So I have the initial balance range, whether it's normal. I also like to compare it to whatever session range average we are working with over the last 2 weeks. So I say wide range over ASR, wide range over 2/3 of ASR. So if you have either one of those conditions, any kind of continuation might be a bit difficult because it's going to take a lot of power, a lot of energy to push even further. So again, it's like a reminder. Yeah.
Hey, real quick here, our crude is just did a 180 on us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're hitting. We're coming back here. Just wanted to point that out. We thought it was going north, but no, it's back on the bear.
Mm.
Okay, so I'm sorry, as you were saying.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, so it's just a checklist to make sure that I don't forget to cross-check things, because I'm very big on situational awareness and the process. And then obviously I have my more popular ADRs and ASR levels, just to, again, stay aware of how far or how near they are. And those are the levels that I look at for reversal trades. So I then go into the hypothesis based on those levels. And I like to have about 3 of them, both longs and shorts. And then I just look for evidence of the market doing what I'm expecting it to do at those levels. Now, obviously, this whole thing and the whole process is based on some heavy research and statistics that I've done over the last, well, really 16 years, because that's how long I've been trading. 11 out of those I've been a prop trader, but I've been trading for much longer than that. So whenever I'm looking at a level, usually it's going to be some sort of a reversal level, but a few of them will be kind of a line in the sand. They might go over the level and maybe accept value if we're coming from outside of value, or I'm looking at the reversal at that value area. And it just helps me to not do stupid things before we sort of get to those levels. And then if we have a market where it just goes into a single direction, I will also put that down on the plan. And then I will try to look for pullbacks to go with that perceived trend if I can, which is never that easy because, true trending markets, they're difficult.
Oh, yes, definitely. Now, Deanna, what happens when you put, it seems like you're doing a lot of thorough work here for your game plan. What's your go-to when that game plan is just not happening?
Well, I tend to stop at a certain number of trades per day. So if I've kind of done about 5 of them and I've kind of flipped and flopped between the directions, it's time to call it a day. And then I just walk away, go sleep, and, it's a new day. So there's no point sitting there and continuing if none of your hypos are happening, because that just means that you're not reading the market well that day. And that will happen. It will happen to everybody. We're human.
Sure.
It is perfectly normal. I think a lot of people beat themselves up when they do have a bad day because maybe they don't have the best plan to begin with, so they start to lose themselves. So the more trades they've lost, the more they effectively bash themselves, and they're not very kind to themselves, and then they just derail the whole P&L completely for the day. And after that, after all is done, they're just like, oh, why did I do that? And that's down to our lizard brain taking over and us trading from a very emotional side of things rather than keeping our rational brain, in focus and, the prefrontal cortex and all of that good stuff. So I do a lot of work on myself to try and stay rational as much as possible. But I mean, I think it helps that I'm not exactly the most emotional person in the world. Some people get really, really emotional when they lose a trade. I never really size up that much in relation to the account size for any single loss to bother me. And I always leave myself a lot of room to make mistakes and then to try to dig myself out of them if the day doesn't quite start well. But having said that, there is a limit to that. So after about 5 trades, if none of them have worked out, I'm like, you know what? I suck today. So
You suck.
let's move on.
Y'all suck.
Yeah, you all suck. Yeah, exactly. I suck.
Y'all suck.
The thing is, Deanna, it's. I think that a trader needs to see this, experience it themselves, when they put together a game plan and it doesn't work. But
Absolutely.
they're bullheaded enough to try to keep pushing it, hoping that it does work. And I mean, it took me a while before I realized that, you know what, if it's not working, unless you got a plan B, unless you got a lot of time putting together another game plan, it's best to just sit out. And a lot of traders that I've talked to, it's like, you know what, just go to your practice account, work on your chops, work on recognizing market movement, do that, and don't worry about the trade date today. Okay, tomorrow's another day, like you said. And I think traders need to experience that before they actually realize that this is what I need to do.
Yeah. There is
Yeah, Eddie,
also go.
No, Deanna, you're on the same topic. I was going to hit your psychology thing and put a 2-cent thing on there, but because you're talking about the cortex, so let's stay on this thought, and I'll jump into that one after you're finished.
Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought there. So what was I going to say? Oh yeah, so when people get really emotional, and instead of going to the practice account and going, okay, what went wrong, and being really analytical with themselves, they go reset 10 lots. So that's the big difference. We have to learn to rein that part of ourselves in. Yeah, because we can't reset the combines. It's sort of it is a crutch, isn't it? So yeah, you just kind of think, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna, pull pork it, and it doesn't really matter. But it does matter because you're just developing bad habits. So some consistency needs to be a part of the plan that you're doing as well. I see a lot of people flipping and flopping between position sizes. One time they're trading one contract size, the other time they're scaling up to 15. Like no rhyme or reason to the position size. And yet they're like, well, why am I not profitable? Well, because there's lack of consistency in everything, in time of the day that you trade, number of trade that you do, the levels that you use, and yes, position size as well. And all of that can be put into your plan and then tracked. So why do we have plans? It's not so that we can stare at some text. It's to track your progress. What worked? What didn't work? How many times it worked? If it does work. Where did that trade happen? What time of day it was? What was the size of the stop? There's a natural analytical side to trading. And if you don't have that, it's going to be an uphill struggle. Definitely.
Right. I mean, that's the things you put in your journal. And, if you come across, which I have, market looks the same as it did 2 weeks ago. Well, what did we do 2 weeks ago? I'm going to take a look and see what happened. What did I do? How did I enter the market if I did? How did the market play out? Not to say that it's going to do the same thing, but it might give you a good idea where the market wants to go. So it's always good to have that edge, that slight edge, not a perfect edge, but a slight edge. Now, Coach Robert, you were adding to Deanna's comments.
Yeah, because she was talking about the psychology, the cortex trading component of it, and it kind of falls right in. I don't know if if he's in this trade that NQ just took off. We want to make sure we get into the trading first.
Yeah, no, I didn't take it. I'm just sitting here reading it, but we finally broke out of that zone that we were in for about 2 hours. But NQ just caught it right out of this.
You're doing Nasdaq, right, Jay?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it. It bounced off of the initial balance low, 485, and right up to 575. So really nice trade. But go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah, we just want to make sure we get in the trading first. And I know you were looking at it, and I just saw it popped up out of the corner of my eye. So we always make sure we do that. The comment I had, and won't be long on this, but I saw a podcast from Andrew Huberman not too long ago called the anterior mid-cingulate cortex. And when I'm done talking, I'll put it in the chat. But what that is, it goes right on. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Deanna. You.
Very catchy.
Yeah, the anterior mid-cingulate cortex. And what that does is how you expand that and grow and learn is by putting yourself, but taking on a situation that you are afraid or that you have fear about and then conquering it. And that's how we do things. I don't know what this is like. I need to put myself in kind of a situation, like an ice bath. Like, great, I'm here, and you get it planned out for 15 seconds, stay for 30, because you're pushing yourself that boundary, and that comes in right into trading. I'm learning so much more about the psychology stuff on the side of trading. It's blowing my mind, and they weren't talking about trading, but it was just kind of like, well, how do I make progress? Well, you need to do something that you're not comfortable. It's how you adapt. You know, you want bigger biceps, you get in the gym. You want to be a little healthier, you can change things that change your diet. You know, you want to do your trading, you're gonna feel the pain. You're gonna feel some hurt. So that's how we're going to build, and that's where all that learning comes from. But with that anterior mid-cingulate cortex, you got to do things that you don't want to do, but do them anyway. And that goes into discipline, right?
Yeah,
That's a Tyson
get
thing.
comfortable being uncomfortable, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. Yeah.
That's how you learn, and that's how you grow.
You need to do it.
And then repetition over time.
It's like when they teach you how to swim. You know, either they throw you in, or which that's the way I learned how to swim. Was there you go, learn. You know, and eventually you sink or die, or sink or swim, basically. And same thing with
So
trading.
my dad
too.
told me to swim.
Threw you in.
He threw me in, and then we were in like a sea area. So he kind of threw me in the sea, and then he got in there with me. But every time I tried to get close to him, because we Serbia, Yugoslavia, that's where I grew up. So we don't have oceans. We have the Adriatic Sea. And every time I tried to get close to him, as I was learning to swim, he would back away ever so slightly.
Oh no! Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, that's one way. See, you say the sea or the ocean. Here where I am, it's like we got like ponds and pools where there's edges you can grab on if you need to. So I give you 100% props on that, and I'm glad that you're still with us. By all means.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's
Coach
the Balkan
Jay, what are you doing
way.
over there, brother?
Stalking a trade right now that the Nasdaq showed that it can break out of this zone to the upside. Looking to see
Stalking the trade.
Yeah,
I know we have a Fed speaker coming up in about 5 minutes, but
yes, you know what we've got. Yes, my alarm went off, and we've got Kugler going to be speaking here in about 5 minutes. So we'll see what she's got to say. Adriana Kugler. Now I'm not sure if she's not a voting member, is she, Robert? I don't think so. I got to get a list. Where's a list? I've got like a half-ass list of voters, non-voters. I'd like to get a list of every single one of them. Anybody got a link or something that would be very, very, very sufficient for me? Yes, Miss J, I'm sick of the Fed too, but hey, they're the drivers here. You know, we're in the back seat. We're the kids in the back seat going to grandma's house.
That is saying she is a voting member.
She's a voter. Thank you, Ald Lang-Syne. Okay, she's a voting member. What time is a crime? Okay. So we'll pay attention to what she does have to say. But Coach Jay, you were saying you put any trade on her. You're still running with the one you got.
I did not put a trade on. I'm looking for an opportunity. Again, I kind of wanted the market to show me that it has the potential to break out of that zone. It did. So now I'm looking for a pullback in order to get in somewhere around 25.50 to 25.40 in that zone. It gives me an opportunity to limit risk. But there looks like there's some upside left in this move. The ES is also pushing up towards those all-time highs. We're about 7 points away from it there. So looking for the NQ to kind of play catch up. Right now, where we're rejecting in the Nasdaq is at the low of, I don't even remember what news we had this morning, But 7:30 Central, there was some news that came out. The low of that move is at 575 in the Nasdaq, so we're rejecting there. Again, if we get a pullback, I'll get in the trade from there.
Okay.
As far as game plans go, I
WTI
just look at
crude.
myself in the mirror in the morning and tell myself I don't suck, and then I just sit down at my desk ready to trade.
Come on, you know y'all suck. Y'all.
Jay, well, just what you
crude,
said there about
August,
telling
futures
yourself.
settled 80.76 a barrel. That was down $1.15 or 1.40%. So it did settle, but it is still moving. So just a heads up. RBOB, do I got anything for RBOB on you? RBOB on you. Well, the gasoline futures settled at
RBOB on you, yes.
247.75 a gallon.
Okay.
There you go. Okay.
We've got our Bob here with us.
Oh, you got it? Settled?
Well, there he is.
That settles about the same time, right?
It does, yeah. I'm just joking about Robert, because that's me and Hogue. I see Hogue is popped up in the chat.
There he is.
He calls gasoline futures our Bob, our Robert. So I say we have our Robert here now with us as well.
Robbie.
You
all suck.
Yes, we do.
It's funny because I'll have the speaker going. I don't have my headphones on. Headphones are in the show, but I just have a Bluetooth speaker that I keep going. And you guys will be on like market stocking with. When I'm not on, I'll just go in the kitchen and get some coffee or something. All of a sudden, I'll hear someone go like, well, "Is our Robert going to?" I'm like, "Wait, what did I miss?" Like I'm running back, and it's so funny sometimes. You know, it's like
It was so funny.
Jay, you were talking about.
We just said that you run. Yeah.
Jay, you were talking about the thing about getting and telling yourself, look in the mirror, you know, I don't suck, I'm okay. There was a little training thing we should do where you set yourself up for positivity. Now, it may or may not work for you. I don't know. But if you put your passwords like, I will have a good day, something like that. So every time you sit down and you try to get into your computers or you log in, you're actually reinforcing some of these things that come into your mind. And there are so many ways that you can help with that. And so I'm glad you did that. We always forget, you know, you're going to put them sometimes literally on the on a mirror, and it's really helpful. It's really helpful.
Positive
for that stuff. But
reinforcement.
just keeping it positive, exactly. And you can do it any way that makes sense to you. Like the one I literally saying that's like, today will be good. You know, and the T, your capital T, and O is a 0. Just make sure it fits the password requirements. But when you do that, just think of it. You leave, you come back to your desk, and it's timed out. You got to log in again. Oh, it will be a good day, right? So it really does make a difference, and you'd be surprised. And just think about that. Right. Every time you walk into a place and somebody says you're horrible, you're miserable, it's gonna beat you down. But every time you walk in the same place and you get the positive feedback, it's like, even if it was a bad day, how was your day? It was horrible. Well, it wasn't as bad as yesterday, or it gives you something to learn with. So I just like saying all this stuff. I'm on this whole like psychology learning kick right now, and I'll share whatever I can get.
Positive mental attitude. Positive mental attitude. You gotta have that here in this business. You can't frown upon it. You got to get up, and the thing is too is, you know, got a comment here coming from Kugler. Hot, ready to go. If incoming data does not provide confidence that inflation is moving towards the 2% target, it may be appropriate to hold rates steady a little longer. What? Adriana, we don't want to hear that. Also, if the labor market cools too much, it will be appropriate to cut interest rates sooner than later. Some more hot biscuits on the coming out of the oven. Kugler saying that upside risk to inflation, downside risk to employment have become more balanced. So these are some of the hot comments coming out off the wire. There's some other comments coming here also, but those were the hot ones. Okay. So labor market has been seen as substantial rebalancing. We've heard that before. We've seen that before. Little reruns here. Supply and demand are gradually coming into better balance. We know that. Okay. But, well, Coach Jay, Nasdaq made a nice run here, and looks like we might be pulling back on it right now. Same thing here. The opposite. Go ahead.
Yeah, we got a pullback to VWAP. VWAP is now being supportive, and that's the session VWAP. It was supportive. Well, it was a resistance all day. It's starting to act as a support now. I saw someone in the chat said that's the pullback. It's not the pullback I'm looking for. If this trade just goes without me, that's okay. I want it to pull back to an area where I can limit risk a little better. And more often than not, I've seen them play out. It's just patience, right? Where I could, get in the trade there and hope that it continues up, or I'll feel more comfortable with the market coming back down, testing those 50s, and then getting in there. If it doesn't happen, I just don't take the trade.
Okay. Is this? Let me just ask you. Part of your. Go ahead, Deanna.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Jake, because I know you have a plan as well. So how do you approach your day? How do you create your plan? I really want to know.
Yep. So after I tell myself I don't suck, I sit down at the desk and we go through levels. So the daily levels that are on the Topstep website, I'll mark out those levels on a hourly 30-minute chart and go from there. And for me, the day develops as it goes, right? Especially being a volume analyst, right? I can have an idea for what I think the market's going to do, but the volume is going to tell me what it's actually doing, right? So it's kind of constantly paying attention to those volume setups and then taking the trades as they come. So we talked about setups. Exactly. So I pulled this up real quick. These are a couple of setups that I have, and I just had a few conversations with ChatGPT, kind of going through the indicators that I use, what exactly I'm looking for, and then we broke it down into 8 specific setups. So if one of those presents itself, I'm ready to just click the button, and that's what it is. So it's for me, it's having an idea of what play I want to run, right, and then when that opportunity presents itself, running that play, right, and not trying to predetermine the move. I actually used to coach basketball players for that all the time, right? Where a lot of if anyone has a kid that plays basketball, a lot of them the first thing they want to do is like the fancy moves, crossovers, behind the back dribble and all that stuff. But when I coach kids, it's just like, hey, it's not about being able to do the move. It's about being able to do the move in the situation that it accounts for.
Situational awareness.
It calls for it, right? So if you're going behind the back just because you want to, you're going to get the ball taken from you. But if you're going behind the back because the defender's reaching for the ball and you need to move it to the other side, then you're paying attention to what's happening in the moment, and that's what I want to do, right? So just have a toolbox of setups, and then seeing which one the market presents, and then taking it from there. And do they always work out? Of course not, but it's a measured risk that I have based on these setups, and going from there.
Now, real quick, just rewind a little bit. Coach Jay, you mentioned the chat GPT. How do you utilize that with your trading? What are you asking, or what are you suggesting, or how do you go about that?
Yeah, so it's really, the first thing I started with was, hey, I want to create a playbook of the setups that I'm looking for in the market. Then it's just asking and answering questions, right? I use the Delta Flow indicator for Quant Hour. ChatGPT knows what the indicator is, so it knows how traders are using it, and then I'm telling it how I'm using it, and then we're breaking it down from there. So I'm saying, hey, if I see heavy delta at the low of a move, I'm looking for a reversal. So I'm using Delta Flow, I'm using level 2, I'm using time and sales. What can I look for when I see heavy negative delta, and call that a setup? We gave it a name, and then I may share it, kind of deciding whether or not we share these things, because they are specific to me, right? It's exactly what I look at for the market, but I think anyone can do that, right? Whatever indicators you use, try to identify how that indicator helps you make a trading decision, and then breaking down a setup from there, and it can print it for you. And again, for me, I'll share this one more time. I have traders all the time say, hey, I don't have that Delta Flow indicator. So it gave me these 8 setups, and then I said to ChatGPT, I said, hey, what if I don't have the Delta Flow indicator? Can I just use a volume indicator? Give me those same setups using volume, and it gave me the same 8 setups, and then a disclaimer for the difference between the Delta Flow and volume, because we know Delta and volume is different, right? Volume is going to tell you how many contracts traded in a candle. Delta is going to tell you whether they were to the buy side or the sell side. So what's the difference between volume and delta, and how might that change the reads, is what it gave to me, which is pretty cool. And you can do that for whatever you trade.
Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is what Luke Skywalker when he had R2D2. So and that was somebody like R2D2. But yes, I mean that's. Didn't think I mean, Robert, you just posted something in chat. What did you just post in chat?
Thanks, Eddie. Well, I'm kind of a nerd myself, and I love what Jay is saying, and with the GPT stuff, I use it all the time, like all the time. It's not the end all be all, but it gives you some great ideas, and the fact that you can have the conversation with it, and then 5, 6, 7 days later or 2 months later, you can go back and look at it and just do what Jay did. Well, I don't have volume profile, enter. And it picks up right where you left off. If that was a human, you'd be like, wait, what were those notes? I need to check things. And that's why I like to use it. You can throw something else into the mix after the fact. And you used to be able to, not used to, it used to be paid to have these custom GPTs where you can do the instructions, kind of structure it the way you want, not for the answers, not a question and answer, but kind of just modify it and massage it to how you want it to approach. Like I have mine, the first line is anything I ask, I want a direct answer bullet list. And that from that point on, it's not going to give me a wordy answer because I'm more of a bullet list person. So what Jay did was fabulous. And the custom ones you used to have to pay for. You still have to pay to make them, but they are now free. So I have several, and one of them is the GPT Mentor, and that is now free. So I have it in my list of tools, and I post it in the chat now and then whenever we get on this type of a topic. I throw it in there, and it really does wonders. It really does. It's not going to give you the 100%. Do I go long here? That's not what it's for. It's for exactly what Jay did. Man, hey, here's a great setup. I love the way this is going. You go, I don't have that. Something. Oh, great. Here's 5 other ways. So you go, oh, I have that one and didn't even think about it. It's just a wonderful thing.
Right. It's really cool to see that you're reaching out using the new technology and so forth. And a lot of us are still in the dark, but this is a conversation we need to have to bring us into the light. I'm in the dark, but anyway. Deanna, before we call it a segment, tell us about market stalkers. I posted your YouTube link. Is that the one that we should be posting? YouTube market stalkers?
Yeah, that is the one. I have a YouTube channel, so it's been going for a few years now. I post. I don't make videos like every single day, but the ones that I do post, they usually tackle some topics that I feel are unexplored or not explained quite in depth enough. So you'll find a lot of stuff on order flow, supply and demand, market profile, and yes, even psychology, and then a few kind of fun bits and pieces with me and my dogs out walking while I take you through some of the setups that I like to use and how to use profile and all of that stuff. So yeah, I kind of take you on a little journey, not for every video because some of them are just kind of plain talking heads videos. Just recently I did a little video on Bookmap because I have been using Bookmap pretty heavily for the last 4 years or so. And I do that only when the price sort of arrives at my level. So I'm not kind of chasing in between. I'm just trying to see what is actually happening once we arrive there. Are there any orders there? And a whole bunch of other stuff. So, it's a pretty useful channel for sort of an intermediate trader who's looking for some slightly less common answers to the issues that they may be having. As a part of that, I mean, it's a bit of a long story, but I did create an entire course, and that actually garnered a lot of attention quite a few years ago. That sort of came out of nowhere. I was always asked about my levels and my setups, and I was always doing a lot of research. I'm a nerd myself as well, so I like to do what I call like my counting algorithm. So if I have a level, I might do like a little bit of code just to see how many times that happened, what's the success rate, how much we moved away from it, just like basic stats. We have that in Edgeful now, obviously. But if you're looking to learn a little bit more about the levels that I'm using, why, and how to put it all cohesively together, then you might want to check out the main website, which we run on Thinkific. It's a pretty well-known course platform.
Fantastic. Well, Deanna, thank you very much. And don't forget, opening call London.
Yes.
And Deanna is going to be hosting that segment Monday through Thursday, 3:30 a.m. Central Time. So be there tomorrow morning. Yeah, tomorrow morning. You okay over there? I heard somebody fall. 3:30 a.m. Central Time. opening call London with Deanna, and had the first one this morning, and we are just going to keep plugging through it and making it better each and every day. But Deanna, thank you very much. Coach Robert, Coach Riz, thanks very much, and of course, Coach Jay. I appreciate what you shared with our community here today. I learned a few things today, to be honest with you, and I am very appreciative of that also. But coming up next here, Todd, to end the day, we've got Power Hour with Jack Dolby and Austin Silver. So we'll be right back, and y'all suck. Yes,
Have a good day.
y'all suck, and we'll be back when we want to. All right?
You all suck.
Yeah, we do.
No, seriously? You all suck.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Power Players meets Power Hours. There was no mistake there with the splash screen. This is both. I am Jack, doing my best Andre today. I'm with Austin Silver in the middle. Dolby time on my right. What's up, guys? Austin, how you doing? You're already long.
I am. It's good to see you, Jack. Dolby, always a pleasure. I'm doing well today. We had a couple of good trades this morning, trying to capitalize on some more momentum to the upside. So we'll see if we can get some movement here on ES. But I'm looking. I'm long at 57.12 at a half, looking for 23.24 on the upside. I'm watching the book map and I see there's about 500 contracts sitting at 57.25. So kind of using that as a little bit of a magnet to maybe pull me higher here. That's what we're thinking. Dolby, do you like it? Do you hate it?
I mean, you got to lean long. I mean, I'm looking at the YM right now, and everything is higher highs and higher lows. So I'm just trying to find a way to get in a pullback. Trying to figure something out here without trying to find a long that's at a discount, which is very, very hard to do. I love your little annotation there, though. I like that. That's clean, man, on your chart.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a
Try
cartoon.
to put some detail on here. Yeah, got to make it so people don't. They're going to ask me questions. Why are you long here? What are you thinking here? Well, I like the move to the upside. One of the things on my chart that you'll see, I have a VWAP set from the New York Open. We had a gap up today. That gap up, according to Edgeful, closes not too often, like 60-something% of the time. So we weren't really like super short bias today, trying to see that gap fill. And I think once you could see these higher lows starting to really set in, especially from like 1 o'clock into 2 o'clock here, that was really what got me bullish. And then the break of that 15-minute opening range back to the upside is what's kind of driving this idea of, all right, we're making new highs a day here. Let's see if we can now make a push into the 20s. And I think if we push into the 20s, we have this order block, like I said, at 25 that, yeah, it's only 500 contracts. And I think if we went into, fall trading, 500 contracts isn't that big, but during this August trading and July trading, it's a little bit less on volume. So 500 contracts to me might act as a magnet and pull us higher.
Hasn't needed a reason. Since lunchtime, we are going raging bid in the ES. We took a peek at the high of the day. Now we're getting a little bit of a pushback. I thought we were going to maybe take a look at the all-time high, I think, from yesterday. That's 57.18 or thereabouts.
Yep.
Dolby, you're doing the YM?
It's your favorite market, Jack. Full of boomer stocks, boomer traders, Ovaltine
Healthcare
rascals.
conglomerates.
Yep.
Dolby, you're going to become an
Investment
honorary
banks.
boomer. It sounds like that's just what it'll be.
I'm on my way. I think they're going to send my plaque. I think my plaque is in the mail right now for honorary boomer.
Not
Just have to make
instead
sure
of the 100K, the YouTube's plaque, Dolby gets a YM plaque that says "Welcome, Boomer."
Yeah, that's right. Congrats on your retirement or whatever.
Yep.
Love it. Love
We're gonna
me the Dow.
Ask the front desk how that plaque eventually got here, because it said it was delivered to the front desk, and then the front desk said, "We don't take packages." And we're like, "Welp, this is going to be tough to explain to Michael."
Yeah,
but luckily it showed up
so.
yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
Oh, it did show up.
Good.
It did. It did.
Oh,
it
that's
is in our
awesome.
possession.
Okay. I'm glad no one swiped it.
No.
How many more are those we got coming out?
Oh, it'll take a while. I've been in a back and forth with the customer service for the place that makes them, and they're not responding. So if you're out there, I have to look at what it's called again. Let me know. We'd like a few more of those.
Actually, one of my best friends
I want to
growing
wear
up,
mine.
he won a regional Emmy. And what they don't tell you is that your production team only gets one for free, and then if anyone else wants one, they have to pay for it. So he bought one for himself, and it's a couple $100s. He's like, "Yeah, this whole thing's a racket."
You got to do it.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a few people at Topstep that have Emmys. Strangely enough, none on Topstep TV. But there's still time. We're just hanging out here.
I know one.
Yeah, I'll
Dolby.
There was one other. They don't work here anymore.
Oh, got you. What up, bro?
I said, how do you like trading the live account? Because I remember, I think last week or the week before, you had mentioned to me that you were just getting cracking going with the live account. How's it going? Do you enjoying it? Is it more difficult, easier? Any feedback?
No, I really enjoy it. I think there's a little bit of pressure for trading real funds. I'm much more cognizant of kind of my risk So it's a little bit different than trading in like the account, for example, which you can like, you have a lot more room. You can, trade 15 contracts. You can do like massive scale ins. So I'm just kind of getting my feet wet again. Kind of reminds me of the trading combine. I think where things get kind of tricky is that like you cannot make any mistakes like at all. And I'm not saying like you can do it like in any account anyways, but there's just like no margin for error. Like, so for example, like I only want to lose about $500 to $600 like a day. And I took a crude oil trade. I accidentally marketed in and I was like, it's a decent entry. And it ended up being like a really mediocre trade that ended up losing on it. And it's like, I should have just flattened it like immediately. Like you do not have the wiggle room to like mess around with trades. Like you have to take the trade in your system every single time.
Yeah. Makes sense.
The house account too is categorized by the dispersion of blame and risk, right? If it's a very free thing to trade because
especially
they're
when they're not here, right, Jack? You could take a trade today and be like, yeah, Andre was running power hour. Like it wasn't even me.
Yeah, just keep the name tag. I'm going to be Andre for this segment. Still hanging out here in the ES. Few levels above here.
I'm looking for a pullback on the YM right now. If we can hover around 41,216, I could consider a long. But like one of the tricky things with like power hour and kind of like trading on Topstep is in general is that I personally only trade this account when I'm on air. So it kind of chops up the rhythm of the market a little bit. So if you like don't trade all day and hop in at like 2 p.m., well, you have like an entire day that already took place. So are we going to keep on trending if we trended for the first 6 hours, or are we all of a sudden going to hit some profit taking in reverse? So you could look at a market that's making higher highs and higher lows all day and then hop into a long and lose. So that's where things can get a little bit frustrating with power hour. But yesterday I had a great trade. So we just got to manage the risk and keep on going.
Yep.
All right.
Jack, can I ask you a question? Because you're kind of on the back end a little. Sorry, go ahead.
Please go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I got an email from Mick earlier this week. Maybe it was last week. Yeah, end of last week, saying, hey, you're trading really well. We're watching your accounts to call you up to a live account. And I was just curious because I'm sure you sent that to other people and other people in the live chat might be getting that here soon. What does the next step look like for someone that gets that email that's kind of got eyes on them? How does it work to go into a live account?
Well, we'd have to ask Mick, but from what I can see from doing the list and stuff like that is that they close and consolidate the previous XFAs, and it takes maybe just a couple days, and then you'll be trading in the live market, which I actually have. I haven't taken a trade in it yet, but we're looking at my screen right now. This is my Topstep live account, and this may be the very power hour where I can't use that phrase.
I know where you're going.
You guys know. I'm making you think it.
Does that work?
I'm gonna crack the seal.
There you go.
By the way, somebody pointed out that since Andre isn't here, I got to say this right now. All right, here we go. Power hour, real money, real count, real P&L. Let's go.
Ooh, Jackie. That's right. Currently,
that was good. That "let's go" was really good, Jack. I'm not gonna lie, bro. That "let's go" was like damn near on point.
Oh, should I do hashtag power hour, Jack, or do you want to do the honors?
You do it. I want to see the master.
Oh, I've said it so many times. Here we go. Hashtag power hour, everybody. We are on Twitter, also known as X. So please, please, please share your trader wins, battle stations, funny memes, whatever you got. Hashtag power hour at Topstep. We want to see it, interact with the community, see what y'all are up to. We actually really do enjoy seeing all that stuff. It's really nice. It makes me feel not so alone sitting in my house and broadcasting out to the universe of, are they even out there? Are they even listening, Jack? And they send those tweets in, and they are. They really are. They care.
Yeah, we
Jack
are.
cares.
We're scouring the internet.
All
Things
time.
to
do when we're still at 57-1250 right now.
Oh, I like that. What's that
Sitting
little
here.
segue there? A nice little plug, Jack.
Try and do. People commenting that I look dead at the moment. I don't know what to do, guys. I've come to realize on TV is that when I'm not emoting anything, I just look like I'm scowling and about to die. Sorry, it's just
Resting
the way it
trader
is.
face.
Yeah.
Resting trader face. I mean, oh my god.
So,
Dow is.
do you guys have any levels? Austin, you are trading the ES. We're kind of not too far from that all-time high. What are you looking at besides just buy it and just, as you said earlier, break your keyboard apart and never hit sell? What sort of levels do you have above when there's no precedent, so to speak?
It's a good question. I because of the long here today, the level on the bottom first would be 15-minute opening range high, which is 57.05. That would be like a level I'm saying it could potentially retest. Levels to the upside would be, of course, like you said, 57.19, which is yesterday's high, all-time high. And then this target of order block at 57.25. So 57.18 first stop. If we can cut 57.18, 57.19, I'm going to look for the 23s or 24s, maybe even if we can get to the 25s and fill that block, that would be a sick trade for Power Hour.
That'd be awesome.
That would be sick indeed.
Austin, is that
We'll
a
hang
new
out
logo
here.
behind you? That ASFX, is that new?
It's not new. I had it before a little differently, so it looked like it just spelled sex. But now that I moved it, it looks a little bit more normal, and you can see it's ASFX, not sex. Just for the record.
Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's the other stream.
Just want to be clear, everybody. Just want to be clear. This is a trading stream,
it.
not an OnlyFans stream. All right.
Speaking of which, Dolby, somebody who knows more about tech and stuff, was commenting when I was saying I was at the data center yesterday. He told me, just imagine how much porn was flying around you. And I was like, ooh, that's a good point.
Such a Silicon Valley moment.
That is, bro.
Yeah, just going into one of those. What was it like going to that data center, Jack? Can you take us through that experience? Seems
What did
very
you do,
interesting.
Jack?
It was wild. I recovered the knock files. No, yesterday our computer was disconnected. We didn't know why, so I had to drive out there and go. I had never been in a data center before. If you haven't, find an opportunity to take a tour or something, because it is really friggin' cool. But I'm into that sort of stuff.
You know, I think Hannah and I were actually looking for like a vacation spot. I heard Aurora, Illinois is great. Can we get a tour of the CME data centers?
I would have loved to be in Aurora. I was in West Chicago.
Do you want your relationship to go well, Dolby, or do you want her to leave? Because I would recommend that is not the ideal date spot. But I don't know your girl. She might be into it.
Loves data centers. It's like her favorite thing on earth is data centers. Just windowless boxes out in cornfields. It's great stuff.
It must have been cold in there, right? They keep those things extra cold, right, Jack? Pumping
Yeah,
AC.
cold, loud. I don't know if this is too much information, but I'll tell you what. If you wonder what the bathroom smells like at a server farm or whatever, with
nasty,
not good. Yeah,
definitely not good.
I think just a lot of IT folk sitting around all day. You know what I'm saying?
Is there just like a film of IT folk kind of in the data center, just like casually accumulated on the floors?
Pretty much.
That sounds gross. Sounds gross.
Not much happening here.
No, last week Power Hour 2, Jack, when I was on with Audrey, it was like 8 points in a range up and down the whole Power Hour. It was like pulling fingernails. It's terrible. So I'm hoping we get a little more action today. Like I said, the longer we go in Power Hour, the closer we get towards the 4 o'clock, the more I'm like, I'll take what I can get. So if we get to the all-time high and we start to slow there, even reject it a little bit, I'll take the trade. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get greedy, especially in Power Hour. Definitely.
Yeah. I mean, oh man, the longs look really good in YM, but we're just so bullish. We're so many bulls today in the YM, but the shorts look super cheap. So I don't know if I'm gonna get baited into a short, only for it to continue the upside. But seriously, how high can the YM go?
You know, if you look back in time, I think experience is always a good teacher. And like the markets, we all know, make all-time highs much more than they make new lows. But it's funny, even though that stat is very true, so many people have a hard time buying when we are making new highs. I'm not a veteran like Hogue or Eddie or anything like that, but my experience does definitely teach me, because I've looked back. I've missed bull markets because I was bearish when I should have been bullish. So this bull market since October of last year, basically, I've been very much about Yes, it might be hard, but I want to do what the chart is telling me to do, which is if we're bullish, I want to try to buy it with reasonable risk reward. I'm not going to get short and just try to call tops and stuff. There are some traders that do really well with that, but I've learned it's just not me. So like one of the things I wish somebody would have said it to me sooner is just figure out what works really well for you. Like you got to give Nick's in the chat. Nick is an incredible trader, an incredible short trader. Nick will find opportunities. I got a guy, you know, Zach Anthony. You had him on Monday. Zach's one of those guys. You look at Zach, like yesterday, he crushed it for you guys on Power Hour. Zach, when he trades with us, I'm like, this dude is incredible. So you got to know what works for you too. But for me personally, I'm not as stubborn about buying near all-time highs as I used to be, and it's helped.
Nice. Sometimes you gotta dip the toe in the water.
Yeah. Real quick,
Zach
we'll do
is
a little
good.
roundup, get a little pullback here. I just wanted to go over the people were talking about the RTY going nuts. The Russell's up over 3% today. It's more of that rotation story. We have the 10-year yields down to 4.167%. The Mag 7 mixed bag with Tesla up about 1%. Google, Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia down. So I think it's more of what we've been saying. The more interest rate sensitive stocks are getting a boost because the Russell's been beaten within an inch of its life, showing some signs of life in the last week or so. Go ahead, Austin. You were talking.
I don't remember. I was going to ask you, because I know you have experience with bonds. What's your take on what bonds are doing in relation to the move in the YM? Is there any correlation there?
Yeah, with the YM, you know, I talk about my hate for the YM such that I don't even look at it. I haven't looked at a chart of it today. And just thinking about the companies in it, I don't even know. It does have like Microsoft and a few things. So where you can really see the rotation is, I think the purest is if you look at the Nasdaq 100 or the NQ, what you guys are trading. That's a huge part of that weight-wise is just a handful of Uber market cap companies, not the company Uber, but just real big. And versus the RTY or even the Nasdaq 1000 or something is going to be completely different at a time like this. The 10 years come in quite a bit. We were up around 5% at one point. My favorite, the 2s 10s, has been rallying, though it's sold off and filled this gap today. I think it's going to be a pretty big Fed meeting next.
Tell us more, because they're saying 90% chance of rate cut. So you think it's coming?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's going to come.
At this point, it has to happen because now you see inflation slowing down. Even look at CPI today in Canada slowing down. So, you know, the U.S. will normally go first and then the other big countries will start to follow. So you have the CPI number slowing down to, I think it was one of the lowest when it came out last week, was one of the lowest in a couple of years, if I remember correctly. So with that coming, you would anticipate there's at least one cut happening this year. Whether it's at the July meeting or the next one, that remains to be seen. But we'll see what happens at the end of the month.
I would have to think so. Somebody asked what the 2s 10s I'm talking about is. That is the difference in yield between the 2-year treasury and the 10-year note. So you could look at it with like the ZT contract versus the ZN if you were trading the futures. But we've been through the longest period ever of the 2s 10s being inverted, which means that the 2-year yield has been higher than the 10-year yield. That's been going on a long time, and it can't persist forever. So I've been waiting for it to uninvert, which should happen now in the next, I don't know. If I knew, I'd make $1 million.
Right.
What's a good place to get started in understanding bonds, Jack? Every time I hear bond stuff, my brain just stops working. Is that a me thing, or is that a good bonds being kind of confusing thing?
You have to decide if that's something that fits into your life. I mean, I don't know how helpful. Like, if you're just trading NQ or ES or something, I don't know if it's super knowledge you need, right? But it is it's harder to wrap your mind around because of the nature of bonds, how they're, you know, casting off these interest payments and things like that, and in different durations. But once you figure it out, like the futures aren't that hard to understand. Just knowing kind of where the 10-year yield is, I think, is important because that's something that's going to have a big effect on all the stock indices you trade.
I like how you phrase that, Jack. It sounded like almost like a lifestyle choice of whether or not you should understand bonds or not.
Well, when I was trading bond, it is kind of a lifestyle choice because there are bond guys and they will let you know it. But when I was at a firm that was trading nothing but treasuries, there was like a handful of people that knew everything about it, and that was like their whole deal. And then they would just give the others what we needed because there's an infinite amount of knowledge you can go down that path.
That's awesome.
You still in
Thanks
that
for sharing.
trade, Austin?
Oh yeah. Come on, I'm not. What did you guys call Andre for getting out of that trade too early? Lettuce hands.
Salad hands.
Today. Salad hands. Salad hands. Vegan hands. Vegan hands. Sorry, vegans.
No salad hands here. Hold it. Just hold it.
Maybe it's got to be these summer months. You know what I mean? For everybody, if you haven't traded through the summer, things will pick back up as August comes around. Edgeful actually has a really good report that shows how each month volume will pick up and volume slows down. And the July is the slowest month for sure. So things will get better. I mean, if you read Bookmap, I know a lot of people follow Deanna, and like Deanna talks about Bookmap a lot. She was even, I think, referencing this a few days ago. Just you can see the amount of total contracts on the book is lower. So it's going to lead to a little bit slower markets, you know?
Gotta learn to trade them.
Absolutely.
Jack Bonds. That's funny.
Jack Bonds. I kind of like that.
Jackie Bonds.
Let's go! Carl Hungus meme coming in somewhere, if I had to guess.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. I got a pending order. Pending order in down here for 41K,
Okay.
230. Then I got another one at 216, another one at 200.
Let's go, Dolby.
Trying to get some action, man. Trying to catch this uptrend. Trying to catch an uptrend here. We'll see if we can grab it.
There's a little pullback.
Yep.
In the ES right now.
Yep.
If you were inclined to do it.
I would be inclined. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it's decent. Nice little 5-minute range in the ES there. A lot of wicks, though. Austin, what's your kind of interpretation of these wicks here on the ES? We got one at, July 17th, July 15th, 16th? And it's all kind of up and around like 5,700 to 5,720. What's any thoughts on that?
It's interesting because if you look at ES making all-time highs, even just this year when it's made new all-time highs, it often does it on a day that we actually close bearish. So it'll pop for a new all-time high earlier in the day or pre-market, and then it'll still close the day red. So that's what we've seen over the last couple of days with those new all-time highs. But also, if you study any time throughout the ES's history, when we make all-time highs, we don't usually continue day after day. Sometimes there are like 3-day spurts, 4-day spurts, 2-day spurts where we do go, but it's often leg up, sideways, make everybody start questioning, is the bull market over? What's going on? They start doing other things, and then boom, another leg up. So you just got to keep reminding yourself, stairs up, escalator down. And when you're making stairs up, you're going to pin higher. You're going to find new price discovery. That doesn't always mean it will hold. So to me, I see those pins moving higher as still bullish momentum, but it could be slow. I mean, if we just take a look, like I'll go to the ES continuous contract real quick. If you just take a look at the daily chart, you can see not too long ago, on Thursday, June 20th, we made a new all-time high and closed bearish and then went sideways for basically 10 days. And during those 10 days, everyone thought maybe it's going to tip back over. Maybe bear market's here. And then no, we get a huge spurt up. There's your stair step up. And now we're in another period of where we might be just kind of ranging a little bit, Yeah. That's how I view this.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I looked at the ES chart. I don't spend a ton of time on ES, and it looked very unusual. Just the way all the wicks were, all the big moves and stuff. It's very strange. Oh, down, new highs. Hello. I did not get a fill.
No fill.
Let's go. No, I mean, what I was trying to do was like buy a midway point in the range. It's like if you zoom in on like the 5-minute right now, it's just all higher lows. Like it's not even coming back. Every 5-minute candlestick for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just been a higher low. So it's forcing buyers to be aggressive if you want to participate, which is kind of aggravating if you're looking for a pullback, because it's all going to feel kind of expensive if you're, I would say paying a premium in the upper end of a range, but it's only a premium if it goes down and stops you out. Otherwise it looks like a cheap trade and it goes up in your favor. Some hindsight capital stuff right there.
No, you're spot on. Callum said, what's my thought process on my stop? So my stop is at 57.02 and a quarter, so just about 10 points lower. The reason for that is two things. One, I want to give it space to retest this black line here, which is the 15-minute opening range high. And also my target at 25 is about 12 points higher. So I'm looking at like 1-to-1 usually for my trades. So I'll risk 10 to make 12. And even if I end up plus 9 on that and I'm out of the trade at 9, since I only have one contract, I can't piece in or piece out, I'll be fine with that. I win over 60% of the time. So I'm happy to, even if I get a little less than 1R, my win rate will make up for that based on my own stats. So if you study your stats, Callum, you'll kind of figure out a good distance usually for your stop loss. I'm a big believer in like trying to be a specialist. So I only trade ES. I don't trade NQ. I don't do anything else. And I know based on my own trading, about 10 points is the biggest you'll ever see me put a stop in. So if I know 10 is my biggest, I have a target at about 12 above, I'll give it that 10. I'll give it plenty of time to breathe, and then we'll see if we can get that pop. And like I said, I'm also very reactive to the levels above, knowing all-time high is at 18, so we'll see. But the orders that I'm targeting are actually thickening up a little bit here at 57.25, so I think we still have a little bit of a magnet up there to try to pull us higher into the end of the day. Hopefully that answers it, Callum.
Ooh. Well, that was a great question and a great answer. Did you ever trade more than one market?
I did. I used to trade Forex, and I used to have 15 pairs I would look at every day, and I wondered why I sucked. I'm just being honest. It's just the truth. Trading is so difficult to be consistently good at, especially if you're trying to get payouts. I really think specializing in one or two assets is the best. I mean, we have a guy in our mentorship group that just took a 40K payout. He trades one asset. Zach is net positive this year on his trading as well from you guys and other firms. He trades two assets. So if you study good traders, especially, I mean, most of them are trading one or two assets.
Mm-hmm. And the two typically
I will get
are
hate
not
for that.
Correlated.
Every time I say that, Dolby, I get hate for that. Oh, why wouldn't you trade YM if it's got opportunity? Well, bro, just because you can doesn't mean you should. I live by that sentence. Just because I can doesn't mean I should. I can trade anything at any time. That doesn't mean I'm going to do it well or consistently well over a long period of time. Like I'm looking at this month over month, not day over day. Yeah, the Russell is up 3% today. I'm not going to jump ship and just start trading the Russell. You know what I'm saying?
No, I honestly totally agree with you. I think focusing on one market or having like a primary that takes up the vast majority of your time is the way to go, because every market has its own personality, and the more time you spend on one market, the more you can kind of dig a little bit deeper into the nuances of how price might move, maybe how the ladder fluctuates. There's a ton of little details that you can pick up if you just focus on one versus, hop in between products.
Yeah. And I just on that comment, I like if you do trade two assets, I love the idea of like two non-correlated assets. Like trade ES, and you know what I'm saying? So if ES sucks, you can go catch some volatility with gold. That to me is what, again, other guys in our group are doing really well.
Ooh, Anne-Marie also short at 250, man.
Okay. I'm also just looking up this stat here for one of the guys in the chat. See if I can pull this up.
Dow is so resilient. Oh my goodness. Let's see if we can get above 260 though. 41,260. We kind of popped up above and then rejected back down again. I mean, it is presenting a very cheap trade for shorts. Can we?
Thinking about maybe putting on a trade here. We'll see.
R2Y.
Although it's going to be a weird one.
Oh yeah? Well, how do you define
Let's
weird?
get weird.
Let's get
weird. Okay. Got to frame this out a little bit. In the meantime, Gabe, do we have the top quiz winners?
Let's go.
People are asking.
About one more minute and I got it.
Okay. In 1 minute, we will have your top quiz winners.
What's this weird trade you're doing, Jack? Weird market, or you doing some sort of weird spread thing or something?
I'm thinking about putting on just a, experiential. I'm thinking about putting on a 2s10s trade of buying the 2s10s. Now, here's the issue with doing this during power hour. We have you flat at the end of the day. This isn't the type of trade you do with it. And if you want to make money doing something like this, you have to trade pretty big size, right? Because you're hedging basically some of the outright move. But I don't want to say I can't, because I could. All right, but first, top quiz winners. Gabe, hit us.
All right, let's do it. Here's the first batch here of winners. We got MP on there.
Michael Patak. Miller time, my data center. Good stuff. Remember, you can pause and go back and look at this.
And we'll move on to the second round here.
I feel like Reset Me Now has been on here before.
It's entirely possible. Rodney, the name of my dog, is on there. Who can forget spicy diarrhea? You work at the data center?
5716 just got touched. Just so you know, Jack. Getting close.
Okay.
All right, for those that won, check your emails tomorrow morning. If you don't see it, check your spam. And as always, we'll be back tomorrow at 11:45 Central for another top quiz. Back to you guys.
If 4 out of 5 people suffer from diarrhea, does that mean that one dude enjoys it?
I know where he works.
Yo, that was so
You know
funny.
where he works.
Took me a second to wrap my brain around that one, but
That's right. Oh, that's a good one.
Oh. So while I was talking and not getting into this trade, it's way in my favor now. Now, if I was going to buy the 2s, 10s, what I'm going to do is, oh, wait a second. No wonder. I was like, that's incredibly, what's going on with this move? All right.
yeah,
here
you
we
were
go.
looking up. You got there you go.
I wasn't paying attention. I was like, that's moving pretty fast. But now you can see these are bond spreads. So what we got here is you can see how thick the ladders are for the ZT and the ZN. And if I wanted to, I will. Let's put a trade on.
Yeah, 4
Anne Marie's
figures.
short. I wonder if she pulled that short already. We just touched 16, kind of sitting on the 1650s. 2 points away.
Oh,
from
I get it. Because these are all.
Yeah. See what I'm saying, Austin, though? It's just like there's no pullback. There is no pullback.
Yeah. But I think if you were trying to be aggressive, like maybe Dolby, you're very much like let the market come to me, which is in a way a defensive stance. There's got to be an aggressive tool on your tool belt maybe to be like, all right, this isn't going to give me like this would be the second power hour you and me in a row where you don't get filled and I do take a market and I'm able to squeak some money out of it. So maybe just challenge yourself to try to find what's an aggressive stance to still not waiting for the full pullback you like, but still maybe even half sizing yourself into the market to get in
like that
in an aggressive way.
Yeah. Like try one here and then maybe add on the way down or something. We're actually getting a pretty good pullback. Ooh, Anne Marie added. She's short 4 now from 41,260. God, that's a great trade already.
Nice. In the YM, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, your YM looks a lot more stuck. Hasn't moved since 250.
It is very stuck. Yeah, just 4 red candlesticks, all right next to each other, going nowhere fast.
All right.
We'll see if we
we
can
got
find something.
337, so we got 20 minutes.
Hasn't been rocking this power hour yet. But don't worry.
No,
we got MOC.
maybe it's me, bro.
Yeah, you're doing good.
2 weeks in
nice
a row, though,
trade
I'm
on.
bringing the dry market.
Hey,
I'll still
everyone
trade.
feels like
Listen.
they bring everyone feels like they bring a downer vibe to power hour because of volatility, but I don't think it's anyone's fault.
I should have worn my cowboy hat like Nick. That's what I did. I screwed up because I'm wearing just a regular hat today.
Well, we had good price action for the TopstepTV reversal challenge. That was a very fun little experience.
What was that? I
Good
missed
price
that.
movement. Oh, that was last Friday. So you have 4 traders on the screen. Everyone enters into a trade in the same market. We used MNQ, and for about 20, 25 minutes, you can only use the reverse button to manage your position, all in, all out.
Wow.
Yep. Little thought experiment.
Andre,
fun
yeah.
stuff. Fun stuff. Andre won, actually.
That's awesome.
Yep. And I think 3 out of the 4 people were profitable. which is like shocking. But we had a really nice trend, like downtrending NQ, so I think everyone just kind of hopped on. But it was very exciting stuff.
Still trying to
Doing
get
it
into
again?
this trade.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, should do every Friday.
Yep, it's good stuff. I still think I can wait for a pullback here. Oh, this Friday we are going to have the second episode of the TopstepTV Reversal Challenge. I think that's kind of where it's going to be. Its time slot for now is Friday Power Hour. It's kind of a wonky time to trade anyways. It's the summer, it's a Friday, and it's like 2 p.m.
Yeah.
No need to risk real capital. Dow still resilient, hanging on between 41,240s, between 41,240 and 41,260. So a solid 20-point range, which is about, I think, $100 if you're trading 1YM, 1E mini. So not a lot of movement here in the YM. It does feel like, though, that the YM should get something going on here. It feels like it's pretty rare for the market to be up as much as it is and then just consolidate and do nothing for the last 20 minutes. I think that seems pretty rare.
I don't know. What's tingling, Dolby? Is it your left ear or your right ear? That will determine.
Ooh.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's a good question. That is a good question. The old ear tingle biofeedback indicator.
Better question. What is the cat telling us to do, Dolby? Pull the cat on here. Let's ask the cat.
What's he up to? Oh, he's sleeping in the other chair right now. So if he's asleep, not with me, I think that means he is slacking. Joe Black, what is Joe Dolby's job title? Is he on the payroll? Yes, I am on the payroll. I'm on the production team for TopstepTV.
I want to make sure I didn't share it. You guys can't hear the order filled thing, right? Let me know on YouTube.
No, we didn't hear it.
I just got filled.
Nice. The answer, Dolby, is I am the payroll. That's what you should have said to that guy.
I'm the payroll. I think MP's in chat.
I am the payroll.
That's funny. I don't know. Joe Black, if you've been to our Discord, I made that. That started at zero people. And that's currently at about 70,000. So that was pretty cool. Power Hour created that segment. Pretty cool. TopstepTV Reversal Challenge, made that. That's cool. Named the Tilt. It's another fun one. If you don't know that.
Good for you.
Yeah. There's my resume, Joe Black. There you go. Still can't trade the YM right now or crude oil. But
it's because you're not wearing your sunglasses. Let's just call it what it is.
Is that what it is?
Put the sunglasses on.
Sunglasses?
It must be, bro.
Something's going on here. All right. Now we'll get some movement here.
Now we're going to be better. Thank you.
This is good stuff. I like the glasses. Yep. Go ahead, Jack.
What I'm doing right now, by the way, is I'm legging into a 2s 10s position. This is too late in the day to be doing it, but basically you want the ratio I'm using is long 2 ZTs for every 1 ZN I'm short.
Interesting. Would you consider that a hedge, right?
Yeah, because when you're trading the spread, you're trading the difference in basis points between them. And these things have different, you'd need to figure out what the basis point is worth. 1 basis point move in the contract is worth. And with the ZTs and the ZNs, it comes out to about 2 to 1 right now.
Makes sense. That's
now
cool.
you'd have to size up huge in this trade to make decent money. But I wanted to make a trade today, and I'm making a trade.
Nice.
Is that the first one ever, Jack, in that account?
Yes.
Nice, dude. Hopefully it is a winner. I think my first trade was a winner in the personal account. Had a little bit of a drawdown, but now we're back in the green. I think we're plus approximately $300 in the live account, which we'll take. Still hanging on in that trade, Austin?
Oh, yeah.
What is ZT? That is the bonds. I don't know which bond it
It's
is,
a
but it is
2-year. ZT is 2 years. ZF 5 years. ZN 10 year. ZB, and then you got UB.
I'm just contemplating longs. That's all this silence is. It's just, do we buy or do we wait?
There's still 558 contracts up at 57.25 on ES. I'm wondering if they're just going to sit there, and maybe it's not as much of a magnet as I was thinking.
All right.
What do you got, Jack?
The nice thing about this trade is we can go back to the ES now because this is hardly going to move at all. So we can focus on some other stuff.
Well, don't look at the YM because I got no action for you over here. We are still in a 20-point range in the YM. Austin, how's that ES doing? Is that where the action's at right now?
I wouldn't say it's where the action's at. We're just sitting here. I'm in profit. 1 tick. So we caught a few minutes. We caught 4 minutes of push. We touched 16, and now we're back. This range is almost worse than the range last week with Power Hour. Since we've started Power Hour, we've touched like to 15, down to 09. So pretty tight.
Yeah.
Hopefully the MOC will give us a little action here. You know, we get that last little bit of action coming in about 5 minutes, and then even with 5 minutes to go. So we'll see. Only 1 contract, so not super heavy here at the end of the day.
No. Yeah, hopefully MLC does bring a little something here. I would like it to maybe push price down a little bit in the YM and maybe give an opportunity to get long. I'm still eyeing the 41,200s.
Come on, do something.
Just poke it with a stick. See, now I'm jealous of Anne Marie's trade. I should have taken that one. That was such a good short.
What do you think?
Sometimes
now,
he's got to
Dylan?
get in there.
Up in this pullback. Yeah, she must be doing well here. 41.
Yeah, that's a really
now.
solid. What's that? Four contracts at 60. That's she's up like $800, I think. That's really good.
W's for Anne Marie. That's awesome. What are you thinking, Dolby? You want to get picked up in this pullback, or are you sitting out?
Yeah, no. I want to see if I can get picked up on a pullback. I want to see if we can get down to 41,200, which is, I believe, the 30-minute candle high a while ago. So those shorts there might cover. Who decided to get short around 41,200? I want to see. We're also right at the bottom of the previous 30-minute candle low, so we could be forming like a let's see, another consolidation basically. So maybe that's why it's bouncing just a hair. All right, I'm in. I'm long.
Let's go. I like it.
All right. Kugler is still speaking here. Got some comments coming off the wire here. Kugler says watching data incredibly close given that it can weaken fast. Also, disinflation is back on track. Inflation expectations, especially in the long run, have stayed pretty constant and seem anchored. These are some of the comments, and Kugler is still speaking.
Thanks, Eddie. That's helpful.
Thank you, Coog.
The Cougs. Wonder what his nickname was in college.
Loose.
It's a she. It's a she.
Oh.
Print it.
Yeah.
Don't assume genders, boys. It's 2024. Slow your roll.
My bad.
Yeah, the Coog.
All right, we'll take that back.
Oh, thank you for the rewind.
Okay. Her original name was Mellencamp. Come on, Eddie, you got to get that one.
Jack's like, come on, somebody laugh. Look.
Jack, don't waste your good material on Topstep TV. All right, long 2. About to be long 3.
I know.
Get our
I kind of
stop
want to
in a
add in
decent
here.
spot. All right, new highs. Let's go. Long 3,
What's your position, Dolby?
41. Long 3, 41,241. We're just looking.
All right, we got some trades on.
We do. Got that little stop run. Let's see if that's liquidity we need for new highs. That's the entire theory.
Inside of about a minute here for our MOC imbalance. See what they've got for us today.
Uno.
Oh, yeah, reverse challenge. 71% love it.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad everyone liked the Topstep TV reversal challenge. I think it's going to be a pretty cool segment going forward. It's fun stuff. It's not, if you learn something about your trading, I think that's excellent. I don't think it's going to replace anyone's trading strategy or anything, but it's very much fun. It's a cool exercise to do. And everyone can play too, which is great. Like, you don't need to be a seasoned trader to partake in the reversal challenge. Oh, a little bit of almost been the MOC right there. Get a little bit of wiggle on the ladder. Moving to the upside here in the YM.
All right, it hit the wire here. MOC S&P. We are 173 million to the buy side, pretty much 50-50 there. Nasdaq 142 million to the sell side. Dow 207 million to the sell side. Mag 7 once again a complete day. 208 million sell side. Now, once again,
let's go.
Dolby. These fluctuate, and I will keep an eye on these.
Oh, yeah. Yep, I'm break even.
Thank you, Eddie.
I took one off, so I
Nice.
got about 160 back. I think.
Good.
We're break even
I'm
on the
too
trade
long
though.
with you.
It just needs to go higher. Yeah, we're just gonna.
We're going to hit
until
all-time
close.
high here. So I'm in
Push,
2 contracts
get out and
now.
push.
Yeah,
Get
let's
out
see.
and
Let's see if we can
push.
get to this 18.
Is there any round number I can play? Okay, let's sell one at maybe 41,000 to one. What is that? 296.
Let's see. Let's see some extension here.
Yep. And then maybe 50s, just below 50s. I'm just trying to find some round numbers that I can try to take partials at.
I'm still seeing 25s for ES. I mean, that's 10 points here in the last 9 minutes. That would be awesome. I've seen it do 10 points in the last 1 minute, so I'm not going to discount it. But that buy side MOC looks good for us here. So let's see. We're close. Rate sitting on this all-time high. I definitely get a little more defensive because we know it can resist it. But if we can cut through 18 into 19 or into 20, I'll be very content with this.
Yep. Just gotta wait. Just gotta hold. Nothing. Yep. We can't look. I can't look left and YM. There's nothing there. We're in no man's land. Just wait.
Dolby, don't look left. Look at me. Dolby, don't look left. Look at me. Don't look. Just look at me. We're going to be fine. We're going to get through this.
Just look at me.
All right. Pin to all-time high there on ES. Let's see.
I'm out one more. So positive on the day. Got back at least
Very
300
nice.
something.
Good job, Dolby.
So no matter
Good
what,
job,
we're positive. Let the runner run. Let the
I'm going to
runner
take
run
one there
until
as
close.
well.
See how it goes.
Got one off there.
Nice, dude.
Just one left now. I'm glad I added in. I've been sitting here wanting to add in, and then as soon as that MOC came in to the buy side, I was like, all right, this should be okay. Let's see if we can cut this now. Great trade, Dolby. Good job, brother.
Winning trade.
We'll take it. We will take it.
We're going to
Better
get a
than
little
losing.
liquidity here in 2 minutes, right? So we're going to see this move a little bit more. The order's at 57.25, still on the book here for ES. So still in play for me.
All right, before we get the final push of the day, Gabe, we got any power hour stuff for the hashtag power hour?
Oh, we do. We do indeed. Starting off with some comedy here. We got Freddie. Quick with the data center meme.
That is good. That is one of the funniest ones I've seen so far. That's good, Freddie. W's for Freddie.
Absolutely. Another one here. We got Lost Trader.
That was good too. These are good. New all-time high on ES right about now. 57.19.
Yep.
Here we go.
YM new highs too.
Yep. Let's
Yeah,
take
Hungus in the building. Round 2 today.
Harold Patek. I like the slow user trade. Harold. Rejected that 19.
Good stuff, Hungus.
Come on.
A couple more. We got Mass Trader Rick here with a trader win. Printed this morning.
Hell yeah.
Up on the eval.
It's a big one.
Trading combine. Absolutely.
I should wear a mask while we trade. His picture looks sick.
Yeah. And then you got Uno coming in with their performance dashboard, looking quite healthy.
Real nice. 77.
Yeah, 1.9 R.
No reverse card on that Uno. Was that funny or no?
Nope. Well, that's pretty good.
That was good. I liked it. I'll give it to you.
That's a green one. Good job.
All right.
Let's go.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you sharing.
19's
Everybody.
here.
Back to you guys.
Thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
shout out to the
Let's see if we
TopstepX
can
team
clear
for
it.
making that look so sexy on it's so
Yeah.
easy to share too to socials. I mean, it looks awesome.
Yeah.
Position update. I moved my stop to 41,278. I'll lock in about $200 if I get stopped out. Otherwise, we're just
Nice
game
job,
on.
Dolby.
We're stopped out. Plus
Yep, I'm up.
194 on the day. About a $500 trade.
Nice, Dolby. I'm not out yet, so I'm going to rock this here, see if we can push into the end. I took one off. There's a nice close. Let's see if we can go here on 355, 5 minutes. Let's see if this will hold me up.
Yeah.
Order's still on the book at 25. I'd love to see a touch at 25. Been calling that for the whole stream here, so let's see if it'll finally go an hour later. Come on. Just 5 more points.
I'm smashing
Still
the
long
lockout button.
4x2 here. What I thought's going to happen
Nice.
is about happening, and that it's not moving. So maybe I can make some money getting out of it.
There we go.
I am
20 and a half.
smashing it. Yep. I'm watching your trade now. You said
21. Come on, 25s. I just want 25s. I mean, I'll take 23. We're getting down to the last few minutes here. I'm not going to get greedy. Let's hold above that previous all-time high. That'd be great. Don't reverse it. Don't do that to me. Don't do me like that.
All right, just a few minutes here in Power Hour. Thank you for your submissions. Andre wants you to know that he'll be back tomorrow. He's okay. We're all okay. We got some winning trades there. Good show, Dolby.
Got one.
And awesome.
All right, I'm taking it, boys. I'm not going to let it come down too low. I'm out at 19. I'll take that. It's not. I don't know if it's going to make it to 25, but I'll take that. Thanks. That was a nice $600 on the XFA.
Nice.
So that's good.
Excellent trade.
Great
Excellent
trade. Congratulations.
All right, I
You
can
suck.
kick off the hater
Yes.
blockers.
Good job, guys. That was fun.
Hey, it's Austin. I think it's wild just what 1 hour of focus trading can net someone, and that's something I've realized ever since doing power hours. Like, if you just focus really hard on 1 hour of trading, you can make a living out of that. Like, we're talking hundreds of dollars.
Yep.
What you had 600, I got 450, 500-ish. Just 1 hour
You just
of
have to
concentrated trading.
Put the shades on, lock the F in,
Mm-hmm.
phone on do not
100%.
disturb, and then we go. Yep.
Yeah. That's
So,
all you need.
for where we're
Only
sitting
way to rock.
At the end of the day, just to give one more comment to this, we're sitting at this previous all-time high, right? So if you're long, like I was at 57.12 or even 57.15, and you get that pop to 57.19, 57.20 here, and if in the last 2 minutes this was to flip on me, that would bother me more, and I'd leave that couple of dollars on the table rather than the potential for me to go make a couple more dollars if it goes to 25. I'm going to just take that green, stack it, rack it, try to come back tomorrow and add to it rather than hope. You know what I mean? Because this is a very key level of resistance to end here at yesterday's high, this previous all-time high. But as of right now, we have a new all-time high on ES at 21.25. So let's see what it does here.
Well, it's important also to know the time frame that you're trading, right? If you only trade power hour, then the last 5 minutes, pretty much anything can happen. So, sometimes a little bit easier to take profits, right? Now, if you're trading between 9 and 10, that's going to be totally different market state.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, last 90 seconds going on here. Austin, thanks, of course, for coming by. It's been nice spending an hour with you.
Always.
Sorry we didn't have a little more
Likewise,
movement,
Jack.
but a winner's a winner.
No, don't be sorry. We got to win. Yeah, take the wins. It was good and I always like trading with you, Jack, because you're the bond expert, and it's really good to see how you're navigating that because I think a lot of people don't understand it. So I always enjoy working with you. Dolby, pleasure as always too, brother. You're the man.
Always, man. Love your interviews. It's great stuff. If you haven't,
Got an all-time
check
high here
out-
in the ES. Is that right?
That's a new all-time high. Almost 21.
Did we
See
hit
how
that?
we finish here. Yeah, that's a nice close right there.
Nice.
All-time high?
See, now this is what I'm talking about. Look, that is a new all-time high.
Good
21
dedication in
and a quarter.
Tick.
Very nicely
done.
Look at
And
that.
if
Look
you
at that
haven't-
sell-off right there at the end. That's why you
Yep.
got to take the profits, everybody. Look at that.
Exactly. That's experience. That's why I sold mine too, because I don't want to wait. I don't want to bother
Yep.
with this big pullback.
I like
you haven't
dude,
all-
you get aggressive with bringing that stop up. That's really good towards the end of the day. Like when you just, if you're going to turn and take me. No.
It's not worth it.
Gold
Just-
is getting
look,
close
now
to an
it's-
ATH also.
Now we're back
Yeah.
below 41,260.
77.
Also, if y'all haven't, check out Austin Silver on YouTube as well. If you haven't yet,
Thanks.
a lot of great trader interviews, really good stuff.
We had the Brian Shannon one last week, Dolby. Everybody,
Yeah.
if you're a VWAP trader, check out the Brian Shannon. It's the part 2. It's so good. He's so grateful for him.
He's the man.
Definitely check it out.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
so nice. He's a great trader.
It's
too.
crazy.
Yep.
One thing I'll say real quick about that. On the podcast, he calls what he thinks in a video is going to do, and he called it to the T. Like he posted on Twitter the screenshot from the podcast where he drew on it and said it might bounce to this VWAP and then here and then do, and it did exactly what he said.
Wow.
Just goaded himself. You know what I'm saying?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Good for him. I gotta watch
All right. Thanks for tuning in to Power Hour, Austin. Pleasure having you. We'll be back tomorrow
Always.
with all sorts of stuff. But first, of course, we got to kick it over to Eddie. Eddie, what's going on?
Well, my friends, yes, end of a day here. And, we've got some breakfast tomorrow. Going to have a little meat on the bone here, 7:30 tomorrow. We do have building permits, housing starts. It's going to be our 7:30 number. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Barkin will be speaking, 8:15. We got a capacity utilization rate, industrial production, 8:15, manufacturing production, 8:35. Fed Waller will be speaking. We got a 9:30 crude oil inventories. Scrolling down here, coming out at about 10:15. Atlanta Fed GDP second quarter. We've got a 12 o'clock high noon 20-year bond auction. Base book at 1 o'clock. And boy, I think that might be it for the day. So busy. Take a look at who we've got here on the menu for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be Wednesday, the 17th. Join Hogue. Johnny Hogue's going to be back. So that's good. We got the Hogue Master. And definitely we've got to give one of these. Yes, Hogue will be back with us tomorrow. 8 o'clock. We're going to fire up the machine, get the party started. So be here, 8 o'clock Central. Fast Markets, Andre, Dolby, MP, Deanna, Nick Tick, and Hogue. Yes, Hogue will be back. Andre and Dolby for Power Players, Jack and Alyssa. Top Quiz, we got Mick and Jack also. For Shoulder Tap, David Green going to join Dolby. We got KV going to be with us for the rotating segment, Patience with KV, Dolby, and Andre. And to close out the day, Andre, Dolby, Coach Dakota, David Green for Power Hour. Don't forget about our slow markets today at 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock p.m. Central, right here on YouTube. And right now we do have At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. We also do have Coach Ray at 6 o'clock here, volume profile. And in the Discord channel, 6 o'clock, Coach Ray. Coach Vince also in the Discord channel, talking about the tech analysis, candle charts, and so forth. So, love having you here. I hope you had a good day today. I hope you learned something. If you learned just one thing, you're moving forward. So, it's time to log off. Time to get some love from those closest to you. It's time to take that break, get some rest, re-energize, stay safe, stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And, of course, until we meet again, which should be around 8 o'clock, unless, don't forget about tonight. Tonight here at 3:30 a.m. Central Time, we've got our London program with Deanna. Okay, opening call. London's opening call here today. Tonight, I should say. Is that right? No, tomorrow. Tomorrow at 3:30 a.m. Boy, I tell you, these early morning hours are really screwy. But yes, don't forget to get to that. Also, Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.
Now, seriously? You all suck!